why can't I hear the music? Hang on, mate. You guys are all naked. Look at this weird little monkey. That's no Rokigachis look like. Hold on. What the frick? That's playing out the wrong thing. Are my headphones even? There we go. By the way, while I do this, can you guys hear the BGM right now? Because I noticed, so OBS updated a little while ago to have more convenient little buttons for changing when I can hear an audio that's playing versus when you guys can. Because like, for example, when I'm on the starting soon screen most of the time, I have it set to that you guys hear the music, but I don't, because I don't want to hear it while I'm like busy doing stuff and like testing other audio because it's in the way. But I can press the little button and then it'll turn on when I can hear or not. Good for a second. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, so it's broken. That's really annoying. Yeah, so for some reason, I think I need to update OBS because it's being weird today specifically, where when I make it so that I can hear it, it turns off you guys being able to hear it. That's not how it's supposed to work. By default, it's set so that like we can both hear it. And I turned on, there's an option basically that's either viewers hear it, but I don't, or I hear it, but viewers don't, or we both hear it. And I pressed, we both hear it. And then it only says me. Yeah, exactly. See, now the second that I mute it for myself, you can hear it. So I don't know what's up with that. But I will leave it that be. I guess I will sit in silence today. Because, you know, it appears that there's no other option. Either I sit in silence or you guys do. So I will bowl. And let me get you guys dressed. Let me show your little names, your little beautiful faces. Hang on. If you heard the audio cutting out for the starting soon, that's also why, because I was testing that and seeing what the fuck was up with it. Very weird. I'll have to note that down to something to try and fiddle with for myself for later. But anyway, any whoosies. Hang on. Okay. Now that we've got that sorted and there's actually audio and you guys are actually dressed for the occasion, let me try again. Good morning! I needed to make up for the days that I missed. So one more. Hello. Hi. Hiya. It's 2 p.m. Yeah, that still counts. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hi. Hello. Listen, the start of my streams is good morning. You know? Like, because you say it's 2 p.m., but you haven't clocked onto realizing something. All of my streams, by default, start at 1. Like, the only times that I've streamed earlier than 1, I think the only time that I think there's a chance I might have done one slightly earlier for a day when I was doing something longer, like, one of my parties or something, but the only time otherwise that I've actually started a stream before noon was the time that I did my 12-hour sim stream, and I started at 10 a.m. so that I could end at 10 p.m. So actually all of my streams start in the afternoon. I just think good mooning is better to say. I mean, it has own stylism. Exactly. Like, you kind of lose track of time a lot when you travel between dimensions, you know, dude? It changes a lot between different things. You have no idea how many different systems of time have gone, especially because you need to understand what I do is go to fictional dimensions most of the time and eat their time. You know how different they run? Like, some things run in real time. There's some places I go where it's like an hour is every second for every pony else, or an hour is every like fucking minute or something like that. It's all weird. This is why we work on Emmy seconds here, and they can be whatever I want them to be. Morning! So you had to breathe in the middle. You lost it. I won. I held it longer than you, I think. I don't know. Do you guys think I held it longer? But hello Rentos, hello Johnny, hello Crimson, hello Lamajili, I think that is. Hello Kendalia. Hi! I missed you guys so much. Oh my god. I've been sick. I've been ill. I've been sick. That's why I've been away. In case you noticed my absence, and if you didn't, well, fuck you too. By which I mean, sorry, my mic is falling down. I'm so sorry if the wire is making a weird noise right now. I'm trying to fix it back into place. But yeah, I've been sick. I've been ill. I am better now. I'm still like Still a little bit overcoming it. It's basically just a cold that I got, by the way, so you don't need to worry much or anything. I did also like test that it wasn't COVID or anything on the first day. But I just got like a weird little cold, but I'm like still slowly getting over the cough that I got from it. Very annoying. But yeah, I'm getting better. But for like the first few days, I just like couldn't stream at all because not only was I sick in the sense that I was like, you know, ill and tired and sniffling and stuff, I could not speak. My voice was fucked, dude. Especially because right before that I was with my family. We went to like this little concert thing and stuff, so I was like screaming at the top of my lungs while also getting a cold. Piano gets cancer. Oh yikes. I hope your piano gets better. It's called llama. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, hello, llama. But yeah, I was sick, but I'm back now, and I'm so glad to be back now. I miss you guys so much. I miss streaming so much. I hate it when I can't do anything, dude. I hate it when I can't do anything. It's really weird. I've said this a bunch of times, but it's really weird with how attached I am to streaming now to think that I only started like just over a year ago. Because our 1 year anniversary wasn't that long ago. That was in January, you know. Hang on. I drink some of my banana milk. Yeah. But yeah, it's really weird because when I started, I remember thinking like, okay, I really want to stream. I've wanted to be a VTuber forever. I've been really passionate about VTubers and learning all these things behind the scenes. And I like tried stream once before and stuff like that, but I haven't actually locked in and just done it yet. I'm gonna try it. I'm not sure if I'll be a super awesome PNG tuber or VTuber forever. I'll do at least one test stream just to see if I like it at all. There's a chance that I might end up not liking this and just doing videos. I don't know if it's gonna be my thing yet and if I'm gonna be good at it. And then I tried it, and now it's like I get told that I need to have half of a week off to go, like 3 days off to go spend time with someone, and I can't stream with them, and I'm like, really? Do I have to? Like, do I have to? Are you gonna make me? Do I have to? Why is YouTube saying that I have poor connection error? More than one ingestion is using the, what the fuck does that mean? I'm gonna look up a YouTube error while we talk about this. But yeah, it's crazy. I love streaming so much. I love Rakigachis. I love spending time with you guys. And it's really weird whenever I can't, even if it's just for like a week. Cause I've not even taken that long of a break ever yet. I think, like, cause I was off for like 2 weeks for this, maybe 3 total. Like, cause the first time I actually took, like a scheduled set of days off after I started was a few months in when I had like a weekend, so like 2-4 days I think, that I was like fully off while I was house like pet sitting for some of my family, and then after that there's been a couple times I've been like ill or something and I've gone off for a week or two, but no longer. But it still feels like ages in between. It feels like fucking forever. But while I was off, did you go? Oh, whoa! Thank you, Uno. Hello, hiya. Wait, I can press the little heart button. Yay! Thank you, Uno. That is, oh my gosh. It still throws me off whenever someone says supas. I need to change these little onions to be Rakigachis. Hi, and hello, Extrovert Cherry as well. I'm on my phone right now because I moved again. It's kind of funny. I'm kind of my soundtrack for moving. Yay! I love you too. I hope your moving goes well. Oh my gosh. Congratulations on like getting your move done, or well, like sorry for you if it was for bad reasons or anything, but I hope it all goes smoothly, and I'm happy to be your little soundtrack in the background while you move. I mean, honestly, I have what was I gonna say? I have one of my favorite VTubers as soundtracks while I move as well. I did the same with 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 last time that I moved. Then when I moved out first into place with Neri, I listened to him a lot as like a sort of comfort and everything. And then as I moved here, there was a lot of new stuff going on at the same time. Oh, is pesos? I think it is. I think that's what that symbol is. Hang on, I can just look it up. If it helps, those green ones, the green supers, supers? Why did I say it like that? The green supers, I think for British money, green is the equivalent of like 5 pounds? I don't remember. if you guys are curious. But it doesn't matter anyway. Every super makes me lose my mind. It's actually crazy. It's crazy even to remember that people like wanted to 10, sorry, not 5, 10. Supers. Girl and want me to duka. Super. I forgot how the lyrics go for that. Here we go, bye bye. You don't even need to tell me when you need to go. You're allowed to just dip and come back. What was I gonna say? It's lagging? Okay, yeah. I need to figure out what the fuck is going on with this. Because YouTube is giving me an error this time. Which is crazy, because recently, YouTube has a habit of lagging and everything for you guys and then not telling me what's wrong. But let me figure out what the fuck this error is. And see if I can fix it. Because it is telling me that the stream is poor and that it's laggy. So sorry about that. First time posting. But yeah, did you guys miss me while I was gone? And also, what I was going to say quickly as well that I completely forgot. What was I gonna say? Yeah, that I was completely forgot that I was gonna say while I'm trying to fix this lag is if you look in the corner, you see that we had special news. Did you see the stuff that released? Did you guys see my first cover? And did you guys see the Nightcall cover that I took part in? Ooh. Let me Google this error while you talk about that. More than just using the firmware. Okay, so it seems YouTube thinks that I'm doing like multiple streams right now. I missed you too. I missed all of you guys so much. I miss streaming. I miss it so much every time I'm away. I love the Astro Girl cover, both versions. Yay! I'm glad. I'm super glad. Hang on. Let me go fiddle with my computer, see if I can fix this. I'm still here though. I'm right here, okay? I think YouTube thinks that I'm doing multiple streams, which is annoying because I'm not. I was trying to before, like I was gonna, but I am in fact not doing that at all. So that's weird. I'm pretty sure that's why it is breaking. What is going on here? Can I get rid of stream elements? Let me see if this fixes it at all. Oh. That's why is OBS being weird. No, let me see my shit. Ah, sorry. Don't mind this shit switching. Oh my god, bro. Okay, hang on. YouTube, hey. Manage stream keys. But there's only one. What? Okay, I'm still trying to figure this out. Do you guys want to see the oversim chamber while you wait? Are you getting bored? Do you want
Let's
that?
Go. Open up. It's time for parkour.
It's upgraded. Look, if any of you guys missed it, we finally fixed it recently. It's worse now. It's violent on your eyes now.
One block jump for the raw chicken, or you can attempt the one block vertical jump for the beef.
Here in parkour civilization, no one chooses to jump for the beef. It's better to be safe and do the one block jump for the chicken rather than risk your entire life.
Tomorrow, you better not be late. You'll be doing 2 block jumps as punishment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll let you guys not have your 2 block jumps as punishment if it makes you feel better. Wait, if I need to mess with the stream key, am I gonna have to restart the stream again? Is that what they want me to do? Guys, I think I might have to restart the stream to fix this fucking lag. You're kidding. Because I think I need to redo the stream key. And to do that, I have to restart. Oh wait, it says it's good now. Is it working now? The error thing's gone. Is it lagging still or is it good? Because now YouTube is telling me that it's in excellent quality and it's not giving me the little error pop up. So it seems like it says it's fine now. Is it fine? Is it fine for you guys? If it is, then I guess we bowl. But is it working? You know, I forget every now and then that I can use opposing European G. I can't exactly tell. Well, no, like lag as in not as in lag on like me. It's not like my model's lagging. It's like if the stream is fucking up and buffering and stopping. Yeah, okay, cool. If you're good, then we're good. Then we bowl. Okay, let's actually go and draw some stuff. But I was gonna say before that, yeah, I was saying, yeah. Did you guys see the cover? Did you like it? I worked very hard. I hope you're proud of me. It's right there in the little news thing in the corner. You can see it. Yeah. And also, once it changes on my little news panel in the corner, I took part in another, sorry, there it is, in another fan project for the birthday of 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 of Nijisanji and fourth wave 𝘆cium, hosted by my friend Mamado again, a cover of Night Call from Drive by Kavinsky. I had the honor of doing vocals for that, as well as some synth V tuning of synthesizer V Liam, which is very cool. I love working with Meron. It's really fun to get more practice working with synth V. So I hope you checked out that if you were interested as well. If you didn't, and you can find that in the playlist of work I did on my channel. It's very cool. I loved it. Yay! I'm glad you guys like Astro Girl. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. I learned how to use DaVinci Resolve for that. So I hope you appreciated it. Which I say that like I did a lot. I did not. I did not. I made a very simple video, all things considered. But I used to be a CapCut user. Side note, the tangent in the middle of my already doing a tangent. But I'm starting to like having little chats like this before we start stuff on like art and gaming streams more, because I used to just kind of dive straight into it, and I never really understood all of the VTubers that I watched that would have like a half-hour Zatsu before they start a game or something. But nowadays I'm like, actually, yeah, I need these times to like catch up with you guys first and then do stuff, especially when I've been away for a while. But anyway. Yeah, I used to just use CapCut for all my editing. Anytime I did like short videos and stuff like that, or yeah, like all of my clips and stuff that I used to do and everything was all on CapCut, and I used to do like edits and everything on there. But I got sick of it over time, because CapCut, I feel like it used to be pretty good, and it is still pretty good as a free thing. I also think it's better on mobile than PC. But I wanted to do things on PC so I could actually, like, you know, like handle bigger projects, storage and computer wise. But they keep making more and more things paid in a way that drives me insane, and it bugs me so much. Like for CapCut, one of the things that bug me the most, like when they have like a free version and also paid features, I don't mind that. That's fine. And there's often ways you can be creative to work around like animations and effects and stuff that they make paid and just have them free for yourself, right? Like you can, you know, you can be creative with that. You can just work, you can make workarounds. Or they introduced a bunch of AI features that I didn't plan on using anyway that were paid, and I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, make those extra paid things or something like that, sure. But then they changed the feature to extract audio, as in what I used to use, where say like if you recorded maybe the music from a YouTube video or something, then you could drop the video into CapCut and press the extract audio feature, and it would separate it into just the audio and a muted video, so you could just use that as your audio. They changed the extract audio thing into being a paid feature, and I was like, okay, that's ridiculous, but whatever, I guess I won't do that. I will just use my own audio files. And for some reason, if you put an audio file in, they count that as extracting audio. So when you like, you can put your own fucking audio into a CapCut editing thing. At least when I'm on PC in my experience. Like I can put my own fucking MP3 file in there with my video. And then at the end, it'll say, you use the pro feature, extract audio. You need to subscribe to pro, or that's gonna count as one of your free pro feature uses that we let you have as a trial. And I'm like, sorry? So the only way to make a video for free on CapCut and PC, at least, is to just not have any sound of any kind. Which is ridiculous! And also it's just really, really laggy. How is lagging? It says 3 uses for extract. Exactly! It's insane! They just basically made it unusable unless you pay for it, and even then it's really laggy. So I wanted to try going for something, you know, finally try learning a more professional editing software and locking in, because I've wanted to get good at video editing for a while. I really want one day to do like proper video edits for like MVs and stuff like that. I think it'd be really cool. It's something I've wanted to learn for ages. But I don't like using Adobe products, so I did not want to get After Effects. So I got DaVinci Resolve, and from what I know about them, from everything that I did research for it, After Effects is usually, I think, easier to start with for a lot of people. It like makes more sense and quicker to like get the job done with most editing things. So a lot of people use After Effects for the bulk of their editing and then switch to something like DaVinci just for fancier color touch-ups and stuff, because there's a lot of fancy things like that. But DaVinci can do a bajillion things if you get used to it, but it's weirder to start with and get used to because it functions differently to most software. But I am enjoying it a lot. I am banging my head against the wall a lot, but I'm enjoying starting to learn it, and like I see why this software is what it is. And the best thing about DaVinci is it's free. They have a pro version, obviously, because it's like a, you know, whole industry standard super giant software. But for regular stuff, I don't need the pro version, so I get to do the pro stuff for free. Then going to Adobe, as soon as you get sucked in, you physically can't leave it. Yeah, exactly. And I've ranted about Adobe a million times on my stream, so I will save you guys another Adobe rant. TLDR, I've been learning DaVinci Resolve, and I used it to edit Astro Girl. The pre-game Zatsu is just my favorite part of YouTuber streams. Sometimes leave when they start the game. That's so funny, actually. I mean, to be fair, I get that. There's sometimes that I'll just be watching things in the background at night and stuff, and I have a little zesty time, and they start a game that I'm actually not that interested in, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna check out. But yeah, it's nice to have the little pregame because it's zesty time. I like it. Use a light motion, which is frustrating. Roll for a bit. Yeah, I've heard of things like a light motion as well, considering them before. But yeah, I wanted to get something on my PC that I could work with, so I decided to try DaVinci. And honestly, it's really cool. Like I said, really terrifying to adjust to at first. It's like, whoa, this really is a thing made for professionals. But it's kind of the same way that I felt when I first started using Clip Studio Paint instead of something like Ibis, or when I started using envtuber Remix instead of envtuber Plus. Sometimes you just got a big learning curve. And I am also still, I am very much doing it the Emmy way. And the Emmy way of learning a software is having something specific that you want to make in it, and then opening it up, seeing if you can just guess half of how it works after understanding the basics of where some of the tools are, and then looking up tutorials for highly specific things and not knowing how to do the base foundational stuff, and banging your head at it until it works. And then working backwards. But I'm trying lately. I'm trying really hard, especially now that I'm more medicated for ADHD so I can focus better. I'm trying really hard to make myself actually sit and learn new software from the ground up. Like, I've been learning how to use FL Studio recently as well, because I want to get more into music production, like beyond just the songwriting and lyricism part that I do. I want to get into actually producing instrumental stuff. So I've been learning FL Studio after I've tried so many times in the past to learn FL Studio or Ableton or some other shit or MuseScore and always end up breaking them and then giving up and leaving. I actually sat myself down for like a whole evening and went through all of the official tutorials, which are, by the way, by a person that I think is really cool, so that makes me very happy. I went through all the official tutorials and followed along everything and like made little sample files just so that I could like use them as tests to learn stuff, rather than going in with a big goal and throwing myself in the deep end and then fucking it up. I'm actually learning. So I'm trying to do that with DaVinci as well. For Astro Girl, I kind of went back and forth. There was a while where I thought I was just like not gonna end up getting the video out in time, or I'd have to like scrap it and just do something really simple because I kept wanting to do more ambitious things and then making it harder for myself. But I kind of did a bit of normal learning and a bit of Emmy style. But it worked out. I got the video out and I think it's pretty cute. You guys think it's cute? The art for it is so cute, right? Wait, let me show you the little gifts for it in big size. Do a thing where I look at the hardest thing I want to do, learn it so I can do it. Learn more. Yeah, exactly same. Let me get that up because I love the art that I got for this. I was sitting on that art for ages waiting to show you guys. Where did I put it? My little folder. Astro Girl. There it is. Look, I love this piece so much. I commissioned copters. You can see all these credits in the YouTube description, obviously, for the video. But I commissioned copters for this from VGen. And I love the way that they drew it so much. The background is so pretty. Oh, I forgot to make a loop. The background is so pretty. I gave them... I wonder if I can find it. I gave them a little tiny scribble of what my vision was for this, of the two images that I wanted. And they went like above and beyond with recreating it. It's so cool. I think I can find it. There's this, and there's also the really cute version of all the Reki Gachis. I love how they do them. Look at you guys. Look at us go. We're so silly and having fun. And all the other assets in the video, like the little the tiny little like stars and hearts that there are in the pre-chorus. I drew those last minute when I was in the middle of editing it. Where is the request that I submitted? I want to show you guys the really stupid little MS Paint sketch that I gave copters before they turned it into this. My requests. There we go. Hang on. I found it. Here we go. You know, things like this is, I think it's fun to show behind the scenes stuff like this of the person making something, especially because with art comms, I like to show people that they don't need, honestly, to give anything crazy detailed or awesome in order to show an artist what they want. And sometimes you can help an artist a lot by just giving them a tiny little scribble of what your vision is if you have something, rather than saying something being unsatisfied later. But this is what I gave to copters. this was my plan, that they then turned into that. I opened up MS Paint because I had like this vision in my head of maybe me sitting on a planet out in space or something and being all alone, being a little astro girl, and then for the chorus, me being happy and being surrounded by rakigachis that like move around. And I really liked how Cofters is especially good with like backgrounds and stuff and all their pretty colors, so I wanted a big spacing. So I opened up MS Paint and just doodled that. And me sitting alone in space, starry void and planets, the shadow maybe looking up, wistful and expressionless. And then I requested maybe potentially a little animation, but that's up to them. And then the Rakigachi version with a bunch of randomly scribbled in Rakigachis. I like how you can tell which Rakigachis I drew first and which ones I drew after by the way that there's like look at these, like this like pink and green and yellow one in the center being all happy, and then these motherfuckers over here. Like, look at these guys. They're not even gachis. This one doesn't even have like the rest of his body. He's just a semicircle with a V next to him. Or this motherfucker up here with whatever that swirl is. You can really tell where I started getting lazy with them. But yeah, that was what I sent to Copters, and they turned it into this beautiful art for the MV. Yay! It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I love it so much. I love it. Yippee, yippee. And we have yeah, and I got my mix by Limonetta, and I had Tam do the harmony guide, and everyone came out so cool. And then I made the video myself and crashed out a little about making it, but I learned to make it, so it's okay. And I hope you guys enjoyed watching it. Do you guys want to hear also? I can where did I put it? Because before we draw it, I could also show you, although I guess I'm going to show you so much because OBS doesn't like me hearing things at the same time as you today. Is just as a green semicircle. I intended to put a little snippet of this on the shorts as well. But what you might have seen is for members, there's also an a cappella version of this. For this one, I feel like, to be honest, with this being my first cover, because all the harmonies in this one are done with like a vocoder rather than like me recording a bunch of vocal harmonies myself. It's probably not the most interesting a cappella because it doesn't have many vocal layers of my own, but I thought it's still pretty cool to listen to anyway. Welcome back. But this is something that I intend to do for pretty much like all of my covers and stuff going forward, because there will be more. There will be lots more. Trust me, trust me, trust me. I'm going to keep making way more after this. Hopefully, finally getting over this hurdle. I mean, I do all the rest of them faster. But I want to keep releasing like a cappella versions of my covers from now on, as like a little member thing that you can see as a bonus if you feel like it. So I can show you guys a little snippet of the Astro Girl one, technically. Wait, hang on, I'm finding a part to... Let me make sure I can hear this first, because it's going to be really fucking loud for you guys. I'm not alone. Okay. I'm not alone. Can you hear that? I'm not alone. As a little sneak peek of the acapella that you get to hear if you remember. If you can't hear that, that would be really important. Oh, I should turn off the BGM, shouldn't I? Fuck, sorry. Hey, there we go. When odds grow bigger than the sun, there's no challenge we can't overcome. So send them over and watch us supernova explode. I'm not alone, now you are here. The constellations are so clear. Your gravity is pulling me. Oh, until our hearts collide. My satellite, can you hear it? Got the cosmos at our feet. Oh, but I can't check if you can because OBS hates me. Begun, I know. We'll make it 'cause somehow the universe is fun now. Yippee! Okay, there we go. End of that. But yeah, if you thought that was interesting. And then for all of our super gachis, the members. I liked calling you guys that lately as a little name for menchi gachis. Because I feel like I feel like just saying members? I don't say that. It's just saying members feels a bit like sterile sometimes, for lack of a better word. I like saying super gachis. I think it's silly. Yeah, but for super gachis, and that video is available if you are a supernova tier or above, because it's how our membership tiers work. I don't intend to have like a bunch of fancy tiers for members ever, because I don't want to have like I don't want to be like a Patreon running a Patreon here. But at the moment, the way that our Minchi works, which I really don't explain very often, is there's the superstars one, which just basically gets you emotes, and occasionally I post little things there. And for all the other like bonus content, then that is the supernovas, which is a little bit pricey, but it means you can help support me and get stuff like this in the future. Yeah. Super Getchy. Ooh, yeah! Because I call them like superstars and supernovas, so I was like, wait, I can just say super Getchies. It makes you guys sound like you're like superheroes. But yeah, for all of all my covers and stuff going forward, I'll release acapella stuff like that from members. And maybe one day when I make original songs, I'll do like, I don't know, like behind the scenes things with Minchi or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, now I think we're caught up with our little pre-stream Zatsu yapping time. You guys ready to do some more? Oh, wait, hang on. I didn't do my transition. There we go. And I'm gonna need to turn this BGM off, otherwise you guys apparently won't be able to hear it because YouTube hates me so bad. We are not drawing a new outfit for me. I need to change that. We are drawing SmolGirlrifle. It's so weird that YouTube isn't letting, like, us both hear BGM at the same time. I wonder, let me try something. Because it's really awkward sitting in silence for me. I've got too much ADHD in my brain for that. What if I do this? Hang on. I'm gonna add like a copy of the BGM for myself so that I can hear it at the same time. Hang on. Where is it? Sorry if that was really loud. Sorry. Okay. I think now. Hello! Hi, reading time. You don't need to say sorry. Hiya. And I mean, to be fair, you don't need to say sorry for not having been around a bit. I haven't been around a bit for a bit because I've been sick. I think now there should be one version of the BGM that I can hear and one that you can hear. Unless, yeah, like Johnny, you went deaf because it started too loud. I wish OBS didn't do that. I wonder if there's a way to turn it off. I feel like maybe there is and I'm just missing it. But the way OBS works is like when you put in an audio file or something as a source, it immediately starts playing once you press add at full fucking volume. But I don't have anything that loud because it just means it's peaking the whole time. But yeah, I think we should both be able to hear the things now. Let me know if you're hearing double. Hopefully you're not. But yeah, today we are drawing SmolGirlrifle. Let me put that on the screen. Or small. I'm gonna take one of my headphones out. They keep disconnecting from each other. Here we go. We have a very cute OC draw today. I haven't done a sketch yet today though. I said this last time, but usually I like to try and do like hello Rendinger, hello. I think that's how I pronounce your name. I usually try and do like the sketch before I start the stream, so it's just, well, or at least like some kind of loose little thumbnail scribble, so I can figure out what I want to do. Wait. I need to get my file size right, but I forgot. Ooh, come on. I don't know why I keep consistently making my things all 850. I could make them different sizes, but I like it being this way. Okay. Maybe I'll not be able to stay for a bit. I just want to join and say hi. No, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. And I still don't have a way to say good night. But I hope you have a good day whatever time it is. I'm gonna need to shrink this. But yeah, look how cute this OC is. Look how pretty she is. This is why we had the thumbnail we had today. Because I usually, for most of my MS Paint streams, my thumbnail for the next one is just whatever commission I finished last time. But sometimes I like to try and like make it match vibe. So say if like someone new is coming by and they see like, oh, there's a pretty purple girl in the thumbnail, then they'll see me come and draw another pretty purple girl, you know? Or like when I use the one I did last time with that really cool furry OC, then maybe I'll use that when I'm drawing another OC like that, or doing something with like similar colors. I'm trying to make my things sort of a match more for art streams so that you kind of get what you click on rather than being confused. There we go. Yeah, look how cute this character is. I really love her tail as well. I wonder if I can make that fit in the image at all so that I don't forget it. Because it'd be cute if I can include that in like the background. Hang on. Because this is such a lovely design with this big fluffy tail. So adorable and super unique. Let me shove that over here so I don't forget about it. I think I was also going to say something else about stream. Oh, right. I should have said this in our little Zatsu time a second ago. Sorry, hang on. I need to clear my throat. Yeah. I should have asked this in our Zatsu time a second ago, but I mentioned in my little starting soon screen this time. Did you guys see that we've got like fancy new thumbnails now? Do you like it? We've got new graphics. And technically, did you notice that my channel banner updated? Like barely, but it technically updated. Did you guys see? Do you like it? Do you think it looks good? Do you think we look sillier now? Or do you think we look more professional and sillier? Because that's what I'm going for. I've been wanting for a while to update my graphics and stuff. But I finally got around to locking in and doing it recently. Because, you know, I had like the time where I was sick and everything. So I was like, okay, well, I've been off for a bit. So this gives me time to actually go through and update before I make new thumbnails. Because I need to make ones for the next week soon. So I might as well do it now. I like it a lot, yay! But yeah, because for ages, actually, what I've been doing for my thumbnails and everything is I bought an overlay pack. Wait, let me save this file. I bought an overlay pack before I started streaming, which is what you see on my streams right now. You know, like the whole big live banner that we have at the top and like the chat box and everything like that. I bought those from a very cool artist whose name I am forgetting right now because it has slipped my mind, but it is always credited in the bottom of my streams in a doc link. But I bought an overlay pack before I started streaming, and I specifically got one where some like color editing and stuff like that was allowed so that I could make it Emmy colored. Because actually the original version of this is like pastel purple. All of the palette of the branding stuff that I have right now that you see on the screen is actually like all of it's like these colors rather than Emmy colors. But I changed to be mine. But then I wanted like a border on my thumbnails, and I didn't just like having like a plain color border. So I was like, I mean, I guess I could use the overlay thing just as a thumbnail stuff. And then that got actually wait, sorry, we're doing more yapping now. But I can show those in here. I think it's interesting looking at the change over time. This has just become a Zatsu today. This is just a fucking Zatsu. I think I still have a really old one. Where'd I put it? Because I sent it to some friends recently. Hang on. But I've learned a lot about thumbnails and making stuff like that over time. And I think it's really interesting. There it is. Okay. This is like an older MS Paint thumbnail for comparison, but I think even this might be after I changed around my formula a bit, because this is how they used to look, and I'm sure some of you guys recognize this, where I basically just used, you know, exactly the overlay that you see on my streams like this and everything, but then I thought the border was a bit too big, so I started making it smaller a while ago, and used it a little bit thinner on other things. I wonder if I have an example of that. I'm sure I do somewhere. I started making it thinner a while ago, but I think I also mostly just made it thinner on like my game streams and stuff for a bit. Like, where is it? Like this. And made it thinner so that there'd be more space to actually show off this stuff. Good afternoon, Serena, Savannah Lintelier, hello. And made it like this and updated it. And then when I did gaming streams, especially, and anything that like wasn't my art stuff that used the same template, I kept noticing that I was like, you know, I feel like, I don't know, I need, like, I kept wanting to change the colors or push the border out even further. Like for this Dandy's World one where the border is like green and now and stuff like that. Or for, where's the time that I played HSR? Because I think this is, or when I used to do, you know, for like Genshin streams and stuff, I always end up making it like transparent to change into the colors. And eventually I was like, you know what? I've changed this thing in so many ways and I still feel kind of claustrophobic about it. And I don't want to just keep editing something that wasn't intended for this in the first place. So I'm just gonna make my own. because I've been practicing at graphic design and stuff lately. So that's how we have our fancy new thumbnails. Look at it. You guys like it? You like it? Look how shiny and new it is. And I made like a whole specific layout, especially for MS Paint this time, with like the little MS Paint tab and stuff there. And there'll be different ones for our normal art streams and for our game streams, so you can see with the Date with Death thumbnail. And I made all the graphic myself. I hope you guys like it. I'm a little proud of myself, to be honest. TBH, shiny. Yeah, exactly. It's all shiny and new now. And this background and stuff, since I, made it myself and set up the colors and layers, then I can change the color for everything. So that it looks different for all the different streams that we do. Like how for the Date with Death stream that we're going to do on Monday, then I can change it to red. Back what I missed, I was talking about thumbnails and stuff, since we got new thumbnails. Did you notice? We've got new thumbnails now. I got new graphics and I made them myself. Today we are drawing this lovely OC here by SmolGirlrifle. Very, very cute character, but we haven't started yet because I've been yapping. We've mostly just been doing Zatsu time so far, so you're fine. You didn't miss anything. But yeah, we got fancy new graphics. I made it myself. I hope you guys like it. Fuck, I accidentally just put fucking sorry, I was putting the fruit on my shelf and I accidentally put up my fucking chin. It's not supposed to go there. Did you guys notice that my banner changed for it as well? I've been like updating everything. I'm a fancy graphic design guy now. I'm so fancy. Look at it. Look. This is my new default graphic. Instead of, because before I just had like a pink gradient that I kind of based off of the overlay that I got. But look at it. Look how shiny and fancy it is. It's Emmy Core now. Do you like it? Do you like it? Do you like it? I downloaded so many Clip Studio brushes for this, bro. I intended to start off making it in Canva, and then I went to Clip Studio to fiddle with some things, and I realized I could just do the entire thing in CSV. But yeah, that's our new graphics now. And if you look at my channel, then the banner's changed, because it used to be, do I have the old one still? I do. This was the last one that we had. I'm back. Welcome back. This is the last one that we had as my channel banner for this whole time. And then now it looks like this. Yeah, look at that. Look how shiny we are. I need some of those decorative brushes. I can send you all of them. I can send you all of them, because they're all just CSV brushes that are free as well. And they're all fucking goated. If you DM me so that I can remember, and I'll send them to you after stream. I wonder if that DLC is also voice action. Oh, for Date with Death? Yes, I was going to talk about that. I'll yap about that while we're starting. But yeah, look how fancy we are. But yes, so we're playing Date with Death on Monday. And some of you guys might know that I've actually played Date with Death before. In fact, it was the very first stream, well, not first stream, first game that I streamed on my channel. I wanna put like her fluffy tail in here. I wonder if I can make her like cuddle her tail. Date with Death was the very first game that I streamed on my channel, actually. And what we did is I played a Date with Death all the way through, and also played DLC, except I couldn't show that on stream because they have a spicy DLC. But what we did after the first stream was change it to a silly little challenge, where it's like a Batsu game. And if you guys don't know what it is, it's like a punishment game. It's just the weeb name for it. It's the Japanese name. Thing that a lot of VTubers and stuff do. Where, like every time you do something, you lose or whatever, you have to do a stupid punishment. You have to suffer. I am sketching this very weirdly right now because I'm like distracting myself with yapping, but I wanna get like my little concept down for myself to see if I like it, because I think it'd be cute to have her here like cuddled up to the tail with like her face squish or something. But yeah, we made it into a Batsu game, the way we play Date with Death, which is based on every time I explain this I feel like you know those memes where it's like, actually, murder is frowned upon in Japan. It goes against the concept of ikiru, which means to live. When I explain to people that it's our daipan batsu, because that's the most like efficient way to describe it. That's what it is. But then I have to be like, yes, every time I daipan, which means hitting my desk, then we do a batsu, which means a punishment. It makes me feel like fucking, all according to keikaku. Keikaku means plan. But it's not like I can say like my desk punching punishment game, even though that's alliterative. It just sounds like really weird. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, welcome back, Kuna. Sorry, Wi-Fi died. But yeah, on Monday we're playing a Date with Death, and the way that we do it is that every time I like, I fangirl, I get flustered or something, and I'm like, ah, and I punch my desk in reaction, then there's a little counter on screen, and when it goes up certain milestones, like 5 or 10 or 15 daipuns, then I do a punishment decided by chat. It's called a punishment. No, but then that just reads like punishment half the time. I do a stupid punishment decided by chat. I do something really embarrassing or dumb or whatever to make it a whole little fun thing we play together. But the reason we're doing it again, even though I played Date with Death already, is because now it's voice acted. Diapam, which directly translates directly to Death Punch. No, yeah, see, that's what I say. That's what I say to everyone, and what I say in like the descriptions for these streams and stuff. It's just like, because I gotta explain, because I know a lot of people don't know what those words mean. Then I say all of that every time, and it makes you feel like fucking, according to Keikaku, translator's note, Keikaku means plan. But yeah. Anyway, point being, Date with Death is voice acted now. It's got full English voice acting by Alpha Aniki, who is a very goated voice actor who I like very much, and also a VTuber himself as well. Desmond Cardinals was acting so much, dude. I already did it an insane amount in the original game. You're telling me now I can listen to his voice? Like, I'll be saying this over things that he's actually like saying into my ears and not just myself. I listened to a little snippet of it, by the way, because obviously they posted little tiny teasers when they were leading up to voice acting, when they first like announced it and stuff. But when I reinstalled the game the other day to make sure that I had the voice acting stuff all in and it was working fine for stream on Monday, I like opened a random save and skipped through some parts just so that I could like check that it was all there and functioning right. And I listened to like 2 lines and I was like, oh my god. It's so weird hearing him with an actual voice, dude. It like scares me, like freaks me out. Not even that it's not because it's scary, because I'm just like, oh my god. My little Reaper boyfriend can speak now. Whoa, he's not supposed to do that. Oh my gosh. 5 extra rich cherry. Guess I should finally play it. You should. You can play along with me when I play it soon. Especially because also, actually, along with Date with Death #1 getting voice acting, they just released the demo for A Date with Death 2, which I'm really excited to play. I will be playing that demo soon as well. Because I wanted to get through the voice acting stuff for #1 first. I felt like it'd make more sense that way. And then probably next week or something, I'll do the demo for 2. Because I'm really excited for it. It looks really, really good. It has so many new features. And it's really creative. And in Date with Death 2, there's 2 boys. There's 2 pretty boys for you. Because one of them is oh, I forgot what his little Reaper assigned number thing is. It's featured in the first game, but spoilers, but there's a character that you run into in Beyond the Bed, the DLC that extends the game in the first game. And he is one of the Reapers that you can date in A Date with Death 2. Then there's also another one who I really like the look of, and I'm forgetting his name as well, but I really, really want to meet him. But they released the demo for that and also just started their Kickstarter campaign for the full version of the game. I will be donating to it the second I can. But actually, it was insane to see, because I feel like when Date with Death first came out, I remember just like seeing it on TikTok, and they had like a couple random viewers and saying like, yeah, look, we made the Reaper a baby girl in our video game. Maybe you should check it out. And now it's like blown up so much that when they posted the Kickstarter campaign for Date with Death 2, they got fully funded within 5 minutes. And then also they've hit like almost all of their stretch goals now already. I'm so happy about it. The only solution here is a poly ending. I wish. From what I know, there isn't any poly stuff in A Date with Death 2, but I wish. But I wish that of every game. Every single Otome game, I think they should just let me date all of the boys at once. Because I'm greedy. No, that it's fine to be greedy. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, there isn't, unfortunately, I don't believe there is a poly ending, but I will just play multiple in order to date both of the boys instead. Easy peasy. I love drawing buns. I love drawing hair buns, and I'm really interested by these ones because they seem to have like more of a like square shape to them. They almost look like a bun is in like food, the way that they're wrapped. And kind of almost like little roses, because I usually do buns like really super round, but I'll try to fit more to the reference here, in which case hers are a little bit more like this sort of shape. That's a bit too small, I think. Something along those lines. You know what? Also, speaking of games, I've been playing so much Tomodachi Life recently. I wish I could stream it. I really want to be able to stream it, but I play on a Switch Lite, and you can't, you know, like connect those to, what's the word? Like a capture card or anything to view, because they're not meant to, you know, they don't connect to a screen by design the way that a regular Switch does. But we do have a normal Switch here, and Neri's gonna get Tomodachi Life for himself eventually. So once he does, I'll probably borrow it sometime on a separate profile to see if I can stream for you guys. At the moment, I can't, but I really want to. Oh, Tomodachi Life's so bad. It's so good. I'm so happy that it's out. I've been waiting so long, and honestly, I feel like it was worth the 10-year wait. There's a couple of things about Tomodachi Life Living the Dream that I'm unsatisfied with, or I want to see like updated and improved. But I also know that there were a lot of things that were cut or changed for the sake of trying to release it sooner after they finally got a date. And in fact, I remember them saying that the team like had to push for certain things that are in there to not get removed when executives wanted them to before, which is really interesting. Like I remember seeing like an interview where some of the staff were talking about how they almost cut out Me News entirely as something that just felt like extra time, but all of their newer staff who were really passionate about the old game were like, no, you can't take that out, it just won't be Tomodachi Life, like I'll do it myself. And stuff, and I think that's really awesome. I really hope we get either an update or even just like straight up DLC for the concert hall in the future, because I miss it so badly. But I like how you get to do more things along that line by just everything sort of being customizable in the current game, like how the way that sort of the whole game is the quirky questions feature that we had in the other one, where you get to decide all of the stuff they say. It's so cute. It's really silly. One of my favorite characters will know. Yeah, I'm having fun doing that too. Eventually, someday, when I can stream it for you guys, I want to make like all of the hyperspace homies on there, and then also like, I don't know, some stupid little like Rakigachi me, because I think that would be really fun. I think I need to make her buns bigger. That's not something I usually have to say. I usually make people's hair buns too big, but I think I made these ones too small. I'm gonna sketch them pretty loosely though, because I actually don't want to do a whole bunch of fancy line art for this one. And I'm not going to trick myself into accidentally doing clean line art and then just making it messy after, I promise. I'm going to actually resist for once. Johnny and Tomodachi Life. Exactly. I love Tomodachi Life. I'm so glad it's finally out. I want to make every pudding in it. Because I'm actually, usually, I think it's probably, how'd you make the moose? Can it have animal? No, but I think what I'll do is I'll just make really stupid face paint. Like I saw someone once who made an entire like horse front facing thing out of face paint. It just means that Sass will look really weird sideways. But I think that'll be funny, because what you'd have to do is make like a person, right? So like this say this is the Sass me who's standing there like this. Imagine this is the Sass me. And you'd have to make a person and then just put like face paint is the whole feature where you make their custom faces and everything. Just put like insane face paint on them. That's like this or whatever. And then every time you see Sass from the side, it'll look like it'll look like this. And I think that'd be very funny. I'm gonna leave the weird little Sass me there. Alternatively, what I could also do is make some creature that's like a Sass fan. Like I remember I was watching Calyx Debonair of Niji Sanjian's 11th Wave by the Beat play Tomodachi Life, and he made like his fans are debonaires, and he made a character that's like a debonair debbling fanatic, where they're just like some weird little like gray blank slate me that wears a mask, like a little mask out of face paint to look like a debonair, and they're just obsessed with them. Or he made one that's like a robot with a tiny little debonair piloting it like a mech inside of its head. Can you dress them? Yes, I can. I can put a maid dress on them. I put a maid dress on my My Day Me the other day. I should show you. I need to show you later. Because on my island for myself, yeah, I was gonna say, like with Sims, and I think that's probably part of why I'm like this, I don't actually make real people that I know that much in these kinds of games. I didn't make very many real people in Tomodachi Life when I was a kid either. It's more interesting to me personally, most of the time, to just like make up characters for them, or sometimes I make like my OCs and stuff. I occasionally make like character and character pairs. I've done more of that now with Living the Dream, because there's more possibility for that now, but I never really did it in the old game. Or I do it like maybe with a couple really stupid characters for shits and giggles. Like I think my last save file on the 3DS game had the GGGD fairy characters in it, but no one else counted. Hang on. This is too straight. But yeah, most of the time what I do with Tomodachi Life and with Sims and stuff is like I invent characters in there. I want them to be my own little OCs. So probably the fact that I'm a Sims player is why I started doing it with Tomodachi Life as well when I got that as a kid. So my own island at the moment, my little private one, just has a bunch of my OCs in it, and then also has me, and I'll probably make like a couple friends. And then it has the characters that I like role playing as. Or some characters that like my friends roleplay as. So like I have My Day Honkai Star Rail in there and fucking Find and Honkai Star Rail. Like one of my friends OCs and stuff. Come until I get my Switch that with me till Johnny accidentally left in the store so I can buy the game and play it too. Yeah! It's gonna be so much fun. I look forward to joining me. Tomodachi Life is Animal Crossing better. Yeah, kind of. I like Loki. I think with Living the Dream, it's definitely a lot closer to Tomodachi Life. Sorry, a lot closer to Animal Crossing. But I think they're different games overall, because they function so differently, you know. Since like in Tomodachi, oh my gosh, I'm getting the names mixed up. Since in Animal Crossing, it's like you controlling a little character who runs around and lives on this place. Where for Tomodachi Life, it's kind of like just having an ant farm. Like that's basically what it is. Especially since Tomodachi Life is honestly kind of an idle game most of the time. Like idle is an IDLE. I mean, it is also an IDOL game if you have the 3DS one and you play with the concert hall, but it's kind of an idle game most of the time because you make your Miis and then, especially in the older one, you just kind of wait for them to do stuff. That's part of what I think is really improved with Living the Dream, because you get to actually control it and do things yourself more and encourage interactions to happen. They still, you know, like have things so much decided on randomness or just the Miis themselves interacting and stuff like that, but you actually don't have to just like wait and be bored. So much of the old game was just looking at the apartments where your Miis are sitting in there and waiting for them to do something. Whereas now they interact with the whole world and everything, and you know, you can drag them over to interact with other Miis that you want them to meet and stuff, and actually encourage them to chat to each other and to know each other and all those kinds of things. Super fun. I really, really like it. And it makes it so much more fun and interesting to actually like spend your time playing, because there's more stuff for you to do as a player. But yeah, it definitely is more similar to Animal Crossing now than it used to be. What is the difference between Tomodachi Life and Living the Dream? Okay, so Living the Dream is the new one. Like it is in fact Tomodachi Life, but Living the Dream is the new one on Switch, and just regular Tomodachi Life is the game that was on the 3DS. Hello, Julia. Hello, hi. But yeah, Tomodachi Life, just like with that normal name, is the one that was on the 3DS, and then the new one currently on Switch is called Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. But they function a little differently in certain ways, because this is kind of like, it's almost like Tomodachi Life 2, but they changed around some features and stuff that make it different. Like, for example, the way that, you know, you've probably seen a lot of posts and clips of people like submitting things for their Miis to say in this one, right? Like, they'll go to be friends with someone and say like, would you like to have a chat about cock and ball torture? And then their Mii will go like, oh yeah, I'm actually a professional at cock and ball torture. And they'll be like, no way, I've known about cock and ball torture forever, let's be friends. That was not something that happened in the old game. Like there was none of that in the old game. In fact, in the old game, when you asked in like regular Tomodachi Life on the 3DS, if you told Miis to go be friends with each other, first of all, you couldn't encourage it to happen yourself. You couldn't like make them interact with each other the way you do now and then like hope that they'll introduce themselves to each other and see if they become friends. You just have to wait until maybe they say, I'm interested in this person, I want to become friends with them. They'll go into a room, and then you have the two Miis in there that like stand there, and they'll have a little animation while some music plays of them talking, like vaguely talking, and maybe you'll see one of them like you know, interact back, or like a little laugh over their sign over their heads if it's going well, or them not doing anything if it's not, and they stop. And if they both raise their hands and do like a little symbol above their heads, then they're friends. If they don't, then they're not friends. I'll say like, okay, they're cool, that worked. At most, what they'll ask you before is like, what should we talk about? And they'll give you 4 vague options that don't really matter much. Like, what should I talk about? Like money or friendship or life. Or those be like, what kind of way should I talk to them? And they'll say like politely or be an ass kisser. But you don't get to actually hear what that is. It doesn't really change anything of the actual conversation that they do there. But now, yeah, all of that, you have all of that stuff that you see everyone doing, where you get to submit all of the text for like everything. And there's some stuff that has like pre-made options, but the idea for a lot of it is that, you know, you come up with the stuff for yourself for the topics to talk about, and all the things you give your Miis to say, the other ones will start saying. I think what's really cute is even when they're doing little animations like the ones I just described, right? Like when you find them around your island and they're just like yapping with each other and like, you know, just like basically idle animating together, and not doing a cutscene, they'll just be saying stuff and it almost sounds like they're saying Simlish because they're just going like blah, 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 but what they actually say is either a bunch of just like generic random words, like let's say like therefore, however, and therefore because of this, just in random sequence so that it sounds like nothingness, or they'll say all of the words in your like little island dictionary, all the things that you've submitted. So say if you've said like uma musume and glizzy and cock and bull torture and idol master or something as different conversation things, then when you see your Miis around the island and they're like animating, chatting to each other, if you listen close, they'll be like idol master glizzy because therefore uma musume. And I think it's really cute. Hello, hiya. Right, and also in Tomodachi Life on the DS, there was no island customization. You couldn't do that. Because in Living the Dream, you get to decorate your island and everything, and you get to like move their houses around. None of that existed in the old one. Your island was just, you know, like a pre-made layout, exactly as it was, and it would upgrade slightly to have more things over time as you unlocked them, which is, you know, still how it is now, but you actually get to choose where they go now. I want to make sure that I've made her head proportionate, so I'm going to like loosely sketch the hair that's meant to be under here so I can make sure it's all in the right place, but I'm not actually going to draw that hair, that's going to be invisible. Cool, yeah, I think this pose is cute. But before, your island was just a preset little place with just stuff in the 3DS version. And it was all just there. And they lived all in an apartment block where they get a room. They didn't get individual houses that you can decorate like that. You could decorate their rooms, but not as much as you can in this one. Payment phone was so much worse. I'm sorry for making you guys jealous. I was just trying to explain the difference between the games. But yeah, I think Living the Dream is very good, and I've been playing it a lot. Neri hasn't been able to play it yet though either. That's why I haven't been able to stream it yet either. Because Neri really wants to get like a physical version of it, but all the physicals sold out within like a fucking hour. Especially because most people got it on pre-order and everything. He's waiting until he can get a physical version to play it. But once he has that, then I'll steal it. And I'll show you if I can stream it sometime. Because I think we have a capture card for his Switch somewhere. I just can't stream off of mine because it's a Switch Lite. And one thing that I think is really handy about Living the Dream as well, because of the way that the Switch works with like the profiles on it compared to the 3DS, is you can have multiple islands. You can have like multiple save files that are entirely unaffected by each other. Whereas before, obviously, it would go per device because it's a 3DS. And they didn't have save files built into it. Which is really handy. Because what you'd do with the old game, for anyone who like played it long term like I did, is you'd like play through a whole island with all of your Miis and everything, hit 100 and do all your stuff for ages, and then eventually just be like, yeah, I need something new. I need to refresh. I don't know. And then you just delete it all and make an entirely new island again until you get bored again. I've gone through so many Tomodachi Life islands on the 3DS over time. But for Living the Dream, I feel like I've been adding them so much slower and going through everything so much more bit by bit so far. Because there's more to do in there, just day to day. Congratulations on joining Club in the Slovaks until next Tuesday. I'm sorry. Okay, I need to figure out what her arm's doing here, because I was going to make her, like, wrapping around hugging this thing, but I kind of don't want to draw that properly. Low-key. She's hugging her tail. With this bow here. And it'll have the big heart thing here. But I guess I should give, like, the, like the actual tail, but because I was gonna make her tail maybe like wrap around like this, like over the arm, but I feel like it's not long enough for that, so maybe I should just put this arm just going down here. But I also feel like I've made this look, it's a detached sleeve, which it's not. It's a sleeve that's just like off shoulder, so that should go more like that way. Put that on here, and then in the back here, I should have done this in more colors. I usually use very separate colors for everything to help avoid this kind of confusion that I'm at right now, but I've done it all great today. Not sure why. In the back here, her neck is like over here. That's not the right place. Hey, I'm gonna go bye-bye. Bye, Envtuber. It looks so cool. Thank you. Hi, SmolGirlrifle. Hello. Hello. Guys, this is who the com's for, so I'm very glad you like it. Yeah, next, like, over here, I suppose. And the shirt would kind of fall like this kind of direction, in which case you'll be able to see the little, like, chest window with the moon thing here, I think. Or is it too high? That feels like it's a bit too high. Maybe more like there. No, that's too low. Wait. I've confused myself. I also was considering having the hand on here at the top, but I also feel like I kind of don't want to draw a hand today. I might just save myself that, because I always suffer drawing hands in MS Paint, and I think it's kind of, you know, cute as is. Or maybe I'll just put like little fingers over here. I suppose if our neck's like here, like it ends like there, and puts our collarbones here, then the shirt would be like over this direction. So then the triangle thing is like here. Yeah, something like that. I'd rather be higher. I'm putting way too much thought into this part. I won't end up with you being able to see half of it. It's like a little moon. Yeah, something like that over there. And let me sketch in her face. And after I sketch in her face, I'm gonna go peek quickly as well. These are valid. Suits her without the hands. So the chest gems are sort of live. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's cool. Right, so it's like a gem that's attached, not just like a part of the shirt. That's so interesting. I love this OC design altogether, by the way. It's so cute. I think it's really unique. I love this tail, especially. Very cute. And the little matching like heart parts on the hair. It's a really adorable design. And I love how you use the colors too. I really like the patchwork color combo on the jacket. I feel like for a lot of characters and stuff like this, it's easy to like most of her color palette, you know, is like all like analogous with each other, with just having like all the purples that match together and then like the dainty blues and stuff. But I like that you have this like peach and then like bright yellows and stuff occasionally, and the warm tone of her skin to offset it. As to this like comfy, cozy, fluffy vibe. I like it. Didn't notice the commission first time say, yeah, the client. I feel so like fancy and formal when I call someone that for a com, because you just say like their name or like the person who commissioned it, but I'm like, yeah, my client. Makes me feel like I work like some fancy business, you know. The client is here, everyone. Nose would be like there, sort of. And then I guess the eyes would be, that feels too low. I've been changing around my like face proportions in art lately, and I haven't really settled on how I want them to be. So it keeps changing, and I keep being very indecisive about it. I think honestly, Tomodachi Life is affecting this. Not to be back on the Tomodachi Life yapping and make you guys have more FOMO, but like because I love making these, but especially since I've been making like like real canon media characters. I've gotten so much more American lately. Characters this time around, where I never used to do that in the original game. I've been fiddling more with how you do the proportions and everything for me's, and how I want, what kind of like style I want to make them in, especially also because there's way more customization for the faces now. But something I noticed because of the way that face paint works in Living the Dream for Tomodachi Life, and when I try to draw like the entire bangs sometimes for anime characters and stuff, is if you want to fit in their bangs and like ahoges and stuff, you're gonna have to move their face proportions down in Tomodachi Life in order to give yourself actual space to draw something on top, because you don't get to go very far out of frame. And I usually start with their faces mostly like proportioned the way that they are on the default, and then it throws me off. But then I make it after, I'm like, oh, actually, you know what? That's really cute. That's really moe. And something I've been trying to address in my art for ages, actually, is how I proportion faces. So it's kind of made me have to address it and consider like stepping out of my comfort zone. I think I drew this face a little bit too sharp. Not a huge fan of it. I want it to be a little bit daintier. But I'll probably fiddle with more of that when I like color it. Like, I feel like her eyes, this should droop harder. But like, cause something I noticed with my art a while ago is the foreheads is like a problematic point that I need to figure out what I want to do with, especially when it comes to anime styled stuff. How you proportion the head like that changes a lot of how things look and how they fit space wise. It's like how ages ago I noticed that I draw people's like torsos really short, and then eventually I think I fixed that. There was also a period of time where my art style had just like ridiculously long torsos because I was trying to fix it. But then instead, nowadays, something I noticed a while back that I still haven't fixed properly yet is that I draw, rather than their whole torsos, it's like the top of their chests I draw really short. And I think that's also because I'm biased off of my own body. Because I'm short, but proportion-wise, I have like fairly long legs compared to the rest of me. I think it's also why when a lot of people look at me and my design and stuff, they think that I'm tall. I'm short, but I have long legs proportion-wise compared to more of the rest of me, but then I have big boobs, so you don't really see most of the regular like chest space between a boob and neck. So when I draw other people, especially if they're like flat or something, then I end up making that space really small, and it makes it really hard whenever I draw characters who have like fancy shirts and stuff on, because I end up with no space for their collars, and then it throws me off. That eye is definitely wrong. Now I'm looking at the other one. I might just redo that whole thing. I've needed to change that. But yeah, I have the same thing with heads. For a lot of anime art styles, what they do in order to make space for all the big moe eyes and stuff, and for all the big like unique bangs, is they actually make people's foreheads really fucking huge. But I kind of learned to draw hair the way I do a different way, and it's given me problems. Like shouldn't say commissioner. I feel like that already means something else. Yeah. I tend to say commissioner a lot of the time as well. It feels funny saying client, but sorry, I got off a tangent. But what was I gonna say? Right, yeah. Because like I used to have a problem that I think a lot of people have when they first start out art, where like say if this is a normal ass face here, right? Then what a lot of people do, especially if they're doing like say like edits and stuff, if they learned to do art that way, and they see stuff where it just like already has their hair on it and everything. Let's say this is a person with their hair. They don't think about how your like skull works underneath, but rather just the hair on top. So they go to think about like change this around and give a person new hair, and maybe they'll think like their skull is here. So then their hair all starts here, and it ends up all like sort of like vacuum stuck to the character's head, and all comes down from the same place, and it ends up really flat, and you end up with people with really like fucking small skulls, because people just assume that their hair starts down exactly where their skull is, where actually your hair has volume of its own. And that's something that I learned that changed my art a lot, and how I draw it, and made me better at drawing hair, that I was like, no, your hair doesn't just like glue here. Your hair has its own like volume. It's not like, you know, glued flat to your head. It's not like cling film, or what do you guys call that in your American? Saran wrap or whatever? Your hair isn't saran wrap. It has volume of its own. So rather than just like sticking on to your head and all being glued there, it poofs out. It has its own separate volume and space. That's why you'll see when I draw skulls, like you can see her skull here, and then her hair is up here, because it's fluffy. It has its own extra volume that it adds to it. It moves separately. It grows outwards from your head in order to be like alive. And that's what I learned, and I think that is, you know, a very important thing to learn, and helps a lot of people. But the way beyond that a lot of people do hair and make more sense of themselves when they're doing anime stuff, is they just give people like giant fucking foreheads. And I never realized this, and this is not a bad thing, by the way. This is like a good skill to learn, and it's also honestly sometimes more proportionately accurate than what I'm doing. but because I learned it like this and thought of it this way in my brain, and I sort of stuck to that as a rule, then I ended up, whenever I wanted to do characters that have like super crazy bangs or something, or like anyone that doesn't have just like vents or something, if I wanted to give them like some big like swoopy thing or like some crazy shit going on like that, then I end up with no space for their fucking eyes. And I used to squish them sort of down here more, but then I learned better proportion. So it means that so many of my characters have their hair covering their eyes when I don't want them to. And I was like, how do people do this? Because I'm drawing the hair, like I'm drawing the bangs like the same length as everyone else, like on their own. Because if I drew them any smaller, then it would just look really dumb. It looked like she has micro bangs. And then I realized after looking at other artists that I like in the past, that the way that all these other people did this was because when they sketch, the heads for their anime characters are like this, rather than just like fully round like mine. And then there's all the volume of hair on top. So that then their bangs end like here. Or well, higher than that. So their bangs can end like here. Or whatever fucking bangs they have. And then you still have space for all their eyes. And I was like, oh! But I need to get myself into the habit of doing stuff like that in order to give faces more space and proportion, but it throws my brain off. But Tomodachi Life has forced me to think about stuff like that again. So I need to rethink my art process in that way soon. I need to do more studies. I want to do art studying stream. Guess whose birthday is in 3 days? Oh my gosh, it's your birthday in 3 days, Madeline? Hell yeah! Happy birthday in advance. I'll probably be live when it's your birthday, so hopefully I'll be able to say happy birthday to you then. But if I don't, happy birthday now. Where do you get the drawings? Well, like these ones that I'm doing on stream, the commissions, because these I do on VGen. You can find my VGen link in the descriptions and stuff, because I don't know if my VGen is directly linked in the description. Hang on, let me check. It is, yeah. There's at the bottom of my in my stream descriptions at the bottom of it. Sorry, I lost my words there. There's a link that says comms that goes through to my VGen, or also if you look at my website, you can find a link there. But that's where I handle all of my commissions. 18 considered a minor? It technically depends on where you are, but no, in general, it varies. 18 is usually when you stop being a minor for most places. That is usually where you become an adult instead of a minor legally, but it depends on which country you're in. Like, for example, in some places, like in Japan, for example, a lot of people decide whether you're a minor or not by drinking age when they refer to it. So you'll see a lot in like anime and something, people will refer to a character who's like 19 as a minor because the drinking age is 21. Yeah, you're still a young adult. Like, you're still young at 18. You're still technically a teenager and everything, you know? But by definition, most of the time, that's not a minor, because a minor is usually someone who's under 18. Adult legally was spiritually a minor for me. Yeah, yeah, I get what you mean. I'm now a young adult. Oh, congratulations! Yay! Congrats! Woohoo! Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, happy birthday to you soon. It's crazy that you're turning 18. That's a big one. Wow. That's the big one. But yeah, no, I agree with Johnny. I feel like when you first turn 18, I say first turn 18 as if you like turn 18 multiple times. But when you first turn 18, it feels like so crazy in theory that you're like an adult and you're free now and everything, and you're like, whoa, everything is like changed and stuff. I'm with the grown-ups now. But then like you give it like, I just realized that this thing is at the wrong angle. That's why it's bothering me. You give it like a few years, and by the time you're like 22 or something, you look at 18-year-olds and you're like, oh, child. I mean, I don't think 18-year-olds are children when I talk to them, but they do definitely, it definitely, you can tell when someone's just become an adult. I think, you know, the fact that 18 is still teen is notable. But yeah, so you're not a minor by definition anymore. You are still young. Okay, before we do more of this, I'm gonna go pee really quickly because I realized I needed to for a while and just did not think about it. I will be right back. While I'm peeing, hang on, let me give you a BRB question. You know what? While I'm on BRB, how old do you think I am? Only wrong answers allowed. The most wrong answer wins. I'll be right back.
Let's go. Open up. It's time for parkour.
Alright, time for my mandatory parkour check. Let's get this over with.
You're late. You know the deal. You can do the 1 block jump for the raw chicken.
Hello, I return. Hiya, hello, you're back. What about my back? Yeah, I am. Hi, hello, Nugget. Hello. I can't believe you guys set fire to the whole chat while I was gone. I leave for like 5 minutes, and you burned my whole chat. You know how hard I worked. You know how hard I worked to raise this chat to give you guys a home. Oh, is my door closed or did I fail to close it? Okay, cool. I also realized while I was gone that I forgot to post that I'm live on Instagram, so I'm gonna do that right now. You guys are getting behind the scenes, where you listen to me post live now on my Instagram story. It's not very interesting because you can't see it, but that it sure is what's happening. If you guys watching, comment to my autocorrect message. Well, if they're watching, then hey, hi, what's up? Okay, how many of you guys actually did my little BRB question? Because I saw Nex and Crimson did it, but I think the rest of you guys were busy setting stuff on fire. I'm drawing little hearts on my Instagram story because I'm cutiful like that. I'm kawaii and cute. Oh fuck, I almost played copyrighted audio. You eating Sunday roast? Oh, can I have some? Can I have some? Can I have your potatoes? If they're good potatoes. If they're not, I don't want them. But can I have your potatoes? What else do you have in your roast? What is your Sunday roast today, Serena? What are the items available on your platter? Okay. Oh, let me switch my back. What was it? I saw you guys yapping about a few things as well. Let me back read the parts of chat that I missed while I was in VRB. Where was it? Because we were talking about age and stuff, and I asked you guys to give only wrong answer guesses for what my age is, and the most wrong one would win. And then I think, where was it? I found out that the human brain stops developing at age 25, so you're going to drink waiting until 25. Ah, interesting. I think Johnny explained after this is not quite correct. And Crimson was saying, do you know the older you get, it gets harder to learn new skills? But I think Johnny explained, yeah, it's kind of a myth. It kind of plateaus after puberty. The neuroplasticity goes down a lot in adulthood, but then stays the same-ish for a long time. You can also influence it in teenagehood. For example, if you learn additional languages in childhood, it will always make it easier for you to learn more, compared to somebody who only starts learning a second language in later adulthood. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Johnny explained. But yeah, your brain is like, it's more like, rather than like it stopping everything and just like being hard and impossible to learn stuff later, it's like your brain is less moldable later because you've grown in stuff. It's, you know, it's the same as saying you can't teach an old dog new tricks, even though you can, but like it's harder to break. Old habits die hard is the phrase I was looking for. If your brain when you're little is like kind of just like goop. It's goop. It's undercooked. You need to go in the oven. Your brain is still like a raw undercooked goop while you're a kid. So it's ready to like feed in any information because you're still learning about literally everything. You're learning how to exist as a person. So it's easier to take in new things like, for example, other languages. And adapt to those as being part of your base life before you've like built up, you know, your set of rules and stuff that you go off of, and then it gets a little bit harder to shove new things in there later once your brains come out of the oven and it's harder around the edges. This is my really stupid way of saying it. Oh, no, answered as well. Oh, I only saw 2 of them. Wait, I'll have to scroll back further again. But yeah, so you do still like develop and you still can learn new skills, but you can also make it easier for yourself to learn new skills later depending on how you are as a kid. That's part of why you're taught languages growing up. Even aside from, you know, being told in school like, oh, it'll be useful if you know these languages later for business or for your portfolio and stuff. Your brain, you'll adapt a lot easier to learning new things when you take on things like that younger, even if you don't fully remember them later. And you'll have an easier time learning other languages later in life if you learned any multiple ones when you were younger than someone who only ever entirely spoke one. because your brain is only used to like computing that one language, so you've got to kind of rewire it in order to bring new ones in. Wait, okay. Let me see the rest of the... No, fuck you two. Let me scroll further. Hang on. I need to see the rest of you guys' wrong answers about my age. Okay, hang on. I scrolled like all the way back. Oh, right. Yeah, I also saw Uno that you said before I left. I saw it right as I pressed the BRB thing. But then we said in some countries, they decided someone's a miner based on if they work in the mining industry. That made me laugh. Ah, ha ha ha. Budum tish and shit. Oh, Addie answered too. Okay. Right, okay. Our first answer, I think. You are 2.5 years old, but half of it doesn't count. I do not know what that's a reference to, but that's wonderful. 14 months old. That, you know what, that's also a good suggestion. I like that. What else did we get? -2. That's a lot of zeros. -2 bajillion, zillion, gadillion, billion, squillion something years old on Wednesday and Friday, but every other day you're 8,008 years old. Oh, okay. And then Nex also answered later, right? Where did it put it? I think Emmy is 78 years old, but only in Spanish. Supernatural reference to what? When Mercury is in retrograde, their age is not measurable by human means. Also $3 on Fridays. Like, you know what? I like all of these a lot. Ooh, okay. See, usually when I say there's a winner for these, I'm lying. And I just like giving you guys something to think about and come up with that's really silly that I get to read when I'm back. I think out of these ones, I think Johnny gave the most accurate / most wrong. That's my favorite answer. I like the idea of being 3 bugs old on Fridays. I feel like that on Fridays. I feel 3 bugs old. I wonder which bugs. Which bugs do you guys think it was? What even was the original question? I asked before I went on BRB, how old do you think I am? Only wrong answers allowed. And I wanted the most wrong answer possible. Yeah, I like you guys' answers. I like all of the ones available. I think they're very silly. Which 3 bugs do you guys think I am old? That is such a non-sentence. Okay, right, I was drawing these eyes, and I wasn't satisfied with how I drew them. They looked off to me. And her eyes are entirely lower than her bangs here. This is actually part of what I was saying about how I make faces a little bit too short in my style at the moment, specifically because of the way that I learned to draw them. And like I said, it's like ironic, because that was part of me learning to proportion them better, but I need to actually push their proportions a little bit more in order to give myself space to do like a silly anime bangs and stuff without everyone having their eyes covered. Because like obviously some people your hair falls partially behind your bangs a lot, but I kind of end up with the way that my style is so far with it that for everyone, if I don't want to have their features all the way down their face, then they have to have like half of their eyes covered by their bangs, which is not normal. I need to start drawing longer foreheads. You're 20, is that a point or is that a comma? Hang on. Is a decimal. I'm 22.9999998. You know what? Close enough. Kind of see drawings in Paint. Thank you. I love drawing in Paint. I love seeing other people draw in MS Paint as well. I think it's really fun whenever someone watches one of these streams and then says after that they started drawing in MS Paint again, or like tried it out for the first time and they liked it. It makes me very happy. Because I love drawing in anything unconventional, to be honest. Even though there's loads of people that are MS Paint artists, but anything that, you know, like isn't a quote unquote proper drawing program makes me so happy. This is why I get so distracted every time there's a game that I get to draw in. Guys, I just remembered when we play Date with Death on Monday, I'll get to draw again. I'll get to waste loads of time in the little drawing app again and break the game by going too hard on it when it's only meant for you to be there for a couple minutes again. Yay! Oh, I'm so excited now. As if I wasn't excited already. I get to hear my Grim Reaper voiced. There we go. That's a better eye than last time, I think. I might make the other one closed because it looks kind of like she's being all like sleepy anyway. But I kind of wanted it to be open, I think, when I initially sketched it. So they'd both be sort of looking at the camera. But it also feels like a wink would make sense because she's like eeping on her little tail on this side. I think I'll go with a wink. Oh, but she has heterochromia, and I don't get to show that off with winking. But no, I think it makes more sense for the image. I like her little bean brows too. I love bean brows. I need to check the character's pronouns. I love bean brows of any kind. This should be obvious because I have them. I'm biased. That eyebrow's a little bit too far forward. Okay, cicada, honeypot, ant, and stag beetle. That's how 3 bugs old I am. Interesting choices. Interesting choices. I feel like that's gonna make me the most annoying bug ever. All of the noises. You are a pi to the square root of who the fuck is Euler? Like Genshin Impact Euler? Imagine they improve the game because you're drawing so much. That would be really funny. If it gets the little drawing feature gets optimized because I'd spend too much time drawing in it. Unfortunately, I do not think that is the case, but it would be very funny. I'm so excited to play A Date with Death again though anyway. I've wanted to play it again for a while because I wanted to go back and do the other ending sometime, but I considered eventually that I'd probably just have to well, I'd probably end up doing those like in my own time sometime. But I'm so excited because I miss Casper. I miss my little Reaper boyfriend. I shouldn't spoil his name. I miss my Reaper boyfriend. There was a time before one day when I was just like sitting there one night and I was like, man, I miss Grimmy. I miss A Date with Death. I want to play, like, I miss my little Reaper boyfriend. What if I just load it up and go into one of the random days just so I can be in the chat room with him and click some random different answers? Got a parasocial relationship with this Reaper. I don't even think I ended up doing it because I was busy. But it's part of why, because I mentioned earlier that I had to reinstall the game in order to play it for Monday, you know, because I uninstalled it for storage a little while back, although I have more space now, but, you know, like, since with Steam and stuff, for a lot of games like this, you can still get your saves back once you, put them back in. And then I uninstall games after I'm not actively playing them on stream just to keep things organized. But there was a long while where even though I'd uninstalled every other game that I'd played on stream and then, you know, not played again since, just telling myself like, yeah, I'll get it back later. I didn't do it for A Date with Death because I was like, no, but Grimmy, that's mean. I can't do that to him. Catch you later. Oh, wait, who's going? Is that Eddie? Bye-bye. Have a very lucky day. I feel like I made the chin kind of too long here because it goes down here, but I feel like it's a bit too big, but it might be fine. And then your face will be like this. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, I think for this one, what I want to do is just kind of jump straight in with like messy quote unquote lines. Like I don't want to my back line it all like cleanly and everything, but I don't want to make it flat colored either. I just want to like get like a big pen brush and do shit like this, just like straight on. But I'm gonna get rid of some of the sketching here first because it'll make it easier to clean it up later. I'm gonna erase away a lot of this, like our skull back here. Seems like every OC has heterophobia. I feel like I just keep coincidentally getting OCs with heterophobia as my comms. If I actually, yeah, now that I think about it, I think every OC, every MS Paint thing that I've drawn recently has heterophobia, right? All of my last few recent ones. They're very funny, Quinky Dink. Cause like why am I forgetting their name? The last one I did for Panic Attack. That OC had heterochromia with the blue and green eyes, and then there was the one for Crimson with the like acid-based OC who has the purple and green, and there was another one for Crimson with the blue OC that has the green and red. Why? You know what? Okay, specifically, not only does every OC that I draw recently have heterochromia, but they also all have one of their eyes is like green or one is red, specifically. But I suppose in between that I had Cowls and she just had red eyes. She broke the pattern. She broke the cycle. I've got Melt stuck in my head because I've got a bunch of Cosmic Princess Kaguya songs stuck in my head. Have I talked about how much I love Cosmic Princess Kaguya yet? I love Cosmic Princess Kaguya. It's so good. I really want to rewatch it soon, but that's partially just because I want to get Neri to watch it. I've been waiting to bully him into watching it. I think everyone should watch Cosmic Princess Kaguya. It's so good. Serena, especially if you haven't watched it, you need to watch it. Slash threat. You need to watch Cosmic Princess Kaguya. It's so peak. It's so peak. And it's Yuri. It's Yuri. It's Cosmic Magical Yuri. I'm supposed to take my leave. Me and Eddie are going to have some lunch together. Bye bye. Have a very lucky day. Oh, that's on my watch list. You should put it higher on your watch list and watch it now. It's so good. It's so beautiful. I don't want to talk too much about all the things I like about it because it will spoil all of it. But it is so very peak. That's most of what I can say. Because half the things that I want to say about like, oh, it's this kind of year, it's this kind of plot, are like all spoilers for the end. But yeah, it's a very beautiful movie. It's a very long one. I think it's one of those ones like a 2 hours or something. How long is it actually? Let me double check the runtime. Cosmic Princess Kaguya length 142 minutes, so 2 hours and 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 20 minutes. How long the movie is, but it's worth it. They make every single one of those seconds count. I love it. It's so beautiful. And it's like a lot of what you'll see around for it at a moment is the music and everything, which is really stunning. But I also think it's genuinely one of the most beautifully animated things I've watched in so long. It's so amazing. It's gorgeous in like its character designs and colors and stuff. I really love the color palettes they use for everything and all of the pretty glowy magical effects and stuff they use, especially in the virtual world that they go to. That's some super spoilers. It's fine. But even in the mundane moments, they have such fluid and beautiful animation that makes every single like bit of character acting feel so alive. And then they also have like insane fucking combat animation halfway through. It's so good. It's just like all of it is beautiful. Every time I think like because oftentimes what you'll find in things like this is maybe there's like one part that they had to focus on for a certain scene, and then another part of the quality will be cut. They'll like cut corners with it, is the sentence I was looking for. Will cut corners in order to make up for it. Like say, yeah, they've got a big music scene here. They can only do so much for the dancing animation or something. Or it's like, oh yeah, they put a lot of their effort and their budget into this like music song dance animation here. So this fight scene is going to have slightly less going on. It'll be simpler. It's like, no. Every time you think there's going to be a part where they drop the ball, they don't. It's insane. It just keeps getting peaker. Ooh, because I've been drawing on Tomodachi Life so much lately. They actually have like a stabilizer tool in Living the Dream, but it's more like it works kind of like when you have a stabilizer set too high on something like Ibis Paint, or rather more like when you use like a curve tool on here, because you'll draw a line and then it'll sort of like, I'll draw this and then it'll like correct it after into something smoother. And I use that most of the time when I'm drawing on Tomodachi Life, because I'm drawing with my finger on a switch light, which is not very easy to get like even lines, especially when it's so small. But because I've been doing that so much lately, I did this here and my brain lagged for a sec because I like didn't feel any of the resistance and it threw me off. Because I have a stabilizer enabled when I draw on CSP as well, but I have one that's like really low. I think I have it set to about 12 usually. When I was younger, there was a time when I first discovered the stabilizer tool existing in like Ibis Paint, and I had it to like fucking 90 all the time, and it was awful. You never really, I mean, obviously stabilizer tools depend on how necessary they are for you. Like I know some people who are disabled and have really shaky hands and use them really high in order to help them draw stuff, which is valid. But for most people, you'd want to keep it as low as, well, not as low as possible in regards to like the slider, but as low as you can possibly get away with, because otherwise your hand will begin relying on it, and also it'll mess up the flow of your art. And when you try to draw things freehand, it'll be trickier. So I have mine pretty low. But because I was drawing on a Tomodachi Life most recently, and then I drew like on CSP my normal way, then I went to go on MS Paint again for a second. I was like, oh right, yeah, there's no resistance to the things I draw here. There's no stabilization at all. I forgot. Hey, hi Sassy, hello. Should watch Which Had to Tell You? Yes, I've been very much meaning to watch Which Had to Tell You. I was intending to read it before the anime ever came out anyway. That one is very high on my watch list. Because I've been meaning to read it for a long time, regardless. It's like, you know, very up my alley, and have a lot of friends who are big fans and stuff of it. And then they started teasing the anime coming out, and I was like, oh, I've got to read it and then watch it when the anime comes out. And then the anime's out, and I'm like, oh, I've got to watch it, and then I've got to read it after too. Like, I really want to. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but I'm very excited. So every anime hold their drinks in terms of animation quality. Yeah, it's really stunning. It's really beautiful from everything I've seen of it. It's so gorgeous. For Which Had to Tell Ya, it's just like with Cosmic Princess Kaguya. Kaguya? Oh my gosh. I said that so right. Kaguya. Cosmic Princess Kaguya. Which Had to Tell Ya has a similar thing to Cosmic Princess Kaguya, in my opinion, where like part of what makes their animation so beautiful is they put all this love both into their big moments and again into things that are like mundane and normal and sweet, and I think that's really lovely. It makes things feel so alive, like, you know, with Which Had to Tell Ya, and it's fitting as well, considering that's how like the manga is visually from everything I know about it. There's so much detail in the way that the artist, whose name I'm forgetting, draws even tiny little things, and she's put like, you know, full thought into just like how the characters put on their uniforms and stuff like that, and all these tiny little details about them. So they express that in the anime by putting all of this flow into animation, even when they're doing simple things. And Kaguya does the same thing, where it's like even a moment where a character is just like getting dressed in the morning can have so much detail in their motion and stuff. And it's not just reserved for like big epic moments. Makes everything feel a little bit special. I like it. I need to stop myself from cleaning these lines up a bunch. I literally just said that I wanted to do messier ones. Or rather like looser, softer ones. I've said this with like every MS Paint comma lately. But I'm trying to go back to my roots a little bit. And not spend all my time trying to like turn it into a CSP comp, because it's not. I like when you can tell that something's been drawn in MS Paint, you know? Because I mean, with my MS Paint things, sometimes it's like I have fun making them like so clean and stuff that you can't tell until you look closer that it's MS Paint at all, and it's like, whoa, that's crazy. And that's a fun effect to do. But with some of them, I like it when you can see the MS Paint crunch and like the little wiggliness. I think it adds fun texture. I'm so real. This anime dwarfs that anime. Have you watched Cosmic Princess Kaguya? Cosmic Princess Kaguya is a movie, first of all. But no, I think they're both stunning. I mean, because I haven't I haven't gotten around to watching my brain liked Which Hat yet, but I have seen a lot of other things about it, and I've been you know, like I said, keeping up with little things about the manga for a while because I have a lot of friends who are fans of it. But I really love the style animation in both of them. They're so stunning. Not my make me have to take a walk for this thing did. Yeah. I hear Which Had to Tell Ya has that effect on a lot of people. It's a very gorgeous series. I'm very excited for when I finally get around to watching it. Which reminds me, I also need to get back into watching Detective Precure. I haven't been keeping up with it lately. Speaking of anime, I recently got the Dunmeshi box set. Oh hell yeah! I love Dunmeshi. I love Dunmeshi. I need to read Dunmeshi. There's so many things in my read and watch list. There always is at like all times of my life. But I really want to read Dunmeshi. Because obviously I already watched it before, but like the second I finished it, I was like, oh bro, I gotta get into the manga for this one. And I've gotten so many spoilers of it too. But I'm doing this thing that I have a lot with manga, where it's like I'm okay with seeing little spoilers every now and then because they're inevitable, but I try and like let myself forget them or just not look into the whys for things. Like I'll see like, you know, a little like end product or something, but I don't know how they got there. So then I go out of my way to avoid actually knowing the story of how they got there, so then I can still be surprised. I've kind of drawn this hair a little different. I added a sort of fluff curl here that isn't in the original. I'll probably change that. I don't know when that came into my sketch. Because in the other one here, it's just like one smooth line. I like this fluffy, but it doesn't feel accurate, so I'm gonna fix that. What I want to do here is like this. That's how our hair looks. I want to cover this all the songs from Cosmic Princess Kaguya as well. Like straight up all of them. This is just like K-pop Demon Hunters again, dude. I watched Cosmic Princess Kaguya a while ago as well. I just haven't been able to talk about it too much yet. But recently the voice actors went on the first take and did a performance of Rei, which is so beautiful, and I'm so obsessed with it. I've watched it so many times. One of the things that's special with Cosmic Princess Kaguya is I feel like I've seen some people say this before as like a theory, and I kind of agree. You can sort of get this vibe from the movie that it was probably initially, like the original concept was probably to make a movie directly about like Miku and Vocaloid, especially since a lot of it's themed around that. And then they changed that around, or couldn't go ahead with that, and changed it into being an original story concept. And obviously it's not even like it's like, oh, they had this thing and then they clearly just bullshitted some other stuff, because there is so much love in these characters, and they clearly poured so much dedication into writing out their original world and story and everything. So I love them as they are. But because of that, and because they kept that feeling and the way that it's inspired by Vocaloid stuff alive, it's kind of like a love letter to Vocaloid existing and all kinds of like virtual music things at the and VTubers too, at the same time as being its own original story. So they have four songs in the OST that are covers of very famous iconic Vocaloid songs, because they have World Is Mine, which they promoted as like a teaser thing leading up to it when the characters form World Is Mine, and it's really cute. They also have Happy Synthesizer as a little like insert song partway through. I think it's during like a montage section. And then they have Melt, and they also have Ray as their ending theme song. All of which are like pretty old Vocaloid songs as well, and it's really beautiful to see things like this come around into popularity again. They're so pretty. I'd listened to Ray before, I think, but I hadn't properly read through all the lyrics and stuff until I watched the first take performance that the voice actors did of the Cosmic Princess Kaguya version, and they are so beautiful. And I listened to it and I was like, oh, it's just like me for real, and relate to it really hard. So I'm gonna try and bully Neri into doing a cover of it with me sometime. But I want to do all the songs, both the Vocaloid covers, because they have their own really gorgeous arrangements for Cosmic Princess Kaguya, and the original ones. Especially part of it being, you know, such a love letter to Vocaloid stuff is even the original things. A lot of them have like famous Vocaloid producers involved in the production. Like how there's an original song for the character Kaguya that's made by Honeyworks, who most of their songs nowadays aren't vocal synth based. They usually use human vocalists now. Like they're known for songs like Fansa and karaoke and everything, but they got their start in doing Vocaloid stuff, and then it's like started adding other vocalists every now and then. I think they still do Vocaloid things every now and then, but they like make like original character songs with theirs, and I think it's really cute. I want to sing Fansa again sometime. I feel like I've not done it since my first karaoke, or like maybe I did it once again since then, but I think I barely ever did. Hi Amy, hello Epic Chalkeater. I love your username. I've probably said that before. Na na na, with the hair na na na. Yeah, I love these songs. There's a lot of things I want to cover at the moment. I think at some point soon, what I want to do is next time that I'm looking through my list of things that I want to cover, or if else to cover and stuff, and I'm not sure, I'll probably post like a poll for super gachis and stuff. And I like asking you guys' opinions on streams for like everyone as well. But it's one of those things that I forgot that I could do as like a little super gachi bonus, to have an extra vote and stuff like that. Because a lot of the time there's so many things that I want to cover, and the only reason I don't cover them isn't because I like can't, or because I'm busy, or you know, have anything else holding me back, but just because I'm indecisive and I want to do so many things that I end up doing none of them. I don't like the way I drew this piece of hair. I'm trying to decide what I don't like about it. I think I tried to add a little more Emmy core flavor with this like bonus loose part, but I don't really like how it... I think this part is messing me up. It's not following the same curve. Like I want to add this because it's kind of how I draw hair a lot, especially when someone's like squished into this kind of position. It's nice to have extra loose hairs that show the sort of flow you're going for, but I don't want to take away from the shape that her original hair has. What you call Prince Kaguya and absolutely lost my mind. Yeah. I loved hearing World Is Mine and every other Vocaloid song that I mentioned. I was sitting there like, oh my god, I know that one, pointing at the TV like that fucking Leo DiCaprio meme. I say TV. It was my computer, but pointing at my computer like that fucking meme. I know that one. They said the thing. They sent the thing. I also just lost my mind for this whole movie. It's so beautiful. It's so stunning. It's so beautiful. I have an exam tomorrow, so I won't stick around long. Good luck with your exam. I'm happy to give you a little bit of company and some cheer before you go into it. I hope it all goes well. You're goated, I'm sure, so I believe in you. You're gonna ace it. It's gonna be freaking awesome. Okay. Baby, na na na. Utahe na na na. I should sing Fansa again sometime. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I really want to, something else I want to cover that I think I might have actually talked about on stream. Because I think I talked about this anime on stream. I don't remember. Maybe I'm just imagining this. But I want to cover Good Luck to Me Tomorrow by Nano Akari. I love Nano Akari in general. She makes a lot of great music and a lot of great anime openings and everything. But she made the opening for, what is the anime called? Hang on, I forgot what the show's called that it's for. That is the Japanese title song. I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. It's this little like slice of life fantasy anime about a girl who's just like, she's basically just like an NPC in her world. It's not a video game world, but you know, it's like riffing off of being that. Essentially an NPC in her world, where she's just a guild receptionist for like a little heroes adventurer guild. And she just wants to live a normal little peaceful life and make sure that she can clock out on time without overtime. And there often is overtime when she has to do paperwork for all of these heroes that go off traveling and beating things up and then not thinking about all of the little like a admin half of it that everyone else has to do after. But she's so committed to being able to clock out on time and live her peaceful little life that if she has to and other people don't finish bosses and there's like stuff to do and things to deal with and she doesn't want to just like have extra stuff to do tomorrow, then she'll kit up and go into the dungeons herself in disguise. And she's actually got like a crazy OP build essentially, and will just go and tank everything herself and solo all of these giant bosses in there to make sure that it gets done, and just do that in secret under like an alias and then go back to her regular life. So it's sort of about her living like a double life, and then this you know, people like maybe finding it out later when she has to help with some serious thing, but she just wants to live life in peace. And she gets caught up in shenanigans, ends up with a team, goes on a big quest and everything, blah blah blah, you know, the usual. I started watching it because I thought that was a really funny concept. Hi Existent. I started watching because I thought that was a really funny concept, and I like little silly slice of life things like this. I thought, like, you know, it's a really fun sounding idea for a show. But in my opinion, it's kind of ass. I remember I was talking to, I think it was Finn, who said that they actually read the manga before as well and thought the same thing, where they're like, yeah, it's kind of generic, like it feels a lot like a lot of other generic isekai, even though it's not an isekai, but you get what I mean, and similar genre type of stuff in a slice of life where it's like, yeah, this is, I've seen this in a lot of other things, all these same tropes and story beats, but it's got a kind of fun vibe, and they like some of the combat and everything. But I'm talking about an anime called I May Be a Guild Receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. Specifically because what I'm getting at with this long tangent is I want to cover the opening theme song, but I don't like the show. Or rather, I dropped the show. Yeah, it's like fine, but it's like kind of mid anyway in manga from what I heard from a friend who read it, and then in anime it's like worse. Because I found the pacing really, really bad in the anime. And I don't even mean pacing in like general story beats, even though I mean that as well, to be honest. Because something that disappointed me is I like these kinds of like little silly gimmick slice of life things, right? But I felt like in this one, they just like give up on the gimmick in like 2 episodes, and it really bugged me. It feels like, you know, I wanted to commit to this whole gimmick of her little double life and her being a normal guild receptionist, not wanting to do big hero things and what she'll do about it and how she'll do all of that. You know, it feels like an idea that's almost like Umaru-chan, but if she was a grown-ass woman instead of a child that just wants to be a neat. But then it's like so quickly into it. I guess I'm gonna move that from my analyst. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, if you want to watch it, go ahead, you might end up liking it. I just basically found it a little bit disappointing, and sorry if I'm spoiling too much. But like so quickly into it, she ends up like a, you know, discovered, as you'd expect she would be eventually, and then going on a little like hero journey and stuff. And it's like, now we're doing the normal things. Dude, I signed up for a gimmick and now it's gone. What was the point? At least that's my opinion. And I also, so there's the pacing in that regard, I don't really like that much. And there's also like a guy there who's very obviously meant to be her love interest, but I think they have no chemistry, and I don't like the way he looks. So it's really, I just don't get any joy out of watching their romance. But the pacing, when I say pacing, is not just stuff like that, but like the literal, it's like tangible pacing of like frames and like beats in each episode rather than just like the story beats is really weird and really bad. There's so many times where I feel like there's scenes where it's like the characters are standing somewhere. I'm gonna use my little sassies for this. The characters are standing somewhere and talking about something, and it'll be like, say they're talking, they're like, okay, yeah, this thing happened and now we need to go, right? And then the other lady will be like, yeah, we need to go. And they'll be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we cut to the far shot, to the wide shot of the area they're in, and then we go on to the next thing. And I'm like, what? Why are we standing here in silence? Move. And specifically, something that I found really funny is when I was talking to Finn about them reading the manga, we compared this big fight scene that happens, like the first sort of like actual boss fight they have once they're like fighting as a team or whatever against some big guy. And I mentioned that being particularly boring in the anime, but Finn said like, oh no, that was something I liked about the manga, because they draw like, you know, the contrast in the art style is pretty nice sometimes. And I was like, yeah, okay, that contrast doesn't exist in the animated version. They were like, oh, well, here's how these fight scenes looked, and it had all these really dramatic panels and stuff that were pretty cool. In the anime, they recycled half of the shots for the fight scene. So in my brain, I was like, if it's gonna be more about the fighting than about the silly slice of life gimmick, that's fine. But then we're not putting the budget into the fight either. So which part, like, what am I here for? And when I say recycle the shots, like, it's fine to reuse a couple frames or shots here and there. I expect that in like silly slice of life things, that they're gonna repeat frames, but it's like repeated in a way that makes it make no sense. Like, okay, imagine this again, right? Okay, Sass is our hero here. This is Sassy, the little hero. This is her sword. This is her sword. Trust me, it's a sword. I'm saying her because I'm comparing Sass to the fucking to the character who's a girl that I'm thinking of, but Sass is they, so I'll say they. But this is Sassy the hero's sword. This is their sword. And then this is our villain. I guess he's shaped like this now. And so like they're doing their fight stuff, right? It's going pow, 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 and they fight. And then there's like a shot of the villain going and being like thrown into a wall over here. He does this shot. And then we cut back to another shot of them fighting. And then 5 seconds later, we go and repeat the shot of him going into the same wall after they've like they fought and they've like moved and they're over here now. And she's like the girl's like coming down from the top to hit him or something. And then we just repeat the shot of him going over here. Even if the wall like broke or something in there. And I'm like, are we serious? Are we for real? It's like not even subtle that it's repeated frames. It's not like they repeat tiny little ones in between stuff. It's the whole scene. And I was like, dude, you can't be serious. And then I realized later why these things are like this. Because you can tell where the budget went. Because they spent it all on the fucking theme songs. This is actually kind of topical, but I saw people talking about this on Twitter recently about like dancing animations in anime endings and stuff, and there's been one of those situations that I see online sometimes where I feel like a lot of people don't realize that two things can be true at once. Because on one hand, dancing animation has existed in like opening and endings and stuff for anime forever, and it's like a lot of like, you know, classic famous ones are like that, you know, like everyone loves Sugar Song and Bitter Step and stuff, and I think that's awesome. I love so many anime shows that have little dances that you can mimic or that, you know, people recognize. That's fine, that's goated. However, at the same time, in recent years, especially with like slice of lifey things, I feel like you can really tell, there's been a trend that you can really tell when an anime has a dance in it specifically so that they can trend on TikTok. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, get your bag, that's fine. But sometimes it's like really obvious. But I saw people talking about it on Twitter, and I saw someone mentioning it and how it's like so obvious sometimes that these dances are made really simple and like staying in one frame specifically so that someone could easily learn them and film a little vertical TikTok of them. And I was like, yeah, someone else noticed. And then other people were like, dancing has been in anime for ages. You guys are just haters. And I'm like, well, yeah, because some people, you know, see that TikTok trend and then say like, look at all these dancing animations, stop, and then show like an idol anime where they're supposed to dance. So obviously, you know, two things can be true. I like dancing animation in anime, but sometimes it's really clear when it's there just for the sake of like getting a TikTok trend. And at least in my opinion, I feel like you can sense that in this show. More, not even because I think the dance is bad. I really like the dance a lot actually. And Nano Akari has like an official full choreographed version of the whole song that I think is such a cool dance that I really want to do myself. But like the show, like I said, the big fight scenes, the big thing that like half of the first season was building up to, has recycled shots like that where they just repeat the same thing over and over in a way that like messes up the continuity of the scene itself beyond just showing that they have like, they put like no budget into that part. And then you watch the ending theme and it's fully animated with like a billion different effects and stuff and changes between all these little things. There's a part where it like mimics a little rhythm game and goes through this different stuff. They have a cute little chibi art style and all three of the girl characters get together and do like a catchy little dance for the entire like a chorus, and then also for the opening and ending part that has like little instructions in it baked into the song. And I'm like, okay. The animation budget went into getting a really cool person for the opening theme and then getting a dance animated for the opening theme so that it can be a TikTok trend for cute girls. And then they cut it out of the show. The opening's good? Yeah. The songs for this are really good. Because actually, I just realized I said opening for Good Luck to Me Tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure that's the ending theme. Yes, the ending theme. But from what I remember, the opening was fine too. But yeah, I really like the ending theme, Good Luck to Me Tomorrow by Nano Akari. I love Nano Akari in general. I think she's a really goated artist. I've drawn this hair a little wrong. I said before that I wanted to make it square like this is, but I kind of made it more shaped like a rose. But I think I'll fiddle with that later. I really love Nano Akari anyway. My brain lag, but this song especially I think is really fun and it really suits me in general as like a person in my recent life. But I also think it's really relatable. It's like really cutesy because the idea of the song is it's kind of fitting with the show theme of the anime, that it's about like a grown lady saying that she's gonna work hard today so that she can slack off tomorrow, you know, like work hard so I can play hard later. I'm just like coasting through life. I'll get through each day. Well, not coasting through, but just like going through the motions of the day. I'll get through each day. I'll do my best. Life is fucking hard and I have to work a 9 to 5, but I'll do it and then I'll survive and then I'll let myself have fun when I want. But it's got a really cute message because it's kind of like real as hell about it. Like it's silly and cute. How the chorus is like and the that was not even singing it, but it starts as a like hey, and it's like all silly and genki. But a lot of the lyrics when you read them are just real as hell because it's about how she's like, yeah, you know, like life is fucking hard. You just kind of gotta grind once you're an adult. Like all I just want to do is make sure that I don't have so much overtime tomorrow. I'm gonna do my best. I have to do this shitty working hard regular life job, but I can let myself embrace my inner child and be silly later. And in the MV as well, she's like a tiny little chibi child creature that sort of like puts on a skin suit of a grown office lady for when she needs to lock in for work, and then takes it off at home to be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat when I'm hungry, and I'm gonna sleep when I want to nap, and when I want to play, I'm gonna play and I'm gonna have fun, and I'll do my best to work hard today so that tomorrow the tomorrow me can survive a little longer. I think it's really cute. Is there algae attached? It is. I'm drawing you. Oh, I hope you show me after. I love when people draw me. It makes me so happy. And I think it's fun drawing alongside Narts too as well. Yay. I skip anime openings usually, so I don't remember any of the dances. That's fair. I think, well, first of all, I think a lot of anime, I don't know, I guess some of them have them in the opening. I think also a lot more of them put it in the opening after Wotakoi got so popular for theirs. But I think a lot, I just realized I made this angle kind of fucked up. A lot of them put them in the ending themes as well. I think for me, when it comes to anime, with openings and endings. First of all, how much I skip them obviously depends on how much I like them, obviously. Like, that's how anything works. But what I usually do is, regardless of whether it's one that I've been like choosing to watch for vibes and stuff, I always watch both the first and last time they appear. Just because, you know, I want the full experience and I want to appreciate them. Like, for example, so like when I say first and last time, like if it's the first episode of a season, then I'll watch like the anime opening and the ending just so I can like see it all. And on the very last episode, I'll watch them both if they're there as well, just for the sake of it. But also when it comes to something where I know it's gonna like change opening partway through, I'll try and make sure that I watch it before it goes, because I like to, you know, still appreciate them and everything. Or I'll like watch when the new one comes in. Or if it's something like JoJo's where I know they change at the end, that I always, even if I maybe skip them sometimes beforehand, I make sure to watch the changed one. I'm gonna go study now. Bye bye. Good luck with studying and good luck with your exams. You're gonna be goated. Trust. I'm sure. Never believe the drawing I'm gonna do. I need to actually finish it. I hope you do. You're welcome to share it with me, even if it's I lost my sentence. I can't speak. An incomplete drawing though. I love all art that I get. I love art. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I try to like always watch them the first and last time they appear, and then otherwise, whether I watch them with each episode just depends on how much I like it or how I feel that day. Like sometimes if I'm like binging an anime all in one sitting, then I'm probably not gonna watch the opening most of the time, because like I want to get to the point. I don't want to repeat the song so much that I hate it. But then if I'm watching it week by week, I'm more likely to watch the opening, because like I've had the time in between it, you know, and it gets you hyped up for it then. So it varies. And again, also just varies on if I think it has good vibes. There's also, I think with some anime, I think this also varies, but I think sometimes it's like I watch only the ending and not the opening, and sometimes the other way around. That kind of depends on which one's more unique. Because I feel like for some shows, what they do, like for example with Precure actually. Precure is a good example of a slightly different case. Because for Precure seasons, I watch the opening the first time, and if I like it, I might watch it a couple times more. It's just like, you know, I'll skip it when I feel like it. Or say when I'm watching with Neri, we usually watch the whole opening if we like the opening, so like singing along together. And I will watch it if it's a weekly thing. I'll usually watch it. But otherwise, I skip the openings with pretty much all the time, or just like I let myself skip them if I feel like it. But I always watch the ending of a Precure episode. You always got it with Precure. Because those ones are made to have dances. See, those Precure is a good example of anime having dancing in their ending for fun that you can do along to it, but it like it being genuine from the heart, made out of love. Precure is an example of shows where I like them having dance at the end. I mean, to be fair, even with the guild receptionist one that I was talking about, I like the dance at the end. It's cute that they have it. It just feels like they put their budget in the wrong places. But I love Precure. You never skip a Precure ending, because Precure endings are goated. First of all, they always fucking slap, and you've got to get up and do the dance. It's like a necessary part of the experience. Same as how if you have the toys, then you get up and you act out their henshin along with them, and if you dance all together, then you get up and you do the dance. That's a necessary part of the Precure experience. Also, it's just super fun. I especially love like I always got up to the dance for Precure a la mode. I think I did it less of the time when I was watching like Hug Though, for example, but I really liked doing it when I was watching Wonderful Precure. That one has a really fun silly dance. I made this bun shaped like a cinnamon bun instead of like her ones. I need to change the shape. I made it really round and flat. I don't think I sketched it like that either, so I don't know what happened here. I mean, like it's cute, but it doesn't look like the character. So that's a problem. I think I need to give less of this curve. Like that's not accurate. Should be more like that. That looks a bit weird too, but I can fix it. I can work with this. I can work with this. I can work with this. Hey, mine is don't be shy. To be excited. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Do, 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 do. I think that's a little bit more accurate. Oh, that doesn't feel right either. I want to capture her mole and the squareness of her buns. But I might fiddle with that more after I'm like doing coloring and stuff. And I don't have all the other stuff in the way. Yeah. I'll leave it be for now. Okay, cool. Oh, I need to stretch. Okay. Arky-gotchies. What's something that you've done while I was away? What's something that you did while I was away? Or specifically, what's the coolest thing you did while I was away? Or the most fun thing? Or if you want to not give me FOMO. I don't know why I did that with that voice. What's something you did while I was away that made you think, man, I miss Emmy? Inflate my ego. This is when you guys reply and you say, nothing. I don't miss Emmy ever. Because like, for example, actually on my end, that reminded me that I really want to do more Sims streams soon. I want to stream Sims some more. But I'll probably have a lot of art streams coming up again because, you know, I've still got a lot of like art and stuff to finish, especially because I couldn't do much of it while I was sick and while I was on a trip. But I want to do more Sim stream, but I want to think about what I want to do for Sims streams. Because I've said this before, but it's like when I do Sims, I like streaming Sims because I like showing off my own flavor of playing it. And I think it's been really fun when people come in and they expect Sim streams, especially from VTubers, to just be like some random chaos and then like murder hoboing it and someone dying. And then I'm like, oh no, okay, so this is our story and this happened and this happened for this revenge. And there's an entire doc of the story so far in here. Because I like playing Sims with my imagination, because that's the point, you know? And like bullshitting all the reasons that I think everything happened and putting story into it all. But also when I play it on stream, it's like not quite the same as I play it on my own. And I like to have something fun and like a goal when I play it on stream, you know? Because when I play it on my own, I still do all of that same story stuff, you know, like that's the whole reason I like Sims. That's why I like sharing it. But I feel like a lot of saves that I would play on my own time aren't really very interesting to watch live. So I like to think about something specific that we can aim for when we do it live, something to make it interesting. Especially because like I don't want to get tired of it, because it's like my favorite game ever. So I want to make sure that we can show it off in a way that's super fun for everyone. Like how we did that that weird little Christmas challenge that I came up with, or really stupid rags to riches. And when we did our first one with the with Nicole, the worst person in the world, that was like I didn't have much of a goal when I started that, to be fair. But we like came up with one as we went. So then we had a specific goal that we were going for of how she wanted to get like rich and famous and be like a landlord. I had a theme. But I don't know what I want to do next time. Because we did also have, you know, we had our stuff following that, and I do want to finish that story sometime of, I just realized I forgot what we named her. Oh no, because we took the land grab son, Mallory. I really want to finish Mallory's story sometime. You know, we had her like break free and everything and run away and become a fairy. And she transferred gender, and now her dad's a ghost that goes in to get like revenge on the others for killing him and fucking up their lives and everything. And I would like to finish that sometime and like build her a full house and see her dad live out his ghost revenge and see if he gets more evil or if he gets better eventually and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's like, I think last time I played it, eventually I was like, it's like too slice of life at some point. But there also is interesting things and things I haven't done yet. But it's like I need something fresh. And like I've considered sometimes doing sim streams that are just like silly challenges, like a 100 baby challenge or something like that, right? I still with mouse knew it was gonna be fake. Hi, hello. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you keep thinking it's peak. We're drawing a comp for SmolGirlrifle. I really like this OC design, it's so cute. And I'm yapping about Sims for some reason. How are you doing? But yeah, I've considered sometimes doing like a streams for Sims that are like 100 baby challenge or something like, you know, a simple short challenge like that. But they just kind of don't spark joy as much for me. I'm sure they'd be fun and silly to do, but I like playing Sims when I can play with story and come up with a whole crazy story with you guys. That's what makes it interesting. I made this arm not join up with the arm down here. There we go. So I don't know. That's not a sentence. I had to unplug my internet modem and someone mentioned 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Yes, I was mentioning 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 as a when I was talking about anime dancing as a trend in like anime openings and endings, and how I like that, and I love shows that have dances and stuff. But also I think recently you can tell when something either specifically wanted to like steal 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿's nachos, or they just wanted to trend on TikTok. But anyway, but yeah, I love 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Oh, the hand thing? Yeah, because 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 got really famous for that little hand dance that they had, right? And I know definitely after that, you can tell that a lot of anime started including more little like gesture dances and stuff that they can do in their opening that people will like find catchy and mimic. And I was talking about how I'd seen people talking on Twitter recently about dancing in anime. And it's tricky because I feel like with people on Twitter, they often don't realize that two things can be true at once. Because some people will see like a video of all kinds of anime recently that have dancing in their openings and endings. And they'll be like, wow, look, it's so obvious that they put all these things here and made them really simple and like stay entirely in one frame so it can be used for like those little like TikTok trends. And other people will be like, oh, dancing's been in anime forever and it's goated. You're just a hater. But I think both of them are right. Because I love dancing in anime. I'm a Precure fan. And all of those have dances in the endings. I think it's really fun. But there's also a lot of shows lately where I feel like you can tell when they put half their budget into having a dance in either the opening or the ending that's really simple and in one place specifically so that they can get cute girls to do it on TikTok to promote the show. Case in point, guild receptionist. Which is how I got to this point, because I was talking about how I love the song, the ending theme, Good Luck to Me Tomorrow. I really want to cover it. It's a really great song and I relate to it a lot. But like that show has a big fight scene that's like one of the most important parts of the first half of the first season that you like build up to for ages, and that has recycled frames in it that mess up the continuity of the episode, and then you end it and there's an animation for an entire dance with 3 characters, and I'm like, I see where your budget went. I made tacos from pork ribs. Are they yummy? I mean, I know they're yummy because 𝘆cie made them. Can I have some? Can I have some? Pretty please, pretty please, pretty please. The one that was on my mind when you were talking about it, I remember Living in Another World with a cheat code anime had waifu bait dancing. Oh, I don't know if I've actually seen the dance for that one. Living in Another World with a cheat code. I got a cheat skill in Another World. Is that the one? I've never actually looked at this anime before. Whoa. You can always have some of my food. Yay! But yeah, you can really tell, you know. It feels really obvious when the little dance part is just kind of like waifu bait for the sake specifically of people to like do it on TikTok and then work a show promo. And it's like fine, you know, like get your bag, you do you. You're allowed to market the show and have things that are marketable. But I think it's kind of funny when it's like really obvious, especially if they cut out budget from the actual show itself just to have that thing and hope that it becomes trendy. I level 2 in the title. Oh wait, no, that one came up when I was searching as well. Chilling in Another World with level 2 cheat skill powers. Is that one? This one definitely looks more like it's waifu bait. Just from looking at the images. Level 2, chilling in Another World. Dance. Oh, wait, I see. Hang on, I'm gonna look at the clips of the dance. Oh, it's not loading. Yeah, I feel like part of how you can tell as well is sometimes it's like really clear when their dance is just like one character standing specifically like entirely centered in the frame the whole time in a way that makes it easy to crop for TikTok or like put at the top of your video, and they just like stare directly at the camera and do nothing else and do these simple motions so that you can repeat them. It's like they're looking directly at you and being like, do my dance, post me on YouTube shorts. But you know, like I said, get your bag, anime studios. And I like seeing cute dances. It's just really funny. I'm still thinking about Sassy's tacos now. I want the tacos. I want tacos. El Pollo Loco. I haven't had that stim in ages. I think I talked about that on stream forever ago. I feel like that was one of my vocal stims back when I started streaming. I'm getting like flashbacks to January 2025. To last year. Along with my fucking Hiram Gavis Battle stim. My 2 Gavis Battle stims. Did you guys vote for Gavis Battle in the Tumblr Sexy Man clown contests? Did you make sure to do your vote? Did you make sure to do your pot? Did you get your buttons? Did you also vote for the Sanrio votings this year? Heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji. You voted for Show by Rock, right? You guys vote for Show by Rock every day, right? Right? You guys been voting for Show by Rock, right? I was thinking about The World God Only Knows when you were talking about dancing in anime because they had an arc with an idol. That one's awesome though because they really put their ass in it. Yeah, exactly. Like I love seeing dancing in anime in general. And I love like little endings and openings and stuff with dances. There's a reason that they become so trendy. They're great. They're super fun. And like, you know, I love idols. So I watch plenty of idol shows where they dance through all the stuff. And I love Precure where they have a dance in every single and ending theme so that kids can get up and do it. And like, you know, studios, get your bag. Do what you want. But also... if you're gonna do it, put your heart into it. Put your whole pussy into it. Give it some welly. Give it some love. I really like British phrases like that. You know what? Yapping about video games again. Because I was talking about Tomodachi Life earlier. Something I think is really fucking funny with Tomodachi Life. It was like this for some things in the original, but way more in Living the Dream. They have a lot of like localization changes in Tomodachi Life, depending on the region you're in. And that's not even just like the, based on, the language itself, because like America and the UK have different versions for Tomodachi Life. I think most of Europe has British one, but also there's like other language things as well. But like, so they change accents depending on where you are, first of all. Like there's British English and there's American English for Tomodachi Life. I find it so funny whenever I watch clips or streams with American Miis because it throws me off. They sound so silly to me. I know Miis always sound silly, but like I watch them and they'll be like, oh my God, thank you, Emiraki's look-alike. And I'm like, whoa, who are you? Why do you say your R's like that? Whoa, you're supposed to be British. Supposed to be thank you, Emiraki's look-alike. But also they change things like some like foods and stuff depending on the version of the game you're playing. Like there's different like food and items and things that are like only available in certain regions. But then also beyond that, there's things like there's some random stuff that's changed. Like, you know, the personalities in Tomodachi Life, you pick little like traits for your Mii on a scale, like whether they're slow or they're fast, and whether they're more polite with people or more like honest and blunt, etc., and whether they're normal or quirky. And then those give you like a final little personality type at the end. But the names for all of those things are changed based on which version you're playing. Like the UK and America have different names for those, and I still don't understand why. Like, for example, the scale of like polite to direct when you're picking your personality stuff. Well, like I said, it's called polite and direct in UK. But for the American one, I think it's called polite and honest. And I don't know why that's changed. But also what I was getting at is there's slang changes, and I think they're really fucking funny. There's so many of them in Living the Dream, especially because you like see them talk to each other more often now. There's so many little things where they use like really British versions of things, like to the point that it's like cartoonishly British, because most people don't say these things very often nowadays. And I think it's so cute. Like, for example, when your Mii has a crush on someone in the American version, you know, like it says crush, like when it's showing your little like their relationship chart, and they'll be like, you know, this person, it'd say this blue rakigachi, and then pink rakigachi. And they'll show their little like relationship chart. And then if you're American, I don't know why this gachi is Goster. This is Rakigachi Goster, I guess. But when Goster Gachi has a crush on them in American, it'll say like crush, or it'll say like crushing on, or you know like likes or something. And then in the British it says fancies. which I think is really silly. I need to get further away from my mic. Instead of saying because they're crushing them, it says that they fancy them. And like when they don't like an outfit, instead of saying they think it kind of doesn't work, or they think it looks a little bad. I haven't seen what the American version is. For the British one, they say they think it looks a bit naff. And when they're like helping a me that's gotten stuck or fallen over or something, most of the dialogue options there that they'll like, you know, pick between are pretty normal, but then every now and then they can just get ridiculously British. Hi, pudding artist. Hello. Hiya. I want pudding now. I want to be a pudding artist. As in, I want to be an artist who also has pudding or is made of pudding. That would be awesome. But yeah, like they can change randomly to just really ridiculously British ones. Like I think the normal dialogue would be something like, oh, don't worry, I watched a tutorial on this once. They'll be like, where did you watch it? Ah, but there's one where they'll go like, bish, bash, bosh, and Bob's your uncle. And they'll be like, oh, wow, make sure you put a bit of welly into it. They're so British. It's so cute. I love Tomodachi Life. I love this silly little localization that nobody needed, but I adore. What are you drawing? Right now, I'm drawing a commission for a SmolGirlrifle. I'm drawing their OC that's on the side. This one. This is very pretty OC. They're so cute. It's a commission I got from VGen. Yippee! I'm drawing her like sitting with this really cute tail that she has. This is not like connected, right? Because I snipped up the things that I could fit it in the frame here. But I'm drawing her like leaning against this cute fluffy tail that she has. It's a little bit confusing with the ways I've drawn some of these things, but it's just line art, but it'll make sense when I color. So pretty, right? It's such a pretty design. I love this color palette. I love these like cute little plush heart things and everything. I love her hairstyle with the big buns. I mean, I'm biased for big buns, but so cute. The best thing about doing skebcoms and stuff on VGen, especially when I stream them as well, because I get to meet so many new people this way, is that I get to draw so many different kinds of OCs. I love how much variation there is between all the characters that I draw for these ones. Because, I mean, it helps me explore as an artist. That's the whole reason that I do them, and why I try to keep them, like, cheap and stuff. I mean, also, that's partially because, you know, the idea is that it's, like, a skeb thing on MS Paint with my mouse, so I can't guarantee all the same quality and fanciness that I'd have on, like, regular CSP stuff. But also, it's because it's fun for me. I like to have fun. I get to experiment with style and with a bunch of different types of characters that I don't usually get to draw. I love it. I love looking through my folder of VGen comms sometimes, like after I finish one, and seeing how different they all are to each other. Like, for example, it's like if I look at this one and then go look at the last one we did on our last MS Paint stream with the whole different vibe and palette and stuff and everything, or this one that we did for Crimson, where it's all edgy, compared to, where is it? This one that I did for 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿. Oh, it came out transparent. Compared to this one that I did for 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿, with the pastel colors and the lineless stuff. I like looking at just how different they all are. Or even like this one that I did for Crimson as one of our last ones, versus like this one that I did from before that. I love how much range I get to have. I have to do research for color palettes. What app are you using? Well, right now I'm using MS Paint. It says it in the title as well. I'm using MS Paint and I'm drawing with my mouse. So it's all free, baby. For my normal art though, most of the time I draw on Clip Studio Paint Pro, which is available on mobile and on PC. But for this, yeah, I'm drawing in MS Paint. Because I think it's fun. I learned to draw digitally in MS Paint when I was younger. I used MS Paint growing up to do like MLP base edits. You can see some of them on my channel still, actually. I've considered sometimes making them private again because they're from when I was 10. And it's not even like that I'm ashamed of the art or anything, but it's like I look at them and I look at the like myself talking in the comments and stuff when I was little, and it like makes you cringe. But you know, cringe is dead. Be cringe and be free. But yeah, I learned to draw digitally via like doing My Little Pony base edits on MS Paint with my mouse when I was a kid. And then once I got a phone, I moved on to like really stupid little drawing programs that were made for babies. And then eventually I moved on to Ibis Paint. And I did like Ever After High edits and Love Life card edits and drew stuff on there while I roleplayed with my friends. I love drawing bows. Cool art, thank you. I can't draw with a mouse. I got no talent for that. Well, you can learn it. You can learn it. I don't think it comes as a talent, to be honest. I mean, a lot of things in the world, pretty much, like, you know, all kinds of skills, including creative ones, you can learn rather than just having natural born talent for them. But especially for something like this, most people don't start out able to do it. It's kind of tricky to get the hang of, especially if you're used to drawing with like a pencil and stuff. Ever After High mentioned. I love yapping about Ever After High. I miss it. I want it back so much. Fucked sentence. But you can learn it. I think it's fun to practice drawing with a mouse. Like, the only reason I seem good. Whoa. I really need to update that emote wall thing. I really wanted it for ages to specifically use my custom emojis and just maybe some normal ones, but I don't think I can set the one that I'm using at the moment to have my custom channel ones. But then it mostly, like, it's supposed to use normal emotes, but every now and then it just sends across the mascot of the emote wall app of that little onion. It throws me off guard. Lupa says hi. Hi, Lupa! Tell Lupa I said hi. Tell Lupa I said meow. Yo, Uma. Umi じゃないよ. Ushi だよ. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, right, yeah. The only reason I have like a quote-unquote talent for drawing on MS Paint with mouse is because it's where I started drawing when I was a kid, you know? I didn't have anything else to do digital art on, so I saw other people did this, and I just kind of started doing it until it worked. And so I kind of retained that ability now to do it, and then I sort of like made it better over time by doing these things. I was not as stable as this with my mouse when I started, when I picked drawing up in MS Paint back up again first. But it's something you can learn if you want to do it. I think it's a fun skill to have. I just like practicing drawing in all kinds of unconventional materials and softwares. I love any game that has a drawing feature in it as a bonus, and I love drawing on like random surfaces. I love drawing on napkins anytime I get somewhere, or on like menus with the stupid kids crayons. I will draw with liquids if I get the chance. I like drawing bows in the corner of my canvas. Yeah, cute. I love that too. I love drawing bows all together. They're so fun. It's one of the benefits of mostly drawing like idols and stuff. I get to draw so many bows and frills. I think it's fun being able to see what kind of stuff people usually work on based on the things that they're best at drawing like that. Like, for example, sometimes I've worked with people for idol projects where they don't usually draw that kind of thing, so they get my sketch or something and they're like, there's so many ribbons going on here, how the fuck do you draw these frills, how do you draw a skirt flowing like this, and I'm like, haha, this is my area of expertise, I've had to draw so many frilly skirts. So I know ways to, you know, my own little shorthand for them, or ways to make them all look flowy and look different and stuff from each other. Whereas some of those artists, I admire them a ton for doing other things that I can't do when they draw different types of like materials, or like when people, you know, like I'm not very good at drawing like armor compared to somebody who'd usually be a fantasy artist. Anyway, I was also gonna say, yeah, ever after high my coat. Skirts are complicated. Yeah, they kind of are, but they make more sense when you break it down. Maybe I should do like I wanted for ages to eventually do streams every now and then where we do like art studies together. Both because like I want to study a lot of like art things and like relearn a lot of old stuff for myself, but like I could do ones where we're like, you know, I give you guys a breakdown on tips and stuff like that. But the thing is, I'm good at giving critique and feedback to people sometimes, but I'm not so good at explaining my own process outright. But that'd be a fun idea to try maybe one day. But I think skirts make more sense after you break it down eventually and just practice with them. Because ultimately, once you have a grasp on skirts work altogether, then they become so fun because they're like so simple in a way, because you just get to do so much bullshit. Like half of how I sketch a skirt, right? Like let's say we have a character who's like standing like this. This is gonna be our little moe anime girl. She's standing at some angle that's like a... Let's put her like that. Let's do our little moe girl. Right, this is her little pose. This is not a great pose, but this is her little pose. Half of drawing skirts is you just get to do bullshit. Like I look at this and be like, okay, the skirt's gonna go like that. Whoosh. And then you just kind of connect it all back at the top. It's so fun. I love this is part of why I love drawing skirts, because I love drawing stupid squiggly flowy lines. And a lot of the way to help draw skirts with flow is you start with the hem of the skirt like this and how you want to flow it back, and then you just kind of join it all back together. Obviously it's a little different if you want different types of pleats and stuff, and you learn about those over time, but I mix it so fun during skirts for me. Sorry, Uma. The way you say like Uma and sorry Uma and stuff like that, I know where you're getting at with it, but in a way you can read it like you're like a Tomodachi like me. It sounds like you've been like given it as your like end of sentence phrase, or like in Animal Crossing, you know, where they all have like a little speech quirk. All of your sentences just end in Uma. You look like a game developer. That is such a funny sentence. What about me looks like a game developer? How do I look like one? I mean, you're like not far off. I'm not a game developer right now. I don't think I call myself that. I've not developed any actual games, but I did study game design. I did a game design college course. So like technically you're almost there. But what about me looks like a game developer? I swear I don't know, but I swear you do. You know what? Sure. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I love weird ass vibe assessments. I mean, like I said, you're like you're almost on the money, so it's not like I'm complaining. It was kind of accurate. I'd love to be an actual game developer. I'd love to make a bunch of games one day. I want to make a rhythm game one day. But the thing about that is like, you know, there's like, I could work with other people and become an indie game dev. I have friends who've made like visual novels and other games and stuff like that, and I would love to, and I've helped with things like that in the past. But what I want so bad is I would love to make a rhythm game one day, or like a whole like idle story rhythm game, but that is the hardest one to pick to start with, not even because of the actual like making the game part of itself, but because you need music for it. I have these OCs of mine, these like idle OCs that I always wanted to make a story of, and when I was younger I thought I'd make a comic, and then eventually when I got older I was like, you know what, this would kind of suit itself better as a like an idea for a game in the future, and then I looked at it and I was like, oh, I could make like a whole like rhythm story game, and then like, wait, no, I can't do that, because even though I mean I can, you know, write songs, I am a songwriter and I have people who make songs, but for a rhythm game I'd need like thousands. So that's not something I can just do as a random indie thing, and that makes me sad. I want to make Project Sekai 2 Electric Boogaloo. Oh, right, I was going to talk about Ever After High a second ago, wasn't I? Yeah, I love Ever After High. Ever After High mentioned. I want Ever After High back. Monster High came back, and they had a little bit of rocky start with G2, and then they figured it out with G3, and I love like pretty much everything about Monster High G3, and it's goated. Please give me Ever After High Gen 2. I beg you, Mattel, please. Stop giving me fucking Descendants instead. I am a Descendants hater. Well, I say that, but like, I respect anyone who likes Descendants. I see why they like it. I do see what about it is like cool and everything. When I was younger though, and Ever After High was first cancelled, because it's like one of my favorite things of all time. I love all kinds of like fashion dolls and like all that type of adjacent media and everything, but Ever After High was like my whole world for a long time, and so much of my art style now is affected by the fact that I just learned and stole things from Ever After High when I was younger and was doing a bunch of like edits of it, but when Ever After High got cancelled and then Descendants got announced alongside it, I was so mad as a kid. I just like refused to watch it forever. I hated it. I refused actively. I won't say boycotted. It definitely wasn't as far as a boycott, but I was just like, no, this is awesome. I'm never watch it ever. And then I watched it once with my niece, only like a couple years ago, I think, because she liked it, and she also was sad about Ever After High, I think, but she was like, yeah, no, but it's like kind of fun. We can watch together. I like the songs, like its character. And I was like, okay, I'll bite. It was also hard for me to not watch it when I was a kid, because I had a huge crush on Cameron Boyce growing up. And he's in the first Descendant stuff. May he rest in peace. So I really wanted to, but I didn't want to because I was too proud of Ever After High. But then I watched it when I got older with my niece, and I was like, right, okay, this does have kind of fun concepts. I see it. But with every further Descendants thing they make, I look at it and more I'm just like, oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro, what are we doing? What is this? And I think the dolls kind of suck too. And it's like, it has some good concepts and some good flavor of its own that's different to EAH and stuff in a way that I think is fun, but it also feels like Ever After High was like its own cool universe, and also, yeah, it is like Monster High. It's like Monster High, but like a rather than them being the kids of monsters, they're the sons of like fairy tale characters and stuff, and they've got to decide if they want to carry on their legacy. Well, the idea is that they're meant to go to their ever after high school and then be raised to go live on their parents' legacy and be the next version of that storybook character. But then Raven, the daughter of the evil queen, is a really nice person who doesn't want to do that. So she says no, she's not going to sign the storybook and be like that. And so they all have to decide for themselves whether they want to continue their legacy or be something different, and like fight fate that way. Yeah, it's really cool. It's got a really cool story and concept, a beautiful world, so many cool original characters. They're really creative with it. I love Ever After High. Descendants is the same kind of concept where they're the kids of fairy tale characters, except it's like, I don't like calling everything a type of slop. I hate it because I do think Descendants genuinely does have quality to it. However, it's like Disney Channel original slop. Like, I don't know how to put it. Like, I like it. I like the first one, at least, and some of the other ones, they have good parts to them. But it's also like, it's Ever After High, except if it was a Disney Channel live action original. So a lot of the creativity is lost and traded for the sake of doing all the same Disney Channel original movie main story beats and having all of those parts to it. And it is also a musical the entire way through. And the music is sometimes good and sometimes not. and they tend also, which is not surprising for these types of Disney Channel movies, to get like halfway through a really like poignant message that they're going to express with the characters and then ditch it. I think it's quite funny. Descendants wish it could be Ever After. I'm still mad. Exactly. You get me, Uno. You get me. I'm still mad. It wishes it could be Ever After High, but it's not. And they just keep making more of them. They've made so many of them. They've made so many Descendants. And I'm like, dude, you cannot have this. For Ever After High, it was a series rather than just a set of movies, right? And they had potential always to keep making Ever After High stuff because they kept actually having a creative world to explore. But when I look at Descendants, I'm like, there is no possible way that you can justify this many movies with the cast and plot that you've set up. Please. To be fair, I said Disney Channel original movie slop. That's not Descendants. That title belongs to zombies. But Descendants falls into a lot of those similar things. Isn't that what always happens with it like getting worse and worse with too many sequels? Yeah, that happens with a lot of things. But it's like, I feel like Descendants specifically suffers from it a lot because it feels like from the get-go it was made a little bit more shallow, I guess is the best word I can come up with for the difference to Ever After. And it's like they keep making them in a way that's just like, okay, we've got this guy now with this gimmick, okay, but all the characters I feel like are so much less than the Ever After High versions of their characters, you know? Hi people, hello! Hi! So shows we getting cancelled for no reason or something stupid. Yeah, exactly. Like, because I don't remember the exact reasons that Ever After High got cancelled. I know in my heart that it was at least partially because they wanted to do Descendants instead. But I recall there being like other reasons, and it also like losing budget over time. Because a lot of the Ever After High dolls, like, you know, dropped in their budget quality and stuff, and they made less and less of these things and everything. You could see, like, the writing was on the wall. But I still think they could have saved it and could have given it more instead of making just Descendants forever. Don't like Descendants. Something I like about Descendants every now and then is I think it was the second movie where I kind of liked sometimes their portrayal of like abuse and parenting, and more like a breaking the cycle or repeating it with your parents. Because with Descendants, it's split in a different way to Ever After that I think makes it, again, kind of more shallow and surface level, but sometimes makes it interesting. Because for Descendants, the way that it works is they have like their school they go to, but all of the like bad guys live together on a bad guy island, basically, that are like separated, and they've just now been allowed to go to the normal people's school. And then the bad guys show up and they're like, yeah, we're gonna be bad like our parents. And they go, but what if we didn't have to be bad? And then they decide if they want to be bad or not, and like change their minds, you know? Which is what you expect. And that is kind of the plot of Ever After High as well. But for Ever After, they're not split like that. They have so many, like, they have a really intricate world with how it's divided up, and it's based more on the actual stories and where they come from and everything. And like, they do have a sort of separation in their world from villains and like good guys, but not in that way where it's just like the villains live on the villain land and the good people live on the good people land. Instead, it's that they sort of talk about these people as villains as their role without letting them be other people in a way that I think is way more interesting. Like they have characters, like for example, the Big Bad Wolf is one of their teachers at Ever After High. He's just like a regular teacher there, and he's like a normal person, but he does teach like a class that's based on villainy. And people are like, yeah, you know, he's the Big Bad Wolf. He's big and fucking bad. And spoiler, but you find out later that 𝘆cie, the daughter of Red Riding Hood, her mom is Red Riding Hood, but actually her dad is the Big Bad Wolf. They fell in love in their case and just keep it a secret from people. And he's like an actual good person, but for other people it's like, yeah, you know, like you might be a guy and everything at school, but you are the Big Bad Wolf. You do bad things, so you can't date Red Riding Hood. She's a good guy. You're not supposed to do that. They're like more interesting about it in a way that I actually think ends up being more realistic. In why they don't, like, you know, expect people to like let people explore another side of themselves. And it's not like there's like actually some big wall there that's separating them. It's like an unspoken thing that people just like expect that's how society goes, it's how the world works, and they don't want to address it. And when you do something, it's like, that's not how things work, dude. Which I think makes things kind of hotter and more realistic, so it hits a little hotter than just having all of the bad guys who live in the bad guy world with their parents who were like, yeah, you're all gonna be bad guys because we're from bad guy world. So reference to a werewolf and yeah. I do think though every now and then Descendants tries to get interesting about it. Like for example, I think it was in the second movie that I remember watching it with my niece and thinking that they almost landed on a really poignant way of representing like breaking generational abuse and like changing who you want to be compared to your parents and stuff. And they portray their little bad guy island as sort of like for lack of better words, they almost treat it like it's a separate like ghetto. In the way that things are there and how it's like rougher around there or whatever, compared to the other stuff because of the things they go through and how like, you know, like their parents being evil is actually really hard for some of these guys because they're like, yeah, you know, like my mom wants me to be a whole evil guy and everything, but that's like sucks. She's like a horrible fucking person. I have to come to terms with the fact that she's a horrible person for that. I don't want to do horrible things. She's kind of awful. But then again, they'll turn up later and be like, but what if the plot was solved via a really stupid doohickey? This is real, and then they drop it. This is a Descendant spoiler, but I think all the time about the fact that I think it's the second movie, like the entire thing that solves the plot and like the core thing of the plot is the fact that one of the characters bought a 3D printer. And they mention it as a side thing that the guy has a 3D printer in his room. They talk about it like when people get an air fryer for the first time. And they're like, yeah, you guys should try it out. I've got a 3D printer. Look, it's my 3D printer. Oh yeah, he's that guy with the 3D printer in his room. And just mention it as a weird side thing. And I'm like, okay, I don't know why this is a B plot. It's really nothing burger, but whatever. And then at the end, they end up solving a bunch of the big fucking story and their plot and saving the day. Because via his 3D printer. And part of how the villain does stuff is they go into his room and use his 3D printer. And I'm like, are we serious? Why is it sold via 3D printer? And the 3D printer isn't even like the main character, it's the B plot. It's just like a side note that one of the guys has a 3D printer in his room and later they're like, wait, he has a 3D printer. It's fucking stupid. Your eyes on me, kitty doggo? Kitty doggo? I do not know who or what that is, I think, although I might be wrong. Hi people, hello, hiya. Good afternoon, how you doing? Be a singer. Do you mean like I should become one? I am one already. In fact, I just released a cover of Astro Girl by 𝘆cie𝗂𝗿. You should go check it out on my channel. People do kind of talk about 3D printers like air fryers. No, yeah, exactly. Like that part is kind of accurate. Like someone who gets a 3D printer is the same as someone when they first get an air fryer. But it's the way that that's like the plot of the movie. Like they have a whole big plot about the world and everything and about whether she's going to be evil or not, and Malik's coming to her old ways and whether she's really allowed or capable of being a good person when she's been raised evil, and if she can actually break this cycle or if she should just give in to her old ways and go back to what she knows because she feels like there's no way that she can actually be here and she's scared that she's going to turn evil and fuck everything up. And they solve that via going, wait, the guy has a 3D printer. It's so dumb. Wait, also side note, I don't like a lot of the character designs and names in Descendants. It fascinates me because the Descendants characters are designed in a way that, on one hand, sometimes I think it's cool. I think it's cool that Descendants characters are designed in a way that makes them look like dolls, which also, by the way, kind of furthers the fact that you can tell that it's like that they're riffing off of Ever After High, by the way, just saying, because they're designed to look like dolls rather than look like regular people, the way that most Disney Channel things are. They look like fashion dolls. They look like Monster High characters. But sometimes that means they get really cool and creative with it, and other times it means that their designing just goes like, okay, so this character is like, I don't know, the daughter of the Queen of Hearts or something, so she's red, and we'll put a heart in her somewhere. Okay, cool, we finished it, it's done. And I don't like that. I feel like they flop a lot in that regard compared to Ever After High, which had really unique and pretty designs. I'm gonna do that. You're gonna watch me cover? Yay. I'd rather talk about books or something. Did you know that Ever After High has books too? I need to read more of the Ever After High books. I haven't read a lot of them. Feels too well to know. It's kind of campy, but in a bad way. Yeah, exactly. Like sometimes it's camp in a fun way, but other times it just looks cheap. It looks like costumes from like a party store that cost £5 that said like, or like on Amazon. You'd like search Red Queen costume and then you on Amazon, and then you get it, and then that's the Descendants character. It's like lazy. They're so on the nose that it's kind of dull. Like, you know what, actually, now that I've pretty much finished the line out here, I was probably gonna pause for a sec before I do her face anyway. So let me give an example before I end this side rant. And then I will line her face. I'm liking how this line art is going, by the way, so far. Do you guys like it? This piece has gone pretty quick, and I'm enjoying that. I stopped myself from fussing too hard over crazy lines and just did them cute, and I think they still came out nice, but I didn't fuss too much over them being perfectly clean. Descendants. What is her name? Is it Red? I think her name is Red. Their Queen of Hearts girl. Is she from like specifically the Red Queen or something? I don't remember what she is. I'm gonna find out. It's wonderful. Yay! Thank you. Wait. Princess Red of Wonderland. She's daughter of the King and Queen of Hearts. Okay, yeah. Her sister's called Pink. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. This podcast series, bro. Okay. I need a better image of her. Here is the daughter. Before we go on to line the eyes while we're having this little side tangent. Here's the daughter of the Queen of Hearts. Wait. In Ever After High. This is Lizzie Hearts. I really like her design. They have a lot of they tend to do a lot of similar things in Ever After High with the characters with these like overload of patterns and everything, but she's got this cool like a pencil skirt with these extra layers on the side and all the extra patterns to give that Wonderland feel. I like her shoes where they have like cards here instead of ruffles and stuff. I like how her heart is this really gaudy design that, well, her hair is this really gaudy design that looks like a heart with the crown around it, so it's like over the top and ridiculous in a way that gives Wonderland and gives Queen of Hearts but also actually, you know, has the heart in her and like the stuff in her eyes, but she doesn't require just hearts or red and everything on there as well in order to pull it off, and I think that's really nice. I can get some for other designs as well because she has different outfits and stuff in different scenes and in the show. Very pretty design, very cool. You know, I think it's really unique. I think they expressed a cool character well. There is, you know, the Queen of Hearts daughter in Ever After High, and then I'm gonna get the daughter of the Queen of Hearts in Descendants. Do you see the problem? Do you see my problem? Like, guys, you don't understand. So the concept for the design is she's the daughter of the Queen of Hearts who's red. So her design is red. And her name is fucking red. And she has a sister called Pink. And look, there's hearts here. They're like broken ones because she's edgy. But see, there's hearts. There's hearts. And she's red. And that's it. She's all red. And her name's Red. You get it? She's red. Looks better than Monster High. Yeah, but Ever After High has really cool designs. I like Monster High and Ever After High ones, but I do think Ever After High has a really cool, unique style to it. And their names, yeah, their names are so bad. Like in Ever After High, some of the names are really silly in that same way. Like how the daughter of the Mad Hatter is called Madeline Hatter. She's called Maddie because, you know, she's got Mad in it. And the daughter of Snow White is called Apple White because she has like her apple and everything. But I like how they're still, for the most part, they're usually, rather than just, you know, copying the parent's name, it's like related to their story and stuff, right? Like instead of being Snow White, she named her daughter Apple because biting that apple is what led to her whole, is like the crux of her whole story. That's what led to her whole future and everything. And the daughter of the evil queen is called Raven Queen because she's associated with like birds and all that stuff and like ravens and crows and everything. It suits her aesthetic and everything. That's really interesting. And like Maddie Hatter for the Mad Hatter makes sense, I think, for him being the Mad Hatter because he named her something stupid, but also her name is still Madeline rather than just Mad. And like there's like a Cerise for Little Red Riding Hood and stuff like that. So then, like Uno said, Raven Queen, the daughter of the evil queen, in Ever After High, in God, dude, it's so stupid. In Descendants, the daughter of the evil queen is called Evie. Get it? Because she's Evie Queen, because it's evil queen. And the daughter of Maleficent is called Mal, because she's Maleficent.
I'm fucking stupid! I'm so dumb! I'm so fucking dumb! That's not how names work!
It drives me insane. Has anybody hated the remake or redesign a character? What, for Descendants? I think a lot of people have done Descendants redesigns. Maybe I should try to do them one day. But I think if I'd redesign Descendants characters, I'd mostly just make Ever After High characters. But they are different worlds, so they have different aesthetics that they're going for. So I'd still design it differently. But I think half of my complaints would just boil down to watch Ever After High instead. I've wanted to do Ever After High design someday though. Because I've seen sometimes people who design like their own concept for what they'd make like an Ever After High Gen 2 look like, and I think that's really cool. I'm gonna do her eyes in a different line color. I've made this kind of like all one line color so far, because I don't plan on doing much crazy with the lines for it, but I think I'll make the eyes separate just to make life easier for myself when I color, in case I want to change it. Yeah, I like Descendants. Like I said before, I respect people who do like it. There are some cool concepts about it. I like some things about it, but I still think it just like flops so bad compared to Ever After High. And as much as, like when I watched it first with my niece, I like understood why she liked it. And there were a lot of things that I genuinely enjoyed about it, as much as I still am a Descendants hater compared to Ever After High. There was a lot that I actually enjoyed about it and thought was pretty cool. And I liked all the concepts in it. I enjoyed it enough to watch multiple of them with her. But I also kept feeling as it went on and as they keep announcing new ones, that I'm like, okay, dude, like we're just, you can't do this so much. You can only do that so much with this like a plot like this before you're just kind of regurgitating the old movie again and making it worse. Which happens with like most things that get infinite sequels, but it's like Ever After High had a bunch of movies because it was a show where they made up a whole interesting world and you can just kind of keep making them for it. Monster High has 10 billion movies. But for Descendants, it kind of clearly wasn't made to be looked at as deeply as that. So each new movie just kind of feels like, okay, it's a Descendants film. It's kind of, this stream is so many like movie and show hot takes. But, random ass comparison, but I feel that Pitch Perfect is a great example of this same thing, which is a really weird one to compare to Descendants. But like as someone who likes Pitch Perfect, especially the first ones, and it's big nostalgia for me, and I rewatched them with like my sisters quite a lot because I think they're really fun. I feel like even though I find some of the later ones fun, it becomes really obvious really quickly as they go on that they kind of like, again, I don't like calling everything slop, but I can only describe this one specifically as like Pitch Perfect slop. Like, because it's like they make their own genre of sloppy content by just kind of regurgitating their old thing and hoping it works again. And it's not even just like they, did the same thing again and it's kind of worse because they've run out of stuff, but that it's like, the way I describe it to myself, when I was younger, I used to play Talking Tom a lot, and a lot of the other variations of Talking Tom, or like with like a Furby. I think a Furby is the best example of this, yes. Because I don't know how many of you guys had Furbies in the past, but I think I remember when I was a kid, there was like an app you could use with a Furby so that you could like feed them certain stuff, right? And I think this was with Furbies, but I think there was some of those talking games that did as well, where like, okay, let's say you have your little Furby here, right? And this is going to sound really mean, but again, I would like to emphasize that I like Pitch Perfect. This is just a good metaphor for the change in the sequels. This is our little Furby. This is our little stupid Furby guy. He looks more like a poo, but this is my little Furby here, right? Okay. He's staring at you. And you use this little app, and you can like swipe up on it to feed them something. Like let's say I want to feed him a little orange, and you can swipe up on it, and they'll eat it. But if he like doesn't like it or you feed him something awful, then afterwards it'll just give you back puke. But you can still swipe up on that and feed it to him. And then if it does that, then it'll give you back like next the green level of puke. And then you can do that again and it'll regurgitate it again and give you like the gray one. and then you do that again, and eventually it just gives you back the same thing. That process is what Pitch Perfect and its sequels feel like. And again, I like Pitch Perfect, and I think I honestly I like the sequels and stuff too. I do think they're still fun and they're still good overall, but but they like, it's like they're feeding the old movie back into itself to regurgitate something that just kind of like does the same things, and they're like, okay, these were all the things that made the other one funny, those are now our gimmicks, those are our tropes, we need to repeat those tropes, we need to make sure that those tropes are included, and then they're used so obviously that it's like, oh, but it's like feeding off the same movie. Like, you made this movie, so you didn't need to do that. Because usually it's like the reason I describe it as like a genre of slop, it's kind of like how do I put it? You know when you watch like some like generic isekai thing, and it does all of the tropes that are used in a usual thing, but it's like they're really trying to let you know that they're there or something, right? Or say like I watched like how do I put it? Or like, my brain lagged, fuck. I had a point and then I lost it. Which I guess what for perfect is true. But like when you watch something and it's so clearly that they're just trying to spit all of the tropes that usually make a certain thing trying to be good at you in order to hope that you'll like it. I think you're loved, Becky. That's real. That's real. That's real as hell. Real as hell. This is rant live. Yeah, I don't even like doing that. I don't like to be much of a hater. Because I don't like my streams to be filled with like hot takes and ranting and everything. Because I like to be a positive space. But like I said, I want to emphasize again that this isn't even like me saying like Pitch Perfect is slop. That's why I don't like using slop as a name for everything. But I do think this is a thing that happens with a lot of sequels. It's like a, you know, sometimes you watch something and you can tell that they're going for very specific tropes and genres. Like say you watch something that's like inspired by like oh my god, my brain's like, so like a generic isekai, and it's like, okay, here's the character, and yep, he's a normal work guy, and now he's got an isekai, okay, that's the trope he's meant to do, and then like, oh, here's a lady, and oh, get it, she has big boobs, did you know she has big boobs, whoa, let me remind you she has big boobs every episode, and the next thing is like, oh, right, yep, here's this character, here's this thing, yep, there's the guy that does that. They, when you like see all of the tropes that are meant to be there, but it's like they really want you to know that they're there. And keep repeating them in a way that's like, yeah, in some other thing I liked it, but now you're just kind of shoving it at me. Or kind of with Descendants, how it's like there's a lot of motifs that I like and Never After High, and then I watch them in Descendants and I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I get it. She's the red queen. She's red. I understand. With Pitch Perfect and with the Descendants, but especially with Pitch Perfect, it feels like that, but rather than riffing off of another bigger genre or like broader scope, they're doing it off of themselves as if they didn't write it. Like, you know, like in Pitch Perfect 1, one of the things that is silly and weird and gave the movie its like iconic flavor is, you know, those like commentators they have, the announcers for all of the a cappella shows that are just like the worst people ever. They're like really awful people. They say like crazy out of pocket things all the time, and you're just always like, oh, whoa, okay, slow down. But then in like all of the movies after that, they're like, okay, that thing with the commentators is funny, so we've got to make sure that's there. And then it'll be like every single time they're on screen, it's like they're trying to fit in so many jokes with them. Or in Pitch Perfect 1, they had you know, like most of the side characters of the main group of the Bellas have like their own little gimmicks about them. Or you have like I'm forgetting her name. Riff off. Wait, what's her name? They have Lily, the Asian girl that's really quiet, and she speaks like entirely in a tiny little whisper that you can barely hear, and it's like a weird little gimmick about her, you know, and every time she says something, it's like they all have to like stop and stare at her for a sec, because she'll whisper something and then you listen closer and she's saying like, that's because I was raised by rabbit squirrels and they taught me how to eat human flesh alive. And they're like, what? And she's like, I was raised by rabbit squirrels and they taught me how to eat human flesh alive. And they will like stop and stare for a sec and then go back to what they're doing. And they were like, okay, that gimmick worked. So then in the ones after, it's like, now we have this character and this character and this character, and this one's gimmick is that she's Latino and she says things about like when she crossed the border, and this one's gimmick is that she's Asian and she says these things, and like every 2 seconds one of the characters has to make sure that they say their weird out of pocket line and the others stop and stare at them, and then the other one has to do it, and then Fat Amy has to make a joke that is like really silly and clearly improv, and you have to make sure you get all of them every few minutes. You know, I ate my twin in the womb. Yeah, exactly. Like, I love Pitch Perfect. And I still love it dearly. And I love, like, honestly, all of the movies dearly. But it's like, they like noticed the things about their first movie that worked, and then it's like in all the other ones after, it's like they really need to make sure that those things are there again. And then it's like, okay, bro, okay, you can slow down. You don't need to. I did have fun with her. Yeah. Like, I still like them. Like I said, I love them. That's why I don't want this to turn into like a whole ranting thing. I don't like giving just like hot hater takes most of the time. That's why I don't really like, I talk sometimes about things that I don't like, how I talked about you know, like Guild Receptionist anime earlier, and I'm talking now about like Descendants and Pitch Perfect and stuff, doing these kind of things. But I mostly, if I'm gonna yap my strong opinions on something like this, including being disappointed about something, it's usually things that I have mixed opinions about, or that I still like and can still appreciate. I don't like to, you know, just like get on the mic and say, this thing sucks, and this is us, and this is us, and this is us. Because I love Pitch Perfect still. And like I said, I still respect people who like Descendants. And I still think there is a fun flavor to it. And I like some of it. I do, like I said, I watched it. I get the vision. I like some things about it. I'm just also an ever after high truther. But anyway, okay. Let me breathe and we'll talk more positively, because I don't wanna just be ranting the whole time. But yeah, I didn't think I realized I wanted to be femme until I saw Anna Kendrick and Pitch Perfect. You know what? That's real as hell. Pitch Perfect, I was about to say it was my gay awakening, but I had like 5,000 of those. Whenever someone asked me what my gay awakening was as a kid, it's like I almost wasn't awakened. It was kind of just there as background noise the whole time. And like obviously I thought I was straight when I was little, as most people do when they're just raised with that as the option. But it's like I can't name one moment or like period of my life, because it's like once I discovered that gay people exist, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm probably one of those. Or like the second I discovered like pan and bi people exist, I was like, yeah, I'm pan. And like otherwise, it's like there were just so many things that I remember of things that made me be like, wow, girls are great. But I think Pitch Perfect, when I watched it when I was little, what is her, hang on, who am I thinking of? My brain's lagging. Chloe. I was in love with Chloe. I was in love with Chloe and I shipped her really hard with Becca. I didn't properly realize it. I'm an alien. Me too. We're twinsies. I'm an alien cow. We're matching. My aliumph. Did you try Cosmos yet? Cosmos? Wait, my brain's lagging. If it's something you suggested to me, then I probably wrote it down. But right now, I'm forgetting because I'm thinking about Pitch Perfect Yuri. I love Becca and Chloe. Right! Yeah, they're so good. I want Becca and Chloe Yuri more than I want her with, what's his name, Jesse? The Pinterest. Oh, that thing! Yes, right. No, I haven't tried it yet, but I do need to. I should try that later. Because I was making a Pinterest board, yesterday for, Nary's redesign. But I should try out using Cosmos for it. Thank you for reminding me. I will write that down. I forgot. But I should try it out. It seems really cool. But yeah, I love Becca and Chloe Yuri. I love Becca, Chloe, Yuri. Ooh. I think I love Chloe as a character. I feel like her weirdness is like not appreciated enough or not explored enough in the later movies. She's so, that's not even like a criticism of the movies, by the way. I'm not doing any more hatering. That's just me saying like I love her. She's so like, she's a real manic pixie dream girl in my opinion. Obviously, she doesn't have all of the, like, usually that's associated with characters who are really, like, hipstery about it. But she's so, I don't even know how to put it. I feel like she's very accurate for a girl who would drag you into a very weird sorority / club. Like, a white girl who would drag you into a very weird, yes, specifically white girl. White girl who would drag you into a very weird sorority / club in uni or something. In the most endearing and strange little way. Like, the way, I didn't even clock how strange it was fully when I was younger, but the way that, like, one of her first proper interactions with Becca, aside from when they, like, meet her when they're, like, scouting members for their club, is that she hears her singing in the showers. And mind you, she's in the showers with a guy in the women's shower. She just straight up has her boyfriend or whatever in there. And she hears some other girl singing, doesn't even know it's Becca yet, and just decides, wait, hang on, let me stop making out with this guy in the showers, walk out naked, and just open the fucking curtain on another girl who I've never met, who is a freshman at my university, and say, wow, you have a great voice, and then tell her to harmonize with me. Huh? Yeah, this is the plot of Pitch Perfect. This is what happens, genuinely. Becca, the main character, sees their like stall where they're like advertising their a cappella club on like the first day as a freshman, and she sees it and she kind of is like, that, you know, that's kind of weird, I'm not gonna do that, sounds like a nerd thing, and isn't really interested. And then she goes to take a shower the next day and as she's walking by and she's singing Titanium to herself, as normal people, like, you know, sing in the shower, have a normal little day. Chloe, one of the girls that she met at the other thing, is there, like, you can see her feet on the bottom of the shower. She's there with a guy in the women's showers, already crazy. And she just kind of like gets out and goes to see Becca, because while Becca's singing, you see Chloe just like open the curtain from behind her, and it's cropped so that they're not like revealing or anything, but you can tell that they're naked because they're in the shower, and just opens the curtain behind with her and is like smiling, and then Becca turns around and is like, holy fucking shit, what the hell, what the fuck is wrong with you? And she's like, wow, you have a really great voice. And she's like, I'm in the shower, and trying to cover herself up, and she's like, oh my god, you're a great singer, you should join the Bellas. And she's like, I'm in the fucking shower. And she's like, wait, can we'll like sing together? And she's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And she does it eventually because Chloe won't go away, and she's like starts singing Titanium, and then Chloe harmonizes with her, and they just kind of stare at each other while they sing it, and she's like, wow, you're amazing, you should sing with us. And Becca's like, okay, can I have my towel now? And then Chloe's fucking boyfriend that she had in the shower as well comes up behind her, and he's like, wow, you had a great voice. And Becca's like, what the fuck? And Chloe's like, yeah, oh right, yeah, I should probably get rid of this like man that's in the showers. But she just smiles about everything the whole time. She's like, yay, yeah, this is fine. Who does that? I know, she's just like insane, and I love her. She's really fruity in the way where it's like, on one hand, it feels like her fruit levels are just like the kind that a lot of straight girls have, where it's just like for funsies for her. On the other hand, I look at her and it's like, no, you've got to be at least bi. And like, I can't tell either way, but I love Becca, Chloe, Yuri. And honestly, I wish it was a Yuri movie. Jesse's great. He's a great little guy, but like, Chloe's better. The best part of Pitch Perfect is the Yuri. And isn't even with the canon lesbian character. Okay, we've got our main lines done here, I think. Oh, I need to put the little moon back in. I can never for real. Yeah, I hope you never. I hope none of you guys ever do that. Please don't show up and sing at people while they're naked in a public shower. I need Chloe, Becca, Yuri. Right, I need it. I love it so much. I love Chloe, Becca, Yuri. I gotta go see if there's Chloe, Becca fanfics on AO3. I bet there are. I bet they're goated. Okay, cool. Okay, right, let's get rid of all our extra lines. We're also going to say goodbye to this little sassy in the corner. Ooh. Magical girls for real. Hey, you know what? I would love a Pitch Perfect AU where they're just magical girls instead. I mean, magical girls would explain... one of the things that I do love about Pitch Perfect is how it's just like absurd in this entire concept. Like, the movie knows is absurd. That's kind of the point of it. But you forget, I think... partway through watching it, or at least like if you watch in the past, you'll forget until you watch it again, just how like the whole thing is fucking ridiculous and absurd. Like the fact that they not only have multiple a cappella clubs at their school and everything, but they do like underground a cappella fights with the riff-offs in like a secret society locations, like it's like a gang. And that a cappella like college a cappella is well known and famed enough that they have these huge events to go to and these commentators and everything, and that they have like world ones to go to as they go into the other movies. The other movies are where it's like ridiculous, because like the college concept is already crazy, especially with like their fucking underground acapella stuff and the way they treat it, and the fact even that these groups have like the budget that they seem to have, which they would not get. But then once you get into the other movies and they're going to like world a cappella championships against people from every fucking part of the globe and stuff, that's like dub live all over the world. It's like, okay bro, what? It's so silly. I love it. Okay, right, what we are going to do is I'm going to select this color as my background color, this gray that I want to get rid of. I'm going to go Control A, Control X, and then I'm going to fill it with white, and now it's gone. Magic trick. I praise every day the person who taught me this on TikTok, because I posted on TikTok ages ago a little short showing the way that you do like erasing things like this on MS Paint to have like a sort of fake alpha lock with it, or like clipping layers that you can pretend to have. And then someone explained this to me and I was like, oh my fucking god, bro, and it changed my life. It makes things so quick. So this is my background color again with transparent selection on, and I Control A to select everything, Control X to cut it, replace it with the color I want instead, which is white, and now it's gone. Let me do the same with this one as well. I love this magic trick. Oh yeah, baby. What color is it over here? Is that this one? I think it's this one. Yay. Oh, fuck. I lined her eyebrows in that color. Let me make those this one. I've got Pitch Perfect song stuck in my head now. Is it your alien laugh? What kind of alien are you, my alien oomph? My alien oomph. I need to meet more alien buddies. You're just like me for real. Oh, I forgot to put the hearts on her hair and on her tail. I knew I was missing something. I was saving those until after I'd done like the main sketch, but I forgot to put them there all together. Shit. Let's do that now. Right, that's why there was such a big space here to work with. Whoops. What's the worst food ever been made or taste? Ooh, good question. I like a lot of food. There are foods that I don't like. Like I don't like pickles and stuff. But the worst one ever is tricky. I'm picturing this like what food I'd have like the fucking really dislikes reaction to in Tomodachi Life where they like die on the spot. I feel like there's got to be something that I'm just not thinking of in my brain, because I like so much food, or at least for a lot of the foods that I don't like, either there's a really specific reason or like I'm open to trying them in different things. Like I don't like peanuts, but I wish I liked peanuts. And I wouldn't say it's the worst in that sense. What do you guys think? What in you guys' opinion is the worst food ever made, or the worst food you've ever tasted? And it's okay for this to be highly subjective. I expect it to be. If you went really dramatic about it and basically just said your least favorite food, what do you think is a food that should not exist, that doesn't deserve to exist? School lunch. Oh, what are your school lunches like? I don't know what kind of place you're from, so I don't know what your school lunches are like. I remember looking at a thing recently about school lunches in different parts of the world, and it's crazy how different they are depending on certain countries. Like I watch this channel, June and Rachel's Adventures, and also June's Kitchen. They're a really lovely couple that make videos about their life together and the things that they like craft and make and about their cats. But one of them, Rachel, she is from America, and June was raised in Japan. And they were talking in one video about the ways that they're going to like raise their kid with him being multicultural and them living in Japan, and the differences, some of the differences that they know about how you're raised and about what schooling and children's stuff is like, just like yapping about it, discussing it and sharing info with people. And they talked about how for a lot of the lunches, at least at the schools that they go to, that their kid will be going to and in the areas that they are, for a lot of them, the way that it works is they have like a set menu for the kids' school lunches, and they like give those to the parents in advance before like the month or the week or something, so you can know what your kid is eating. Like they give you like full detail of the exact meal that they will have each day, because it's like all planned out rather than you just like picking everything in like the buffet style that you have a lot of schools now. It's like planned out, so you know what your kid is going to be eating and go ahead and say something about it, but also so you can like, you know, plan your own meals around it and what your kid's gonna be having each day, and it's like an exact specific menu. And then he asked like what she ate at school, and she's like, well, there was burgers, and there were fries, and there were chicken nuggets, and there was like cake sometimes, but it was expensive. And there was some deep fried stuff. Maybe sometimes there was pasta. And he was like, what? What? And it's like, yeah, you just kind of go get it, and you pay for it. Nasty shit for real. I had to move from Asian to North America. American lunch is nasty. Oh yeah, you know, yeah, definitely. From what I hear from American lunches, they're not great. But British school lunches aren't either. I think I've said this story before, but it's really funny to me as an example of like school lunches being this sloppy in this way. But I remember one time when I was younger, my school, they used to have like a pasta that they did every day, like this sort of like, I don't think it was spaghetti, I think it was just like a regular sort of bolognese, but just like vague tomato sauce pasta. It didn't even have meat, it was just some sort of like really easy tomato sauce that they did for their generic pasta thing that you could eat each day, right? And I got that sometimes to eat, sometimes I didn't. It was just one of the normal things you'd get by default, especially if you didn't like anything else. And then one day, they opened up like a second part of the like school lunch area and like the other side of our like a cafeteria, and they had this sign for a new thing they were doing of the soup of the day that they were advertising, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck, the soup of the day? And they were like, yeah, the chef's soup, our special soup of the day, to like advertise a new thing to us, and I think it was slightly more expensive as well. It was like a little special thing that we had, and I went to get it, and it was in a polystyrene cup, and then I opened it up and I tasted it, and it was in fact the sauce from the pasta, but in a cup. I don't even think it was like blended more or anything, because the pasta sauce was already really watery as well. So they literally just put the pasta sauce in a cup and then called it soup, and said this was the soup of the day and advertised it to us as like a different thing at a different price, which is so fucking funny to me. The audacity, bro. It had like whole signs and posters for it and shit, and I was like, oh my god, bruh. Okay, is this what we're doing now? Okay. It's like, they could have at least put like another seasoning in it, or like blitz it so it didn't have chunks of tomatoes in it and it felt more like a soup, but it wasn't. They were not subtle about it. That was just straight up the pasta sauce in a cup. Honestly, my theory is that they just made too much pasta sauce, or they ran out of pasta, so they started labeling it differently so they could still get rid of all of the stuff that they made. For the Philippines, my school lunches, we had to buy either outside the school or bring food, or there would be cafeteria or actual legitimate meals. Ah, okay. No, yeah, so for a lot of UK things are like that as well, where you can bring a packed lunch or you can have the like cafeteria meals. When you're a little kid, there's just like packed lunches from home, from what I remember. And then once you get into secondary school, which is high school, then that's when they start having like a cafeteria to pick from, at least from what I know from most UK schools. And that's also partially because then they, you know, can sometimes have like free lunches for. Oh, actually, no, now that I think about it. No, when I was a little kid, we had a sort of cafeteria thing as well, but it was kind of different. Like for when I was a little kid, like when you're in primary school and stuff, if I remember right, I feel like they tend to have slightly more set specific meals. Like you still go up if you're one of the kids that has those meals instead of having packed lunch stuff. You go up and like get it in a line and everything, but it's more specific what they have each day. Or like certain days of the week and everything like that. Whereas once I got to high school, that's when it was like a whole ass cafeteria where you just kind of grab whatever thing and you pay for it, and you have like a, you know, like you can just pay for it with like your money that you bring or like with cards or whatever. Whereas the stuff prior, I think, was either prepaid or it's like they just know if you're one of the free kids or something. Once you get in high school is when it feels like a proper American style cafeteria. And I remember we had some things that were kind of nice sometimes, but also most of it was not. I think, from what I remember, I heard a thing about how the UK is trying to like ban certain things in school lunches now, like banning like fried foods or something, or it might be America, I don't remember. That you're not, that they're gonna get rid of all things that are like over fried or like deep fried, so that they can try and make meals healthier and involve just less like deep fried stuff that's bad for you, but also it means they're getting rid of anything like chicken nuggets and stuff like that. And I fear if they don't provide proper alternatives, then the food will still just end up unhealthy, but I'm curious to see how it goes. But I don't like talking about politics, so I bring a lot of stuff and all these people are like, why do I use chopsticks? And I told them why not. Oh, people like that are really annoying. When you bring food from home and people are just like, what are you doing? Because it's not the food they're used to. Especially when you've like transferred and stuff. That must be really frustrating. I don't like that little puff I did there. It's one more like this side. I'm not a huge fan of the lines I've done for the squishiness of this so far. It's usually not something I struggle with, but so far I'm not liking the way that I've drawn it on this one. I think that looks alright. Might change it later though. You have to pay for the cafeteria too. I don't know if that's normal. I think it is normal in most schools nowadays, but I don't know because it also varies by country and stuff, of course. I wish you didn't have to. I feel like sometimes the prices are kind of crazy too, because like as much as obviously the point is that like it's, you know, if you can bring food from home for your kids, or the school will go and like, you know, buy and make the food and everything. They gotta like pay their staff and stuff. It feels kind of wild sometimes that you gotta pay, or like the amount that they cost from things I hear, because it's like, dude, the kid is forced to be here. Like kids like legally have to go to school and everything. And then it's like, yeah, okay, you legally have to be here. You don't get a choice in that. But also, if you don't give me money, you will go like 6 or 7 hours without eating anything. Have fun. Like, they're children, bro. That's a little bit fucked up in my onion, in my humble onion. I need to clean this without accidentally selecting the other lines that I want to keep. Oh, fuck. Like that. That's what I don't want to do. Okay, and now I'm gonna do this so I can erase these manually. There we go. Now her little fluffy hearts are in. I can't believe I forgot those for a second first. They're like a whole key motif for the design. I remember when I was sketching, I was specifically leaving room for myself to do those later, and then I forgot. You know, I haven't thought of a food that I think shouldn't exist yet. However, personally, on the opposite way, I've been thinking so much lately about how I think they should let me have Monster again. I miss Monster so bad. I miss it so bad. Saying it like this makes you sound like an addict, which I'm not. I promise. I promise. I promise. But I miss Monster because it's yummy. Most of why I drink Monster, like I know I liked obviously the like caffeine and sugar part of it for the sake of like ADHD. And so it's not like I crave it as much as I used to, because I don't need like the super sugar dopamine rush because I have meds now. But I miss the taste. I love Pipeline Punch Monster. It was so yummy. It was like exactly the most Emmy taste ever. I love things that are obnoxiously sweet like that, and I really want to recreate that exact taste some way with something, but I can't have it because it's so incredibly high in caffeine, and you can't have that with medication that is like stimulant based, like the type that you usually get for ADHD. So sad. It's a hard knock life. Okay, I think I've got all of her features on there now, I believe. And most other stuff I'll do in coloring. Okay, cool. Yippee. Let me stretch for a sec before I color and everything. Whew, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 5. Okay. We're in good time, I think. Before I make the rest, I'm gonna get a drink because my water bottle is empty. So, before I go, I drank 2 cans in a row a couple days ago. I'll stay up on it. Oh my gosh, it was Pipeline Punch because I remembered it was your fave. Yay! You drank it in my honor. I hope you enjoyed it. I know a lot of people don't actually like the flavor, but I hope you enjoyed it. I love Pipeline Punch. I miss it. I miss it. I miss it. Yeah, you should be careful with drinking that much Monster, to be honest. Because, you know, obviously it's an energy drink, so it's going to have caffeine, but it is, like, notably, exceptionally bad for you compared to a lot of other ones like that. Which is part of why I remember when I told my doctor about it, when she was asking, like, we were getting my meds sorted and everything and planning what kind of medication I'd take and how often and everything like that. And she was checking, like, okay, like, if you do drink alcohol? No. Do you smoke? No. Do you have babies? No. All those kinds of stuff. And she was like, do you drink caffeine? And I was like, I drink, like, tea every now and then, but only in normal months. It's fine. I like Monster, but it's okay. I have stopped it. I stopped it cold turkey right before I got these. I know that I can't take much caffeine with these. And she was like, oh, thank God. Like, hang on. Like, she breathed like a full sigh of relief. when I told her, because she was like tense for a sec when I first started the sentence, and then was like so relieved when I said that I already was aware that I can't have it and haven't had any since then, and used to just have a little bit. She was like, yeah, no, I was gonna have to jut in because it's like notably one of the worst ones that we have to advise you against having for this. Like, she might have been fine if I just said, as much as I probably couldn't have much of it, she might have been fine if I said, like, oh, I have coffee sometimes, and been like, okay, well, you should cut down on this. But every time I've mentioned that I used to drink Monster, they're like, please don't, please, I'm begging you, no more. Don't really like caffeine, so don't worry, self-regulate anyway. Yay, that's good. Yeah, I don't like much of it too much either. I don't need it, I'm already silly enough. I like Monster because it's sweet, obnoxiously so. But yeah, okay, I am going to go and get a drink quickly because I haven't refilled my water bottle in a little while. While I'm gone, what question will I give you guys this time? What will I give you guys this time? You know what, since we were talking about schools and lunches, I was gonna say to turn me into like a food thing, but we did that before with our whole little cafe. But if I was a teacher, like if I was a teacher in a school, what subject do you think I would teach? And I don't mean just like a normal one. You can invent one, like Ever After High style, like fucking, you know, general villainy or princess economics something. You can make one up. If I was a teacher, what do you think I would teach? And you're allowed to bullshit something. Bonus points if you bullshit something. I will be right back after I get some water. BRB.
Let's go. Open up. It's time for parkour.
Alright, time for my mandatory parkour check. Let's get this over with.
You're late. You know the deal. You can do the one block.
Hello, I'm back. I returned. Okay, let's get coloring. I'm gonna turn my fan on because it's warm in here. Can you guys hear that? I think it's picking up on my mic ever so faintly. I don't know if it's picking up like specifically when I'm speaking, rather than off or anything like that. Can you hear it? Can you hear the fan in the back? If you can't and it doesn't make my voice quality any worse, then cool, we ball. But if you can, let me know and I'll turn it back off. That fucking reminds me, actually though, I forgot something that I meant to say in the Zatsu part of this stream. What's it? My audio altogether might sound different for a bit. I need to fiddle with it because there's gonna be more reverb for a while. And I'm gonna have to find a workaround for that. Because I got a new desk recently. I think I mentioned that on doing and stuff, but I finally have a new desk. I finally got rid of the one that's been fucking breaking since long before I even started streaming, that I was constantly paranoid of every single time we did our daipanbatsu things. It's part of the reason that I thought it was part of the reason that I thought it was perfect timing to play Date with Death again with the new voices and also play the second one, because I have a strong desk now, or at least one that is not already fucking broken. Yay. But the new desk I got it like not just to be stronger and stuff, but because I wanted one that's bigger. I wanted one like maybe wider but also like taller, because I was always shrimping over my old one, and I still like shrimp posture about a lot of things sometimes. But specifically with the old one, I had to like shrimp to do anything, especially draw, because it was kind of low for me. But since this one's higher up, then I don't have to lean over so much, so it's very helpful. But it is bigger than I thought it would be. And when it arrived, it turned out bigger than I thought. I thought it would fit in the same place as my old desk and just like maybe take up a little bit more space in an awkward way, but no. I had to turn it around to face another way, which is like, this is a very normal thing I'm describing. Like, desk didn't fit, I turned it the other way. Very long tangent to get to the main point of, since I turned it around, now my room acoustics sound different. Harry, can you rest your boobs on it? Now, yes, I can! I was about to say exactly that, actually. I can. I've missed having a desk that's high enough. Why is my cat in my room? I heard scratching at the door and I thought she was outside. It turned out she was in. I think she got in. She does this all the time. She came in the room to sneak in while I was downstairs getting water. And then now that I'm yapping again, she wants out and she's mad that the door's closed. Suko, let me open it. Don't go under the bed, okay? Goodbye, Suko. Okay. But yes, I can. I know people think that's a consideration of who like, yes, exactly. It's really handy because not only do I get to rest my boobs on it and not have boob weight, but like when I can do that with a desk, that usually means it's like perfect height because it supports my back better. I don't have to shrimp over so much, and like the extra boob weight that's usually dragging me down or is in my way, I can just put it on the desk sometimes, especially if I'm doing stuff that's like obviously I can't do that when I'm doing art because like my boobs would go where the tablet's meant to go, so that doesn't work. But when I'm doing stuff that's like art like this, where it's with my mouse, or I'm gaming, or just like typing and everything, I can do that, and then it helps that force my back to stay up straight, and it's so comfortable. Freedom. You reminded me to do it just now. But yeah, it's so much better. I'm free. My back hurts less, and I have so much more space, and it's really cool. It's like a whole like fucking gamer desk. Because I got it from IKEA. And I was just looking for any normal desk anyway. It didn't need to be a crazy gamer one, but all of the regular ones were too small or just not, didn't do what I wanted or couldn't like support the weight I needed and shit like that for my computer and stuff. But this one's like advertised as a super gamer, ultra gamer desk, which means it has fun bonus stuff. Like it has, how do I explain it? Would you like me to hold them while you're drawing? Yes, please, go ahead. Go for it. I am specifically also now imagining though like a rakigachi doing this with just like hang on, like Wait. I'm imagining like this, and the little Rekigachi just squished in here. Trying to hold them up. Or like with like the tail. Trying to hold them up tail style. With the Gachi over here. But yes, go for it. Hands make a great bra. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, yes, I remember. My desk, right, it has like cable management built into it. It's really cool. I could have just looked for the name of this desk on IKEA in case any of you guys want it anyway, but I've forgotten the name, so I will find it another time. But it's so like the main desk is like this, right, but there's also this part at the back that's like mesh for whatever reason. Honestly, it being like a sort of like mesh metal thing would probably be really good if you actually had like your PC tower on here, but this part is all like metal mesh, like it's got like the holes, right? And in the middle bit here, you can change this to be the other way around so that this gap is for you to sit in, but there's this gap here and there's always like a tiny gap between these two anyway. They're not meant to be flush to each other, so that then you can put like in my case I have my PC standing here, well, my monitor standing here, and then it means that any cables you have, you get to just put them underneath, because underneath the desk down in this part, there's like a, how to explain this? There's like, you know, the legs of the desk are there. The desk has legs, as most desks do. But there's like a bar here, and there's a net that goes over it that you wrap around this whole part that just attaches there, so that all of your wires get to just go there and then like sit in this net and then come out at your plug at the bottom without just like being all over the floor. And it's so fucking goated, especially for me specifically with the amount of cables that I have to use. Because I have two monitors, and then I have the cables like for my my mic interface, and I have my speakers plugged in, like I have different speakers plugged into my PC because it didn't come with very good speakers. Like I don't usually play it on speaker otherwise. It's really fucking quiet if I play just from the monitor. And like my headphones and stuff, and I have lights that are all around my thing. So now instead of everything just being everywhere, it's like if I look at the desk from underneath, it's like there's like a beam here. And there's a net here that wraps around to the other part. So this is all just like a big net, so that my wire is just sitting there, and then they can just feed over to here to where my PC is. And it's so nice, and everything's so organized, and I get to like tie them up in there, and it's so freeing. It's so nice. I finally have good cable management. I'm free. We could be free. That was off key. One thing that I forgot to complain about, crazy sentence. One thing that I forgot to complain about being sick, obviously, like I said, one of the reasons that I couldn't stream while I was sick wasn't even just because I'm like, you know, like sick, so I'm like tired or everything. Because for half of the sickness, I was very low energy for a lot of it anyway. I need to call. Like I didn't do much like comms and stuff in the time, and because I was just really tired for all of it. But aside from that, like I said, I just couldn't fucking speak because my throat was really messed up from doing a lot of like screaming and singing with my family beforehand, and then also getting a cold. So my throat was just like awful for the first few days, or like a straight week from that illness. I was like on vocal rest for a while, and it frustrated me so much because I couldn't even sing anything, which is part of why I was so annoyed. Because if it was like some other sickness, if I would just had like tummy problems, I might have been fine. But because it was all like respiratory and my throat and stuff, then I couldn't do my karaoke. We're gonna have to do karaoke this month to make up for the musical one that I wanted to do at the end of Emmy month. I gotta do something for it. But yeah, I was so annoyed because I wanted to sing so many things. Or like if I'd taken time off of streaming usually, then I might use the time to like record like shorts or record for like covers, but I couldn't do that because I couldn't sing anything. Because everything just like cracked. And I'm still kind of recovering that part. Like I'm fine. I mostly just like, you know, coming off the end of a cold where I still like cough a little bit more than usual every now and then. But my voice got damaged. Mine's okay. I got some K-pop Demon Hunters ramen. I got the Zoe ones. Oh yes. I love the K-pop Demon Hunters ramen. No. I know they have a, I don't know why I'm fiddling around with lines, by the way, it's color time. I know they have a deal with Shin Ramen, right? Because I've had a bunch of those, of their Shin Ramen stuff. Which one of these colors is the hair color? Is that the same one? Yeah, it is. I've had their Shin Ramen stuff. and I think it's really yummy. I've been like collecting it. But did they ever get around to making ramen that's like actually based off the one they use in the ones they have in the movie? Because I think I saw people make like concepts for that, but I don't think they ever like actually did it. But I also don't remember if I actually saw like a promo post about it and they just didn't have it in the UK. Did they do that ever? In which case, if you got that, I'm jealous and I want to see. But yeah, I don't remember. I want to give this purple lines as well. I remember thinking this when I looked at the thing originally. There's an idea I maybe have for this piece that I'm not sure if I'll end up doing, but I thought I had when I was thinking about drawing it last night, is I kind of want to try like, hang on. Let me see if this is a good line color really quick. Yeah, that should be fine. It's kind of similar to the original. I want it to be colder than that. And slightly lighter. Yeah, I think I like that color. Let's make it lighter and more pastel. I don't want it to just be the... Yeah, that's a good color. That's what I wanted. Okay, hang on. Let me replace everything that is lined up with that color by doing my little trick. Control A, Control Z, fill, Control V. I forgot what I was gonna say. The rest of it. Okay, yeah, that's the Shin stuff. Cool. Yeah, I really want them to make the actual ones that they use in the movie. I want it so bad. But yeah, Shin ramen. I have those as well. They're so good. It's really fucking yummy, isn't it? And they did they made a Saja Boys one as well that I think is really good. I've been eating a ton of the K-pop Demon Hunters ones and getting all the little stickers from it, and I think it's really good. I only started eating buldak like last year, I think. What's it? Before that, I hadn't tried it, but I know buldak and Shin ramen are both like, you know, pretty popular as spicier ones in like Korean and Japanese ramen stuff. But I only started eating buldak like last year because I was scared of the spice before that, and I used it like the low level specifically to develop my spice tolerance. And Shin ramen, now that I've tried it, is so good. Honestly, I like it more than buldak sometimes. I think it's really nice, and I think it's less spicy overall, but still has like a nice little kick to it that I think is good. And I think I wouldn't have been able to eat it like 2 years ago as well. I got a mouthful of water. I've been yapping too much and forgetting to drink. So now I'm really thirsty, and then I keep yapping and then realizing that my throat's really dry. Hang on. But yeah, I've been kind of proud of myself in like a silly lighthearted way lately for actually properly locking in and developing my spice tolerance, because I didn't think it was working at first. I didn't think I was really getting anywhere. But there's a lot more stuff that I can eat now and enjoy, especially with like ramen, which is part of why I wanted to do it, because I like ramen, that I can enjoy now that I think I wouldn't have been able to handle just like a couple of years ago. Ooh. Why is my throat being so weird? I was eating the black bulldogs. Is that the super spicy ones? Those are tasty when you put the sauce in. Oh, see, I've barely tried like any bulldog flavors. I tried a couple because I'm scared. I specifically really like the carbonara ones. I like the what was I gonna say? Yeah, I like the carbonara bulldog. That's my favorite, which should be obvious because I like cheese, and I like putting like a milk and cheese and stuff into it, and sometimes egg, and making it really creamy. I think that's super fucking yummy. But also that is also watering down the spice. And then one time I tried after I got used to the carbonara one, I was like, okay, let me try eating this one that says it's like 4 cheeses or whatever. It's like double cheese. And I think it claimed to be slightly spicier than the carbonara, but only by a little bit. And I tried it, and I could not. I have a very low spice tolerance. I feel like you would expect me to have a better one too. A lot of people do expect me to have a better one. Or specifically, I think it's because like, it's not like I have none. My spice tolerance is better than a lot of the people that I live around, but also that's because the people I live around, like, dude, I was raised as a random cow in a farm village in the middle of nowhere. So, like, especially in Britain. So most of them are white people living around on old little cows or other cows that just eat grass. So, like, the bar is in hell for spice tolerance. Like I'll eat something that's non-spicy for ramen stuff, and then my like mom would try it and be like, "Whoo, no, I think it's a bit much for me." And I'm like, be for real, be so for real." But I never used to be able to handle like bulldog or anything. Like I guess the way to put it is until I started trying to actively increase my spice tolerance in the past couple of years. Before that, it's like I could eat spice more than a lot of regular white people that I knew. But I would never go for anything that's actively advertised as spicy, if that makes sense. That was always too much for me. But now I'm trying, but I'm still a little baby. I'm still a little baby. I'm still a weak little baby who's scared of it. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, Shin Ramen I really like. It's definitely less spicy, or at least the K-pop Demon Hunters ones are. But I think I really like the flavor, and it has a really nice texture. I think especially because actually no, I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh right, yeah, I was gonna talk about the Saja Boys one because I knew they had the Huntrix ones at first. I didn't realize they had Saja Boys ones too until there we go. Until someone pointed it out to me. And then I asked him to get it for me, and I tried it. And the Saja Boys one is really interesting because it's meant to be like entirely opposite to the Huntress one. The Huntress one is kind of like normal Shin Ramen. It gets nice and soupy, has nice veggies and everything in it. But the Saja Boys is like a creamy one, which I thought was interesting because I like making like my bulldog creamy anyway, you know, with like milk and cheese and everything. But for the Saja Boys one, you're meant to, rather than just like, you know, like cook it in water or put water in it, like fucking microwave it or whatever. Oh my god, my throat stopped being so weird. Hang on. I gotta remember that I'm still sick. Anyway, for the Saja Boys one, what you're meant to do is like to cook just the noodles in the water until they're cooked, and then you drain all of the water out, and then you put the sauce in, and it makes it like really like creamy and cheesy, and it's so fucking good. Oh my god, that shit is fucking peak. I love it. Very yummy. I want more of it. I had like one pack of it and decided it was my favorite thing ever, and then I couldn't find any more. I haven't found any more yet, but I want it. I want it again. Maybe I should get like a Web suggested to me a while ago, my awesome friend Weeby Meezy, internet sensation Webinars. She suggested to me a while ago that I should get I forgot what the site is called, but you know there's like Throne, that one that people use. I have one of those where you can like send gifts from a wish list to a creator or something. Like I have one and it has just like art supplies and stuff that I want on it, or like throat coat tea, stream supplies and upgrades and things that I want, but also like art and silly things that I like, in case anyone ever wants to give a little gift because it's fun. But there's also a version of that where people can like order food for you basically, without like, you know, sharing your location to them. And I think Web says that she has that, and people have like gotten her food while she's streaming. And I kind of want to try it. But specifically, what I'm thinking is maybe I should try that and just put the stupid ramens that I want on there, like the Saja Boys ramen, and all of the other like shitty ones I like trying. Because I told you guys before that one of my hobbies is specifically finding like really shit looking random ramen brands that cost like 2p and testing how good they taste, because I like rating how good they taste for myself, and I still need to make that spreadsheet one day of them all, rating how good they taste for myself. And I enjoy ones that taste like shitty / positive, or like cheap / positive, and ones that taste like good in the way that they're good, or some taste like, you know, like they're trying to be real food in a bad way. There's so much range. Hey, I'm gonna take some break for now, so I thought I'd watch you draw. Hell yeah, hi! Welcome back. If you have a nice little break from studying and everything. We finished all the lines a second ago, so now it's color time. It's looking so good. Thank you, thank you. This is the hair color, right? Yes, it is. Right, yeah, I mentioned that before I got on ramen yapping, there was a thing I had an idea for in my brain when I was thinking about drawing this last night. Honestly, you know what, now I think about it, this looks really good as just lines as well. I'm gonna save a version with the lines in case I like it better as being like uncolored. Because I think it would honestly also look really good as something that's just like done like this piece that I did. So especially since he has this color palette that's mostly like purple and stuff. But I remember having this vision in my brain for like half a second of doing something like this is not quite going to be the best example. But like doing something where I do highlights on it by just like straight up leaving those parts entirely white. Like, you know, kind of like, Sometimes for like manga stuff, especially for like promo art, they might like do art where they like don't actually color in people's skin, especially if they're pale characters. It's just white and then there's shading. But I want to do that, I believe, like a highlight, maybe sort of like this. I had a vision of it in my brain when I was thinking about that I needed to do this tomorrow. This is not quite the angle I'd put it at, but something like this. And then I think part of what my idea was, is I remember I used to, in the past, I tried out this style of doing things. I think I got it from Ray, from Jinja Ninja OWO, where they used to do these really like harsh highlights on things by leaving part of the, like a highlight that's just white straight up and then lining it in a bright color. But I was considering trying something sort of like this. And I want to test if I like that concept still. Not quite like that. I think like this just kind of looks like her hair is dyed white. But something along these lines is what I wanted to do, with it all being like really super pastel. I think especially because I've done it all at the top now, it just kind of looks like she's dipped in milk. But doing something like this and everything was an idea that I had, and I'm not sure if I'll commit to it. I think it kind of looks better without the other color. But I'll see. I think I will start off by just coloring everything in normally and then do that, like carve out that kind of shading after if I want to do it. I love June. Me too, me too. Remember you were testing on one stream because it's the first one I tried. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, with ramen and stuff? Yeah. I love testing all my stupid ramens. I need more of them. I haven't had enough good weird ramens lately. I haven't eaten too much good ramen. Because see, this is what I mean. There's like variation, you know, there's range. Like there's ramen that's just good and is good at being instant ramen. Like for example, buldak and shin ramen and stuff. But then those don't really count for my tests and everything. Those I like because they're like, yeah, I actually like it. I like them in the same way that I like trying, you know, like regular food and takeout and stuff. For shitty ramens, it's like you've got to look at them and be like, oh, yeah, that's some slop. Or the ones that are just like always ridiculously low priced or have some weird ass branding on the front. And it's like, I think this is part of why I hesitate on making like a spreadsheet of it, because I really want to do it because it'd be funny, and because people have asked me to before when I go really ridiculously hard on explaining my takes on these, because I just keep all my little ratings in my head. I'm gonna get some peppermint punch in the store and eat my Zoe ramen. Oh my god, yeah, that's a perfect Emmy meal. Eating ramen of my little K-pop demon hunter's kin and my monster. I'm jealous. You're doing oshigatsu. You're doing an Emmy oshigatsu. Yeah. Bye bye. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like there's some ramen where it's like, it's shitty in the way that it just straight up tastes bad. And there's some shitty cheap ramen where it's shitty in the way it's like, that's what I wanted. Like it tastes kind of like greasy and oily and cheap, and it so very clearly is instant food, but it's like good. Like that's what I was going for. In the same way that sometimes when you order pizza from like a takeout place, you don't go there expecting like a fancy gourmet Italian pizza. You go there expecting so much cheese that it drips all over your couch. I don't know. Oh god, I'm so American nowadays. Why did I say couch? Ew. Drips all over your sofa. It drips all over your couch. Anyway. And then there's some where, well, and you know, in the same way, there's some where they're good for that reason, where it's like, yeah, this tastes cheap and that's a good thing. And there's some where they try to be more like real food and be something that can sustain you, and it's good because I'm like, yeah, this honestly is a good stand-in for a regular meal if it's cheap. Like this tastes like good food. This is good on its own. It is still instant food, but it's like good. It works as a normal meal rather than just making you feel like shit. And there's some where they're good because they feel cheap, and there's some where they try so hard to be normal food that then they're bad. Like I'm particularly not a fan of the type of instant ramen. Sorry, thinking back about the art again. I don't know why I'm saying sorry about going back to the art when this is supposed to be the main topic. I might put like a little like purple wash like filter over all of the colors, since I've made the line art on pastel and stuff as well. Because I've got the, the palette here to pick from, but I think I'll shift it all a little bit to be purpler. I do that a lot with these pieces. I try to keep all of the like values in relation to each other the same, so they still look like they've got the same general skin tone going on, but sometimes shift them a little bit so I can have a different like filter at the top. Pro tip, guys, that's how you change colors without feeling like you've like whitewashed a character or something. But anyway, yeah, I'll finish the ramen tangent before I explain that. But like, I'm not a huge fan of the types of instant ramen that try really hard to be like normal pasta. Like when they're trying hard to be a pasta instead of a ramen, it's usually not good. Like Bulldog pulls it off with their carbonara flavored one and stuff, right? Like that's really yummy. It's really good. But there's so many kinds where they'll advertise themselves as like a tomato spaghetti, or it's like the picture of food on it is like a British roast dinner. Oh, this is really cute with super pale lines too. It's like a British roast dinner instead of anything that's actually ramen related. And then you taste it and it's just like, oh, ew. Ugh. Sometimes they try so hard to mimic regular food that is not in the dish that it then just kind of ruins the whole thing. Cause like that's not there. Like I like bulldog I like the cheesy bulldog ones, and oftentimes those are better when you add cheese. But sometimes I've tried ones where like especially if they're like made to be instant pasta rather than ramen, when they're advertising themselves like macaroni cheese, or if they're like really cheap brands rather than something like bulldog, if they're supposed to be cheesy and they have like a cheese powder in them, they're usually arse, because you just get like this really watery gross cheese, and I hate it. I used to eat so many cheap noodles before that I couldn't eat them more. Oh no, why can't you eat them anymore? That sucks. Is it because of like a dietary reason for you? You're like allergic to something, or you're just like not allowed? I really like that quadra cheese. It's so cheesy. Yeah, I tried that one. I think that's the one I was saying was too spicy for me. My spice tolerance is really low. I'm trying to build it better over time because I want to have a good spice tolerance, because there's so much yummy food that I feel like I'm missing out on. But what's it? The first bulldog that I like tried as like my entry level was the carbonara one, and then I tried the quadro cheese after because I love stuff that's got a billion cheese on it. But then it was too spicy. Like I think I finished it, but it was just like the whole time I was like, whew, whew, rather than with the carbonara one where I was just like, okay, let's got a kick to it. So I didn't have it again since, but I want to someday. They tasted bad and I suddenly got revolted by them. Oh, I see. Right now I know what you mean. Sometimes that just happens. Especially if you've got autism. There's times when there's like one food that's your favorite little like safe food, especially with a junk food, and then suddenly it's like, no, this is us, this is us, this is awful. Worst food ever. Okay. Tangent, but I put them to joggers on to go outside, and I only had these ones that are made for my size. My problem there's too thick relative to my body. This is my pet peeve. Oh no, real, I get this. Real as hell. I understand your pain. I understand your pain perfectly. I understand you entirely. I mean, this should be obvious with the way that I'm built, but I know the pain, especially because I'm short. I think if I was just like taller, then half of my clothing sizing issues wouldn't be there. But not to brag, but I have an hourglass figure. I feel so funny saying that. Because it's not even like it's bragging. It's not necessarily better than other figures. I like all types of body figures. Oh my god, Emmy solved diversity. What was I gonna say? But because I'm built kind of like that, with big boobs and big hips, but then my waist is smaller in the middle, and I have like longer legs and stuff, that it means sizing for everything is really fucking annoying. Because it's not even like I have a crazy tiny waist or something, but just because the fact that like my bust and my hips are bigger, then sizing for things like trousers and stuff, like you were saying, is so hard. Because it's like and also while I'm short, because like I'll go to get something, like say this is part of why I actually rarely wear shorts. You guys see me in the ones that are in this little outfit that I have, but they're like the only pair of shorts I wear other than PJ shorts. It's really hard to find ones that fit well. But like for skirts, for example, it's like you get an Emmy. This is gonna be a really stupid cartoon, like fucking Elastigirl version of an Emmy. But let's say an Emmy's like this, right? Stupid little creature version of an Emmy. If we imagine I'm built like this, then I go to put a skirt on, and I want one that fits around here, that it'll cinch here so that it'll, you know, can sit comfortably there. But this is a lot wider. Actually, this is the same issue I have with shorts, like with pajama shorts, right? Because they're like, you know, really, they're not meant to be like tight in the way that like jeans and stuff are. They're loose. I have this all the time with PJ shorts where I can't wear them outside, because when I put them on, because this is where it's all bigger, then they like sit here. This is where my hips are and where they're kind of intended to sit in order to cover my legs. But because that's just like a curve and it's smaller here, then the shorts will ride up, and the shorts want to sit here because that's where the elastic wants to snap to hug. But then that means that now they're up here. Now I can't wear it outside. Same for like skirts and stuff, where then because they go here, then that means that they're too short, especially at the back. Or like with trousers, where it's like I need something bigger, and then it fits here and it'll be like tight all the way here, and then you get up here and now it's too big. Or I have the reverse problem with shirts as well, especially jackets. I've talked about this before. I own like, own very few jackets that I actually can zip up. Thanks, over. Bye bye. Bye bye. Good luck with your studying. Good job in being diligent about it. I believe in you. Put some looser pants. They're always so uncomfortable in the groin. It's so annoying. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like some of the trousers that I have, especially like jogger things that are like looser and more comfortable, means that I'm just like constantly pulling it up in the middle because it sags down. Right. Is the jacket here a different color? Because I know it has this pattern on it. I think the jacket might share a color with the hair for part of it. Okay, that's that one, which is not the same as the hair color. Okay. But that's the main jacket color, so I'm going to start off coloring it in that. But yeah, I have like no jackets, or I have very few jackets, even though I like them. I like wearing jackets, and I have my whole big one with you guys. But the reason I like jackets that are like unzipped and off shoulder and everything is partially style points. That's only part of it though. Most of the reason is because they don't zip. They don't zip. They do not. I just do not buy jackets that zip up because it's hard. It's really hard. Especially for coats. I basically only have like jackets instead of coats as well. I don't have like full winter coats like ever. I'm gonna need to end up getting one next winter, but I usually just like layer myself up in other stuff because getting an actual coat that fits me well is so hard. I think honestly, I'm getting so nostalgic today because along with talking about the ramen and everything, I feel like I ranted about specifically this in one of my first streams. What's it? I shifted the seem to fit that purpler tone a little bit, so I'll probably change this warm purple to be a little bit colder too. A little lighter. Because I also don't want it to just be exactly the same as the... Yeah, it's because it's darker than... It's kind of clashing with the line color I went for right now because I made it lighter. So I'm going to need to either make this lighter to match and probably everything else, or I'm going to need to make it darker so it contrasts. I think lighter can work. Actually, this is part of what I was saying about relative colors as well, actually. Because I'm probably going to need to make the jacket lighter to do what I'm doing here. But if I talk about art for a sec instead of about my boobs... Yeah, Emmy's an etching protagonist, you're right. I lost my sentence. I guess I can only talk about boobs. Oh, right, yes. So, pro tip. This will not be like a full explanation guide on it, but a tip in general that a lot of people get confused by. A lot of people often struggle with wanting to, you know, do something in their own colors and not just color pick stuff, but also not wanting to change things to the point that they lose a design, especially when it comes to changing like a character's skin tone or something, right? Especially because a lot of people have misconceptions about color picking nowadays, you know, because there's been more talk in recent years about whitewashing characters and how a lot of artists or a lot of official media characters will get whitewashed, and that is true. And I'm glad it's brought more to attention, but because of that, a lot of people misunderstand how colors work and will like color pick a character's reference compared to some other scene they're in or something and see that they're like slightly different and be like, that's not the right one. But that's not how using colors not works, right? You're allowed to be creative with it. Like, for example, even when drawing me, you're welcome to change all of the rest of my colors as much as you want. Hiya! I'm explaining an art thing for once. I'm not ranting this time. You're allowed to change all of my colors as much as you want, especially since I can change color. My hair can change color. My eyes can change color. But if you want to draw me in a different light or something, or say if you want to draw me like filtered in a way where I'm more like pastel or something, you might want to change the skin tone as well. If you only color pick the skin tone and change everything else, it's gonna look weird, so you'll want to change it. But the issue people struggle with is changing the stuff while still getting it accurate, because what they often do is say, like, I'm looking at this piece and I decide that I want to make this more pastel and our skin tone as it is like way too saturated for that, right? If what I do is change nothing else and just make the skin tone paler in order to match with this purple thing, then now she just looks whiter and she doesn't look like herself. Because then that is how we end up with whitewashing, when we've just changed the value of this entirely to fit whatever palette you're going for and nothing else. If everything else is color picked or just made really close to the original, then if I do that, then all I've done is change that and she doesn't look like the same character, same as if I made it darker. What you want to do instead is think about how these colors relate to each other. That's why I keep talking about relative values. So like, for example, if I wanted to make this extra pastel, I can do that and use a different color than the one she has for her skin here. But what I want to do is, if I'm making the skin lighter, if the hair is lighter than that, then the hair needs to also be lighter and just go even lighter. So say if we have a character who looks like, let's say this is our character's skin tone. Then they have this like pastel purple shade for their hair, right? If I wanted to make them lighter for a different piece, then if I just did this then that would be a different guy. But if I look at this and how it relates to the other tone, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make this a bit lighter. This color is actually just like red rather than brown, but ignore that. And then also make this a bit lighter and lean in the same way. Then it still looks like the same guy, even though I use a different color, just in different lighting. You want to think about how your colors relate to each other. So in this case, since I can't use this color from the shirt on here because it clashes with the line color I did. Or I can kind of use it, but it looks a little different here. So I'm making it a little bit lighter to go with these line art better. But if I want to do that, then ideally what I should do is make the other lighter colors also lighter, so then it'll still look like the same shirt and not just look like I changed her shirt to a lighter one. Yeah, because it's about this shirt being darker than the other colors and not just this shirt being this exact shade. It'll still give the same impression if it's just that same amount darker than the other colors around it. Trying to tackle the most criticism to autism. Someone said Miku's in black until the Miku's in white. What makes a difference? Just how people like see the character. So true, especially with a character like Miku. Yeah, I hate how many people argue about these kinds of things on TikTok. A lot of people really don't know how to just let an artist be these days. Because like, especially with characters like that, it can be whatever you want. You can draw whatever you want. And it's like I said, how I'm glad that there's more discussion about whitewashing characters and stuff these days. I appreciate it as someone who's brown and has been whitewashed so many times. But like, yeah, a lot of people misunderstand then in their attempts to defend that, how actually working with colors works. Because of that, it means a lot of people then like scare themselves out of it and they're like, oh no, I can't draw. It kind of backfires a lot of people, but they're like, oh no, but then that means I can't draw brown characters because I draw in pastel colors, and if I make them lighter, they'll get mad at me. And it's like, no, you don't have to color pick everything. If it doesn't look good in your colors, you just need to know how to change them. This color I think is too light, but I kind of want to make, like I said, everything else a little bit lighter so that the shirt doesn't have to be much different. I might give in and change my line color a tiny bit darker instead. I can also change the line color specifically on the shirt, but I don't really want to do that because the end goal for this for me is to have the lines the one color everywhere. I think I'm gonna make this shirt colder. Because if I make it a slightly colder tone, I can make it... No, that clashes with the skin color. But I made the line art colder than it is in the other one. Let's see. What can I do with this for it to work how I want? Grayer helps. That is very much just one with the with the line art color now. Let's make her hair color lighter since I made the other ones a little bit lighter. I don't think that's lighter enough. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna put that there and select this color. We're gonna ignore that might fuck up the ref on the side. Cool. And now her skin tone looks a little bit too dark actually because I changed that before. Damn, that skin tone looks really pink on the screen for you guys. Jesus, just stayed back. I still want to commission MS Paint of my vampire Frankenstein to see, but the problem with doing him is he's never seen without one of his pets. Ah, I see. Well, you can always send him my way and I'll let you know if I think I'd be able to do it or not. Because, I mean, if you send the com, I'm able to decline it if I can't. I think I need to make this skin tone a little more on the orange side and less peachy. I made it slightly redder since I'm making everything here a bit purpler than the original. But it needs a little bit more of the warmth back in it. Let's go a little bit more to the rest. I think I should help to make it more desaturated. That kind of works. Okay. I'm not satisfied with this shirt color because it's so desaturated now. But I think to fix that I'd need to make my line color more saturated. Otherwise it's just gonna fight for attention with it. I think I'll leave the shirt as it is for the time being while I fiddle with some other shades. In the ref here, I think this is her hair color and this one is the jacket. So the hair is slightly grayer and colder than the jacket. Okay, noted. So I'll make this a little bit lighter since I made everything else lighter. And then I want this pink color. I'm fine with this color standing out a bit because it's kind of special in being her little motif there. Hey, sorry, Miss 𝘆cie_𝘂𝗿, I'm really busy. That's okay, you don't need to apologize. People say stuff like that a lot, but you guys really don't need to say sorry for me for missing things. It's not like it's your job. And I have said this a million billion times, but the way I see it, when you're here, I'll be happy to see you. And when you're away busy doing other stuff, I'll be happy for you. I like hearing about what you guys have been up to while you're away and stuff, or like updates in your life. I do not spend my time sitting here being like, oh my gosh, this guy hasn't turned up to my streams. They're a fake fan. So don't worry, you're totally fine. Do I want these to also be lined in the same purple, or do I want to give them their own pink? Because I kind of wanted everything to have one line color here. And then I'd maybe just... Yeah, no, I think I will have one line color. Yeah, it looks cute. Okay, that looks so tasty. Thank you. I wanted it to look tasty in the way it looks like a little, like a pastel sugary treat, you know? I kind of want this hair color lighter, but I think it's also partially just because this one is shaded. So I want to put more pink in via the shading. What if I shade it with this pink? Ooh, that's pretty cute. That's very cute. That adds a very cute lighting touch to it. Ooh, yummy. Said a billion times that my favorite thing about MS Paint streams is I just get to experiment. Half of the like art tricks and styles that I come up with while I'm doing MS Paint things, I'm bullshitting just as much on the fly. I'm learning what's gonna happen with just as much surprise as you guys. That's cute. That's cute. I like that. I love the silk gray purplish color. Yeah, I really love this whole design. It's so soft and yummy. I had a question, but I forgot. I'm gonna like send an energy beam into your brain that'll help you remember. Okay, here you go. I hope it's working and I didn't just like shit myself. Color, color, color. Yeah, pink is shading for this is very cute. I was gonna make it dark down there rather than light, but I think it's kind of nice to have this just like light bounced everywhere. It's kind of like she's being backlit, I suppose. To have everything is just like this rim light behind her. That's nice. I like that. Oh, this is coming out really yummy. I like this. It looks tasty. It looks like it's made of like icing sugar. And I like that. I like that in an art piece. Something I enjoy doing, especially with hair, is this is another thing actually that I think definitely was affected by me being raised on Ever After High for a lot of my art. Is like most of the shading I do with hair obviously, you know, makes sense and follows the actual light source and stuff, but then I like adding so many parts that are just kind of bullshit for fun. I like adding all these extra highlights in places that you wouldn't like. I don't know how to put it. I have a logic to it whenever I do it, but especially for things like this, sometimes I just decide, you know what, I can make everything shiny because I can. I can put all kinds of colors everywhere. You can have a shine here, you can have a shine there, you can have a shade over here. I think it's so fun. Hair is my favorite thing to color ever. I could spend so much time on any piece that I'm doing, literally just shading hair and doing nothing else. And I spend so much more time on it than everything else that I do as well. I feel like also, it's like, honestly, because of the way I do hair, I kind of had to like, work backwards with my art at some point. It's a thing I've had to do in the past, where I like developed such a distinct style and way that I like doing hair, that eventually I was doing, for all the rest of a piece, I was mostly just kind of doing whatever felt like it made sense and fit. But then had my own little rhyme and reason and pattern for doing hair that I was like, the hair looks like it's existing in a different plane to everything else. So I had to change the way that I shade for everything else around the way that I draw hair so they look good together. I think it's fun. Yeah, I like having this pink lighting kind of everywhere on here. It makes everything look really fluffy and glowy. I like that. I like that. I think I'll do something similar for the rest and sort of shade it all in pink. So for here, I'll get like a pastel pink color like this. This might be too light to be visible, but we'll find out. Because she's already pretty pale. Can you even see that? You guys barely can, but it is technically visible. But if I make it like a darker pink, then it will just not look like a highlight anymore. But that's okay, because what I think I'll do is I'll probably bring in like an edge light. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. You'll see what I mean when I do it. I'll like outline some of these highlight parts with like a darker pink as a contrast. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, dun, da, dum, bum. Shading faces is something that I find tricky to do in MS Paint all the time, especially when I'm doing like cell shading, because I think I definitely shade faces a lot softer than most other parts of body when I'm doing art in general. I mean, you know, the softness of my shading always depends on what it is regardless. Like skin gets softer shading for me than hair does, especially because, like I said, I have this distinct style of drawing hair that makes it sort of not thin hair textured. It's kind of like chunky on purpose. But particularly faces, because they're like round and stuff, and the way that I want often to put like a highlight on her cheek. If I was doing this with anything soft, I'd put a highlight on her cheek here for the light, but that doesn't work when it's cell shading because it looks really weird. Then it needs to be soft there, but then that means I have to do my MS Paint fake gradient, and sometimes I'm too lazy for that. What did Amy say? Hair is my favorite part, and we're like, yeah, we're twinsies. Yummy colors, yay. I'm glad they look yummy. My art should always look tasty, because art is tasty to me. That's why my whole existence is eating art and eating tropes. I kind of want to still see if I can put a highlight on the cheek here somehow, but I might just do it as like a blob thing, like this. Yeah, that works. Okay, and I'm gonna need to shade as well. Do I want to shade in a more purple, or do I want to also shade in pink? If I want a little more color variation, it would make more sense to shade in like a colder tone and then, you know, highlight in the warmer color. That's what I do for most things, I'm not gonna lie. Pro hack to Emmy shading. You just pick all of your highlights are always slightly warmer and your shadows are always slightly colder. Wow, you did it. But I could also make it like monochrome in a way that looked really like cozy and unified if the shading was also pink. I'll try it both ways. We'll try with a purple shade first. I still don't know why I get so much more American when I stream. What do you mean purple shade, Emmy? That's not how you pronounce that. You are British. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up making it pink. Because I think with how pink I've made everything, if I make the shading color purpler, even though it does look nice, it kind of brings more variation into it in a way that I don't actually want. Like, it's pretty, but I think I kind of want it to all match. Basically, both options that I'm considering here will look good, I think. I just gotta decide which one I want for style. Because I think doing it, then again, I was about to say doing it in pink will make it more unique, but also if I do it in this like a bluer tone, then it kind of brings back some of the original color of the hair. It makes it more clearly purple. It gives more contrast. Okay, I think I'll stick with this. Ooh, her buns look yummy. That, I could have worded that better. Her hair buns look yummy. I liked how they looked kind of like cinnamon rolls before, even though it was like not entirely accurate. And I wanted to keep some of that, even though I wanted to change them to be like squarer in the way that hers are. But I like them like this now. They're like, that looks tasty. That looks edible. Cute. I love drawing cute girls. I love drawing cute everyone. I love when things are cute. Yeah, I'm curious. For those of you guys that know / like Ever After High, can you recognize the things in my the Ever After High influence in my style? Is it obvious to you guys? I really like doing contrast like this lately as well, where I do a highlight and then the shadow directly under it. It makes things look really shiny, and that isn't always what you want because it makes things look like metallic a lot. That's why I don't always use it on hair, especially not on faces most of the time. Having a color that was just like slightly darker than that highlight one would add a nice contrast to it, but doing it like this makes it look super shiny. But for this, I think it works. I really like the texture that it gives to things like this. Because yeah, this is generally, that's also a pro tip. This is honestly, doing this is the key to shading metal in anything really easily. Or any surface that you want to look shiny and hard and stuff. You don't need 10 billion like effect layers of add glows and stuff and getting it more and more shiny. All you need to do is just put a harsh contrast between your shadow and your light. And then it'll look like something that's reflective and hard. I don't usually shade hair like that, or I usually use it like minimally, like in some places and not others, so the hair still looks soft. But I kind of like it here because I think it's tasty. But I might only put it in some places still because I think like that it's a little bit too shiny. Yeah, I'll keep it just for some things. Use it sparingly for more effect. Yeah, I feel like the way the hair flows kind of looks like Ever After High. Yeah, you get it, you get it. So much of my hair art style is gotten from Ever After High. Like, that's the main thing that I stole from it. I also, it's not visible in the way I draw noses anymore because I've changed since, you know, now that I basically don't draw noses until I feel like it. But I used to have stolen the nose, the way I draw noses from Ever After High too, in the past. Because I still do sometimes when I like want to give more than just a highlight there, but don't feel like actually drawing a full one. Like, because the way I used to draw them was like a, hang on. Instead of doing this, that little highlight thing, I'd do like a, like this, which is just directly the way that Ever After High does it. I would just give, it's kind of funny honestly that it went back and forth because I went from just giving this vague shape that gives the impression of the bottom half of a nose to doing something that's a vague shape that gives the impression of the top half of a nose. And I still do that sometimes, I still like it, but I like my little highlight more most of the time. I think it's cutesy. I only started doing this highlight because it was easy as well. It's the same as how I accidentally developed a style of drawing eyes really like eye pupils really triangular for a while, rather than circular, because I started doing like a little shorthand just from when I was scribbling things quickly, and then it became my regular style. But yeah, the way that I draw hair flow is gone from Ever After High. That's why I like drawing like curly, flowy hair so much. Both curls in like the, you know, like actual curl and coil throwaway that I have, but also curls in the way of like things that curl like this. I stole it from Ever After High. Teehee. It also affects how I like line hair altogether. And how I shade it. That's why I do so many like big sections of light and dark and stuff that break each other up and all these extra lines in the middle of it. And it's also why I really struggle with drawing regular anime hair. I'm not very good at drawing like spiky type of anime hair or hair that it's just like straight. It's really hard for me because my style is so built around like flow and like my weird little curls and everything that I do on like everyone's hair ever. When I get given hair that just like spikes out, especially for like short mask hair, it really fucks with me. I don't think I want that shadow there actually. Feels like there should be more shadow on this side altogether though. Maybe just do it like this. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Maybe the whole area there? No, too much. If I do too much of it, it gives it a really weird depth. I could introduce a third shading color, but I kind of don't want to. Or I think if I introduce a third one, I'll shade the other stuff first and then decide if I want a third, because I might. If I add a third one, I'll also make it pink again. Ooh, I need to stretch. I'm really liking the palette of this so far. They look so cozy and soft. It looks like it's made of sugar and pillow fluff. That reminds me. Speaking of pillow fluff, I mentioned the Sanrio rankings earlier. For you guys who care about Sanrio, have you seen the Happy Lena Friends rankings? Because if any of you guys don't know, Sanrio does these like voting, these ranking votings every year, where for like a month straight, God, I keep noticing my accent changes today. Where for like a month straight, there's a website you can vote on with every single active Sanrio mascot, and you can vote for once a day for every single one that you like. So you can vote for multiple characters a day, but it's just like once daily. They use it basically as an interest check to see how many people are passionate about different characters. So then they decide, you know, like which ones they're gonna give more merch to and stuff like that. Like for example, Neri and I really love Kogimune. You've seen her before if you've seen me collab with Neri, because Neri has a little Kogimune onesie. And I have an Usahana one. And Kogimune used to not be super popular, but then she got voted for a lot more last year, so then there was a lot more Kogimune stuff this year. She was featured in a lot more things, because they know now that there's people who want to buy her. But it's also like a silly little contest, because they have like a winner and then they get a crown at the end, and Cinnamoroll won it for like 6 fucking years straight until last year. I don't care particularly too much about the winner. I just care about the things that I like that are unappreciated, using this as a chance to show them that I want more merch and stuff. Like I vote so hard for Show by Rock because I want more Show by Rock content. But also this year, what they're doing is I think something they did before in the past, where there's a separate voting thing for new Sanrio characters they've designed, and they are so fucking cute. They're so adorable. It's called Happy Lena Friends, and rather than like you know, voting for the sake of competing, it's like you get 3 categories that they have. There's a bunch of characters that don't exist yet that just have little profiles because they've designed them recently, and you get to read through them and stuff and vote for which ones you'd be most interested in spending time with, which ones you'd be most interested in collecting, and which ones you'd like most interested in learning the story and stuff about. And it's very cute. I love all the designs for them. The reason this reminded me is there's one that's literally made of pillow fluff, and I think it's so adorable. There's one called Nemri Tail. Neri's in love with him, by which I mean he's obsessed with him already, which is not surprising because it's a sleepy little fluffy guy that's like all pastel blue and white like Cinnamoroll with the fluffiness of Kogimune. And he's eepy and tiny. It's literally made for Neri, and it's even basically has his name. But he's a little fluffy baby who's made out of like the fluff from inside a mattress, and he has a little buddy with him who's made from pillow fluff. And all his friends are the Lullaby Club. Wait, let me show you him. He's so cute. I love all the new characters. Look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Look how cute he is. He's made from mattress stuffing, and his little guy in the back is made from pillow fluff. And they're just little fluffy sleepy fairies. They're so cute. I have other favorites in this one, but Nemri Tail came to mind because he's adorable. You guys should check out all of them and vote for whoever you like. I don't like the way I shaded this one. This is the wrong, like, angle. Oh, right, he's so cute! And let me show you some of my other favorites, because I really like Chocochilla. She is so adorable. I love the shape of this little guy. I hope she's one of the winners and we get a bunch of stuff for her. She's probably my second favorite. Look at her! This one, she's a little chinchilla, and it says in her bio that she actually used to be entirely pure white, but she ate so many strawberries that her ears and tail turned pink. She's so cute! And she's just a little guy. Her favorite things are sitting in like teacups in the palm of your hand and yapping and eating strawberries. And I also really like Nyam Nyam New. Is this one is getting half of my votes. Oh, right, they're so cute! This one is getting half of my votes. Nyam Nyam New, really cool design. This one looks like it's multiple characters. I thought it would be like a girl group at first, but it's one little kitty, and what she like dresses up and transforms. She's like a little magical girl idol. So she changes fashion and stuff entirely. So honestly, half of why I'm excited for her is I know that the gacha boxes for her are gonna go crazy, and I want like dress up dolls and everything. She's so cute. That's so Emi-core to change all around like this. And look at this outfit. She's very cute. I also kind of like the look of there's these two little guys that I think are pretty Emi-core. Top looks like Miku. You know what? That was Mirror Miku core of her. These guys called Luna and Oliver, that are little like Oni twins. Very silly. I like her twin tails. Like these are twin tails that I would do. Oh, I can show you the full lineup of them. If I can get a picture that isn't 3 pixels big. This is a tiny image, but whatever. These are all the new ones. You can barely see them, but those are all the new Happilina friends. See, all their designs are so cute. I love them. I love them. So yeah, if you go to the Sanrio ranking websites, you can vote for which ones you want to see most, which ones you want to see new stuff of, because they're characters that aren't out yet. They're so adorable, man. I love them. I love Sanrio. How do I want to shade this part? Shave this part. I am not shaving you, queen. I promise. Don't worry. How do I want to shade this part? And it didn't look right. Maybe all the shading should be on this side for this one. Yeah, I suppose so. Let me change that a little bit. The hot mare is so cute, right? I love them. I love them. It's so exciting seeing these. I'm so looking forward to seeing all of the stuff about them in the future and all the little stories, because they all have like full character profiles on there, with little snippets of their backstories and stuff and the worlds they live in, and all their friends as well. Because a lot of Sanrio characters always come with like a little friend group of their own, even aside from the other main mascots. And I love learning about those. Like I mentioned it, I think, but for Nemritail, the little fluffy stuffing fairy that I showed first, his friends are all called the Lullaby Club. And it's so cute. They're so adorable. Really indecisive over how I want to shade this thing, because I want to make it look plush, but I don't want to give it too much depth in a bad way. I'll leave it like that for now. My website and Kitty-Me-chan's. Oh, yes. Yeah, okay, so you're looking at the normal rankings of characters. Yes, I love Kitty-Me-chan. I really want to get more into her. Yeah, Kitty-Me-chan is really silly. I'll show her to you for the guys who don't know her. She is literally a piece of salmon. And she's so cute. She's just doing her best. She's just a piece of salmon. Looking at her makes me giggle, and I love her. I love how she's always drawn with these wobbly lines and everything in such a simple way. It's so cute. She's so adorable. She is just a little piece of salmon. And she's just getting by. Adore Kitty-Me-chan. Okay, let's shape this in pink as well. Yeah, there we go. Now it's getting cuter. Now there's an nice shiny. I need to do this one too. But I need to shade her tail. I've run into an issue where since I made all the line art color the same as well, putting her tail up here is going to make it look exactly the same as the hair because it's the same color. So I got to figure out how I want to shade that to separate them a bit. Because, you know, I don't want them to become indistinguishable. I guess I just gotta put a shadow for the hair here where it goes behind the tail. I'm back. What happened? Hello! I was talking about Sanrio. I was talking about the Sanrio rankings and all of the new characters that that are being revealed. They were so cute. The fuck do I vote for? Well, if it helps, if you're voting on the regular votings, like I said, the regular ranking stuff with all the normal characters and not the new ones that I just showed you, you can vote for as many characters as you want once per day. So you can literally vote for everyone that you like. That's the point. This is, you know, some people vote really specifically to try and like beat Cinnamoroll or get theirs to #1 because, you know, like they want the competition part. But the main point of this is it's just an interest check. It's just a glorified interest check. They want to see which characters people are interested in. So if you like all of them, vote for all of them. That's also why they ask like your age group and where you're from and everything, because, you know, they want to know where in the world people are interested in this character and this character and where they should make more merch of this one and this one. But what I was showing, you know, was Sanrio, along with their regular rankings that they're doing this year, where you vote for like your favorite Sanrio characters and they see which ones people are interested in. They're doing a voting of new characters that have just been designed that aren't out yet, where you vote for which ones you want to see, like which ones you want to collect most, which ones you like the story of most, which ones you want to hang out with most. And they're all so cute. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this little guy. This is Neri's favorite for obvious reasons. But this is Nemritail, and I love him. He's a little fairy that's made from fluff from a mattress. And this little guy is made from pillow fluff. They're little sleepy babies who are part of the Lullaby Club of all their friends that are made from other kinds of little sleepy fluff. And I also really love this little guy. this cutie pie Chocotilla. She's one of my favorites. She's so cute. She's a little chinchilla, and she actually used to be entirely all white colored, but she ate so many strawberries that her ears and tail turned pink. And she likes hanging out in the palm of your hand or in teacups and yapping and eating strawberries. Plus you would go insane, right? It would be so soft. Neri's going insane about it because it's like literally, it's like it's like they fused Cinnamon Roll and Kogimune into one person and then made it EP specifically for Neri. I also really like this one, Yam Yam Yu. It looks like a group, but it's one girl, and she changes clothes and like transforms like a little magical girl all the time to be a little fashionista, and I really like that one. She's getting half of my votes. And there's a whole bunch of other cute ones, so we'll go over all of them, but you should check it out. It's called Happy Lena Friends, the voting for the new ones. It's this. You can find it on the regular Sanrio voting ranking site. There's like a link to it on there. There's like a button for it. But for the new characters, their page is titled this. Happy Lena. I'm typing really bad. This is really awful handwriting with a mouse and with this pen. But Happy Lena Friends. They're so cute. I'm so excited for their plushies. Find a really Emiraki or candy. Oh, please do, please do. Please do send. Okay, right. I want to shade the hair here a little bit so I can differentiate it from the tail over here. When we disco, when we disco. You saying that made me think of that because I had that song stuck in my head recently. Do 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 do. As it goes. No 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 no. When we disco, when we disco. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do you remember? Do you remember, baby? When we disco, when we disco. I think that shadow looked better before, actually. First one I voted was Shigumi. Oh yes, base choice. I mean, to be fair, I say base choice. Every Sanrio character is a base choice. They're all cute. I love them all. Hey, I'm Becky back. Welcome back. Personally, this year my votes, and also kind of same last year, I vote for the like regular ones, not the Happy Lena Friend new ones. I vote for Usahana and Kogimune, 𝘆cie Rock, and Beat Cats. I think that's usually my whole lineup, if I remember right. I need to go look at the list to remember probably, because I have like a lot of Sanrio faves, and I collect a lot of Kuromi stuff, especially because like with my friend group we kind of have most of the main lineup of mascots split between us, you know, and like I get a lot of Kuromi stuff to match with Nymph having My Middle and stuff like that, or for Neri having Shinmero. But I kind of like, I don't really bother voting for Kuromi that much. Maybe I give her one every now and then because it's like she's good, she's fine. I'm not someone who cares too much about, like, you know, the specifically just who comes first. In fact, it really bothers me when people try to convince others just to vote for someone who will beat Cinnamoroll or something, because that's not the point, especially when you can vote for as many as you want. But that's a lighthearted rant. But like, you know, since it's like the main goal that I want is to show Sanrio that I want more of these certain characters, then it's like Kuromi's fine. She's got plenty already. There's a billion people that we're voting for Kuromi. Aside from me, she's always in like the top 5. She's good. So I vote more for the ones that I love that are slightly that are further down and getting less stuff, so I can tell Sanrio, please give me more, please give me more. Oh, I vote for Gretsuko as well. Even though she got her whole 5 student show, I want more. I want like merch. I feel like Agretsuko is awesome with how much of the show it got. Now they kept coming back and doing more stuff and it kept getting more awesome. But I want to see cute Agretsuko merch with regular Sanrio stuff. I feel like I never see it. Couldn't add her as you started talking. Oh, well, I was saying I say base choice, but I think all Sanrio voting choices are based because all Sanrio characters are cute and I love all of them. That was basically the gist of it. And I was telling you which ones I usually vote for. Like I vote for Usahana, Kogimune, 𝘆cie Rock, and I think sometimes also Agretsuko. I might be forgetting some, but I'd have to go look and remember. because I collect a lot of kuromi stuff as well, is what I was saying, especially because I collected like match with my friends. Like Neri loves cinema roll, and Nymph loves my mellow, for example. So we can get like, if I get kuromi stuff, I match with them and everything. I'm like the kuromi of our group assigned. And I love her, but she's fine. She's always in the top 5. She's fine. They know people like her. So I focus on getting Sanrio to notice how much I want more of my little guys that are underappreciated. Yay! Here we go. I'm really glad I went with these shading colors. Everything looks so yummy and soft. Like shiny, but also in a way that it looks like creamy or tasty. Like fluffy, I guess. Oh, I made her tail look a lot like a cloud now that I think about it. That's quite nice. Especially with the shape that it ended up with because of the shading. I want it to look slightly less cloud-like by putting some more down here so it doesn't look like she just has a cloud PNG in front of her. But I think it's very cute. It helps that the shape is so different from her hair so that it still looks like its own thing even when they're like this close. Yeah, I think that's yummy. Yippee! I drink some water. Did I say welcome back to you, Mama? I don't know if I did. If I didn't, hi, welcome back. Oh, I forgot. I didn't realize that her jacket is, the top part is purple. I mean, I was gonna color this in anyway, but I didn't realize it was purple. I thought it was gonna be white and then shaded. I need to color this side of this. So I've done her on this side. This arm seems to be down anyway, but it is purple on the outside and then the peachy color. I'm gonna need to change this orangey peachy color. I really like it and like how it adds variation to the design. But for this one, I made all of the colors in this lean a lot more purple so I could give it like more of a monochrome feel. So I'm going to need to shift that in hue a little bit so it doesn't clash. It'll still look like it's peach compared to the other colors, but it will be actually a more pink tone so that it looks united with everything. Yeah. Here we go. I don't think you'll be able to see the blue much, but I will do the blue down here. For that one, because I want it to stay united, I'm going to go from the purple and then change it. That's too blue. It's kind of distracting down there. Like, because everything else is purple, in order to give the impression of blue, I only really need to use a color that's like indigo and kind of pale. But I want to pick the right one, especially since it's like only there. Did I draw her on the side with the blue eye? I did. Okay, that'll help make the blue more balanced then. Let me color her eye in. Because if it's only down in that bottom corner, if that was the only place I was going to have blue, I'd honestly probably leave it purple or peach there. Since you can barely see it, it kind of just distracts your eye as the only thing contrasting. But since her eye will end up being blue, then I think that'll be fine. Yeah. 740 Canyon Discord. Oh, okay, wait, let me look. Let me go have a look-see. I'm getting a first drawing tablet soon. It's one of the XP pens on the screen. Oh, hell yeah! I'm jealous, actually. I really want one of those fancy screen tablets again, because I have an iPad that I draw on. I used to have a screen tablet when I was younger, but a cheaper one. And then I moved to having an iPad because I wanted to be able to draw with it everywhere. And I really like an iPad. I really like drawing with an iPad, especially because it's like, I like the smooth texture of it. But I want to draw at my PC more. I want to have a tablet connected to my PC, and I technically have one. I have like a small Wacom one, I think, but I also lost the cable, so I need to get a new one of those so I can actually use it. But I want to have one, A, so I can draw up my PC with a bigger screen, B, so I can draw up my PC sometimes without bending over the way that I have to for a tiny iPad, and C, so I can do things like when I'm doing thumbnails and graphics and like in the future, like live 2D or 3D modeling and everything with a tablet. Because I like drawing with my mouse, but I don't want to for everything. Oh no, this is such 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Oh, you're so right. Wait, let me. I can show this on screen actually. Look at this. This was Uno's little lunch just now. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 lunch, with the Zoe ramen and the pipeline punch, and the weird ass candy in Emmy colors. I like the way that it looks like fucking laundry detergent. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. I'm saying 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 specifically because of like my name, but 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, like this, is an otaku term for, so 𝘆cie is obviously is your bias, like your fave. It basically means bias, but for like J-pop stuff, but also for VTubers use the same thing because it's inspired by like idol culture. So this is just like your fave, your goat, your bias, and katsu is like activities. Or activities or like things that you do basically. So 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 is when you do stuff or do like activities and everything to celebrate your 𝘆cie or like inspired by your 𝘆cie. So for example, you know, have you ever seen those things where people go and like maybe they go to like a restaurant for a character's birthday and bring like their little like favorite figurines of a character, and it goes one like themed around them or something like that. Like for example, if you wanted to celebrate like a cinema roll from Sanrio, and you went to a cute cafe with like lattes and stuff like that, and matched with the characters that are named after those coffees and had like cinnamon rolls and showed you the little cinema roll figures there. That's 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Or sometimes it's activities that are actually based on what they do, or things that maybe they like do in a show or something. If you go to the locations from a show that you like, or you do stuff directly off what they do. Like if your favorite character, I don't know, likes to go to the beach and you go to the beach inspired by them. Cinderella, yeah, we were talking about Sanrio stuff earlier. But yeah, so 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 is 𝘆cie activities. The reason I said this is 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 is because it's basically like a meal themed around me. You've got ramen, which I fucking love instant ramen, and it's K-pop Demon Hunters ramen. I love K-pop Demon Hunters, but also specifically Zoe, who I think is just like me for real in K-pop Demon Hunters. And then Pipeline Punch, which is my favorite flavor of Monster, and then candy that is in 2 different colors and it looks weird as hell. It's perfect. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. I love it, Uno. Thank you. I love Cinderella. Yeah. We were talking about the Sanrio voting rankings. Hang on, I'm drinking water. Yeah, we were talking about the Sanrio voting rankings for this year, because I was talking about the characters that I like voting on and everything, and also all the new ones that are coming out. Have you seen those? The Happy Lina friends? If you like Cinderella, you might like Nemri Tail. Neri likes him a lot. But for this year, it's like the 3rd time I said this, is really funny. But for this year, for Sanrio, not only are they doing their usual character rankings, where they do like a big interest check competition to vote for your favorite of the active Sanrio mascots, but also they have a thing called Happy Lina Friends, which is where they've designed a bunch of new Sanrio characters that haven't been released yet, and you get to vote on which ones you'd like to see stuff from most. Like which ones you want to learn the story about most, and which ones you want to spend time with most, or which ones you want to collect stuff of most. It's very cute. They have so many cute characters and I'm obsessed with them. I won't pull them up on screen again for a 3rd time right now while I do this, but I can in a sec. But yeah, we were talking about Sanrio stuff, and then I was using Cinderella to explain the concept of 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿, of doing activities based on or inspired by or celebrating your 𝘆cie, your fave. Yippee! And yeah, real 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. See, this is why it's great to have me as your 𝘆cie, because doing 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 inspired by me is cheap as shit. You're so lucky that my aesthetic isn't being like a fucking rich person or something. Because you can do 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 and beat 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 by just going and getting a really, even a bad instant ramen, rather than like a fancy yummy one like the K-pop Demon Hunters one. If you got the worst instant ramen you could find that you'd never seen before in your life, and then ate that with like a Fanta, that would be so 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. Or just like a shit ton of candy. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿 done. Cheap and easy. I love 𝘆cie𝘂𝗿. It's one of my special skills. So 𝘆cie flavored ramen when I wish I would love to have my own ramen. Like the one, like when we designed that 𝘆cie collab cafe menu. I would love to do something like that for real so bad. That's like dream merch. To have 𝘆cie ramen. or Emmy candy, or both. All of the above. I liked the way I did the shadows for this. I'm not liking the way I'm doing the highlights so far. Because again, I want to emphasize it looking like it's like got this sort of plush texture. But it's not working yet. I guess that's fine. Yeah, sure. I'll go with that. Yeah, something like that. I had instant ramen from Aldi once and it tasted like straight dog food. Oh god. I feel silly. I'm always silly. The candy's actually kind of expensive, not gonna lie. It's like, oh damn! I need to write coffee though. Oh, okay. Well, okay, yeah. See, that's different. Please don't waste too much of your money. But I hope it was yummy. I hope it was at least worth it. Sometimes you do what you gotta do for oshikatsu. Anything for oshikatsu. I love oshikatsu. I love that it exists. I love doing oshikatsu. I love encouraging the people to do it. I think life is just so fun when you do silly things and enjoy the things you like and celebrate them in all the weirdest little ways. I really want to have the money in the future to be one of those people who like celebrates all their favorite characters' birthdays by going and doing big events and stuff for them and like hosting parties around them. I think it would be so much fun. I need to make sure that the shading for this is more purple because I did that for the hair as well. There we go. I'm going to shade it kind of uneven to emphasize the fold. I think I did this part a little bit too much. I need to dial that back in a little bit. But I'm trying to show off the way that this is like creasing and folding. Yeah. I gotta go. That's okay, don't worry. Plan to cosplay Rakigachi soon. Oh my god, that'd be so cute! How are you gonna cosplay Rakigachi? You're gonna turn yourself into a ball? I'm imagining, I know this is definitely like not what you meant, but I'm imagining now like you know those like giant inflatable balls you can like people they put on like like pools and stuff so you can walk on the water. Just like one of those with like spikes all around the edge. You just roll you around a con. But that's so cool. I love the idea of cosplaying Rakigachi. I love any cosplay stuff related to me will make me go insane. That sounds so cool. Cosplay is so cool. I really want to do more and more cosplay stuff this year. I only do a little bit of it every now and then, and I very rarely complete like full costumes, especially full canon costumes. Most of my cosplays are like closet cosplays, or end up being like AU versions that I bullshitted. But I really want to do more proper cosplay this year. I suppose anything is cosplay. It's not proper cosplay, but you know what I mean. I celebrated Miku's 18th birthday last year and it was lit. Oh, what did you do? What did you do for her birthday? What were your Miku birthday plans? I love celebrating fictional birthdays. It's so fun. I love people who have enough joy and whimsy in their heart for it. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna need a lighter color for both of these so I can do the pattern that she has going on here. How am I gonna draw this? Yeah, good question. We're gonna bullshit it and it's gonna look good. Or at least you guys are gonna tell me that it looks good, okay? I'm gonna need one smaller than that. Let me look at how it is on here. There's a line straight down the middle. Yeah, they don't connect. They need to not actually fully meet up in the middle. We're knitting. I'm making a cable knit. I'm making her cable knit jacket. We can do this. I don't know why this is like a we, like it's a group effort. It is now. Oh, okay, there we go. That does actually look cute. Okay, cool. I was scared for a second that it didn't work. Yippee! Ooh. There we go. Yay! I love that. Yay! I streamed Miku songs over and over and over and over, jumping around in my room. I was like a home Miku concert. That's awesome! Hell yeah! I love doing stuff like that with sometimes when one of my OGs has like a karaoke or something like that. I'll bust out my like six or everything, or if they're doing like any kind of like mini online concert. Bust all the light sticks and have a party like you're at a whole real concert. I think it's so much fun. The world deserves more silly. It deserves to get sillier. Cool. That looks cute. That looks cute. I think for these parts, can I get away with just using the original color? Let's find out. Because it might just look like the shading is disappearing there, or it might work and look like I want it to look. I think I can get away with it. Yay! I don't have to add another shading color. Yeah! Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Want less gap between these parts. Cool. Actually, I'm gonna leave that part just there so it looks like a normal shadow. Okay, and for this, I should keep that in mind. Which thing? Having an at-home concert? Or is it about the shooting we're doing? The jacket is like a pinker color than the hair, right? Yeah, but I did shade the hair in pink, so I kind of can't do too much with that. Wouldn't need brighter than that. Yeah, that works. Okay. Round 2. Keep in mind the strict when I'm drawing cablements and stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah. Honestly, there's a lot of things like this with drawing, like especially like textures for clothing and everything, where you can kind of work smarter, not harder, if you break it down to just really simple shapes. Anything that gives the vague impression of it saves a lot of time. Like when I was younger, I used to try so hard with like fabrics and stuff and textures in getting them accurate that not only did it not work, but it looked really out of place with the rest of my style a lot of the time, and it made it really messy. And then I think, honestly, part of what made me change my mind, again, I think some of it was watching June, because June's always been really good at stylizing things like that. Although I think they said they also had the same issue in the past, where they used to like really go way too hard on drawing like tiny details and like glitter and texture and stuff like that didn't really service the overall piece. But also Bob Ross, which is a random name to drop right now. But you know the way that Bob Ross is known for like just kind of like spawning paintings out of nowhere when you draw his stuff, because he'd like, you know, mixes like happy little trees by just like splotching the paintbrush there. But I think looking at things like that, especially with traditional artists, really opens your eyes a lot, because you realize that for so many things, especially when you're looking at artists where it looks like they have a billion details in there, a lot of it is just whatever you can do to give the vague impression of a thing rather than actually doing the details. Like I think an Emmy in the past probably would have done this and then like lined out all of this cable knit, or gotten like a brush for it and then shaded underneath it and everything. But just like, I'm just blobbing. I don't need to know how to draw a natural cable knit. If I put 2 blobs there, it looks the part. Looks cute. Yay. At most, if I wanted to make it more detailed, I'd probably change it so that the lines actually like follow this rather than being flat and a bump to them. That's what you need. And then life is good. Yay. Yippee. Yay. Okay, I'm gonna actually, for these parts, rather than going colder, I'm gonna make the shading on the eye go purpler so it unites with everything else. Matches back up again. And then I will give it just a little bit of the cable knit. And make it very pale, because I don't want it to stand out. go. Cool. And then I want to shade her eye, but I should do like her chest first. She doesn't have a shading color in her skin right now. Oh, and I should also do the... I finish the tail and do that bow. I love this tail. It's so cute, dude. I love it so much. Maybe I'm biased because my tail is also curly. But it's a different type of tail. And it's very, very cute. I love it. I love it. I love it. It looks like a fluffy, yummy little cloud. It looks like a cloud made of like cotton candy. Little candy floss cloud. Cloud? That's me. I'm the candy floss cow. That's my second outfit. The candy floss cloud. Okay, we made the shading colder for everything. So this shadow is going to be pinker than her skin. That is too pale. I just want it to be a little warmer though, since I did the highlight in her skin in like a cold pink. That's too much. Actually, you know what? What if I take a color directly from the peachy knit part? Oh, that works. That's perfect. Then I get a pink tone, and I also get to make those peachy parts look more unified. I struggle so much with deciding what I want to do for shading bangs like this. I feel like I always end up really fussed over it, because sometimes you need like a big shadow there, but other times if you put too much there, it just kind of makes them look like they're being like edgy and mysterious when a character's not. But if I put nothing there, then it looks really flat. I can never be satisfied with however I shade the top of someone's head like this. I've not figured out what I want to do for it yet. One day I'll get some. That should be shaded from the bottom, shouldn't it? Okay, and then a little shade here to give her arms some depth. And I also want to do the same thing I did on the hair, where I do like the shade right against the highlight so it matches. And it makes this highlight actually stand out again as well, which kind of emphasizes the way that her shoulder's like pushed up. Once it's sort of... what's the word I'm looking for? Brings more attention when it has this contrast, so it emphasizes it. It's not the word I was looking for, but it's the one I'm landing on. Okay, cool. And she has these really cute lips. What time is it right now? It is 20 to 7. You know what? That's decent time for this. That is decent timing. Oh, she looks cute now. Let's go. Okay. I want a little more highlighting in places. I kind of want to put some here on her chin to bounce it back out again. Yeah, I like that. And also here. I want some under her eyes. I like doing that to give a little like oomph to a character. I can't say the word oomph anymore without thinking like Twitter. It really messes with my head. I can never say it as a way of saying like a little pizzazz or a little something without just thinking I'm talking about a Twitter oomph. It's what time for me right now? It's 20 to 7 in the evening. It is 6:40. 6:40 p.m. on Sunday, the 3rd of May, 2026. Emiraki was found in their home drawing on MS Paint. What will they do next? Tune in next time. Thank you for watching Me News. We need to shade this top. In order to do that, I need to give it a shade that's colder, but I still don't want it to clash with the line art color. I think if I get something slightly just a little bit lighter than what I did just now, it'll look really good. And it'll be almost the same as the line art color, but in a way that's nice because it gives a good depth there to help her pose be more readable. Yeah, like I think that works. You can kind of barely see the colors there, but that's kind of what I want. Like the shot is in the background for that bit, you know? cool. I'll add like a tiny bit of more variation to it, like this. I think that's enough for that. What else do I have to do? Please, it's 22:07. I thought it was military. Oh, no. It's 22:07. I mean, I use military time on my fucking phone screen and shit. Like, I use it, my computer that I was reading says military time. I just read it out loud as a 12-hour time. I think, like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I use military time on my devices. I just kind of default to having it that way. I like it that way. I think that makes sense. But I think people who read military time aloud are maybe insane. It concerns me. I don't like, it feels so weird to me. I can read, you know, like 1843 on my phone screen and then look at that and be like, yeah, okay, it's 6:43. I cannot understand reading that and saying it's 18 right now. It's 18 p.m. What? No, it's not. It's 6. All my stuff's military time too. Yeah, like I have my things set in military time, but I can't imagine like saying military time aloud. It feels so odd to me. It feels alien. Her like facial features are going to be the only potential part where we have a different line color, because you need that to look nice and soft. But what I'll probably do is get rid of the line color altogether, really, for this nose, because the lip kind of doesn't really count. I'm gonna make the nose highlight lighter. She looks weird with no nose line, I think. Or at least if I do that, I'm gonna have to make it like white. Yeah, I think she looks kind of weird with no line. Maybe I'll make it just like one of these purples instead. I kind of don't want it to be this pink shade, because I still want everything to be lined in purple. But I don't think it looks good being in just the dark purple. Or maybe it will once I change the rest of her face. I'm indecisive. There's always got to be something that stumps me like this in one of these comps. No, I'll let it be peachy. It helps her face read better as a face that way. I'm gonna make these parts of that are under the hair, I'm gonna make them the shading color, so that they look like they're, you know, being hidden. Fuck, I can't do that for this bit. What will I do for this bit? I guess I'll make that part the line art color. Yeah, that works. I need to actually color those in. Do I want to just make them blobs? I could. Maybe they shouldn't be lined. Maybe they should just be blobs. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make these just blobs. Who wanna rock with Jenny? I do not know why that song's stuck in my head. I had such cutesy songs stuck in my head earlier, and I've had Free from K-pop Demon Hunters stuck in there for a while. And now all of a sudden, I guess I want to know who wanna rock with Jenny. Head done, nails done like Jenny. Who else got him obsessed like Jenny? Like Jenny. I think they really like Jenny. Haters, they don't really like Jenny. Because they can never beat Jenny. But have they ever met? 1800 hours. Welcome back, Pudding Artist. Yeah, exactly. Like it feels so weird when people say military time aloud. I keep reading it. Like I said, my devices are in military time. I just can't imagine pronouncing it out loud like that. Like, no, you sound like you're in like a spy movie. I mean, like, okay, yeah, it's 1800 right now. What? No, it's not. It's 2026, bro. What are you talking about? What color is this that I put here? Why is there some random other color here? How did I do that? Past Emmy, what the fuck did you do? Okay, cool. I need to change the eyelid color. The eyelids, I might still give a different color to the rest. Actually, no. They definitely need to have the same line color. Never mind. Helps with the pastel look. Oh, it's so cute. I love it. I love it. I love it. This looks so soft. I love it. I'm very happy with it so far. Okay. It seems like that stray color is here too. Okay, now we need to shade the eyes. Let me get this shading color that I used here. What do her eyes look like? They're kind of normal, so I will bullshit something. I kind of want to give her like a lighter pupil instead of a darker one. I think it would look more soft and cute here. Because I believe that the way these eyes are drawn, it looks more like it's a style thing rather than just directly the design. But I could give her a dark one. If I did a dark one, I'd probably do it in a purple. In which case, I'll probably take the lighter color for like a really big highlight at the top or something. Not quite like that. Something along those. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a light pupil. I think it works better here. In fact, I'll make it heart-shaped too. For cute points. I use cute points like the rule of cool in D&D. You're always allowed, you get a little treat, you get a little pass to do something that doesn't necessarily make sense or isn't necessarily original if it adds cuteness, if it adds moe. Do everything in the name of moe. And then, like I always do, I really like to bring in other colors from the rest of the piece, especially from like the other parts of the character, into the eyes, just for a little variation. Like adding a little purple here as an eye highlight, I think it's really yummy. It helps give them a sort of extra depth and almost sometimes like fakes the vibe that they're like reflecting light off of everything else around them as well. Because, you know, eyes are kind of complex. They show up in a billion colors, even when you just have one eye color. I think it could be a really nice touch. And in this case, when everything else is purple, it adds a little purple to that. Oh, it's so cute. And it's a nice way to get more highlights that aren't just white too. Because honestly, I don't even know if I'm going to give her a big main highlight here. I think giving her the highlight like that, I guess I will because I've left white for the eye pots. But otherwise, what I would consider is not even having a highlight there because it just kind of adds to the sleepy, soft pastel colors and everything. But I think I'll keep it because I have the white in the other places. Yeah, let's do that. I also want to add, honestly, a little more highlight here. I kind of like the idea of her face being a little shiny. It makes it look like it's glittery. And then I might change this to be white too, for that same like shiny glittery effect. Looks like she's just like naturally glowing, you know? I could make that whole line white. No, don't like that. That works. And I'll do a little bit of that on her lip too. I feel like sometimes you have to be careful with lips when you're cell shading. If you add too much, especially too small details in a bright color, it kind of makes them look a little bit like they're like unwell or their lips like cracking. But if you add just like a little dot, it can be a really nice way to put a little shine and shimmer. Sparkle and shine, planets gather round. Sparkle and shine, let's all make a dancing sound. Here's something you won't believe. It's the first time ever Christmas Eve. Okay, cool. I need to shade this bow and all the other parts that are white. I have left them until last because I haven't decided what I want to do with them yet. Maybe with the way... Actually, wait, no. I did the lines for these in the light purple, didn't I? I need to do that for this. Fuck. Oh, this does look really cute with an even more pastel line. I'm not going to do that for now because I like the darker one we had, but that does look very pretty. Looks like double soft. That's the same way of saying it out loud. I always think no one will understand me. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't even necessarily worry about no one will understand me. It just kind of sounds weird. It just kind of sounds weird to me. But I know some people do that. Especially, like, I think I was talking to a friend recently from I was talking to another European friend, and they mentioned that they read it in military time, but I think like changed it for other American friends or something like that. I asked my friend what time it is, and she said 1300, so I thought we like time travel or something. Yeah, exactly. Like it makes it sound like you're talking about like a year when you just say with, especially with the hundreds. Or like you're in like a spy movie and they're like, yeah, we're gonna meet at T minus 1300 hours. It's like, okay, bro. Okay, bro. Is it that serious? Okay, and let's line this in the lighter purple. Had a little makeover and I'm all dressed up tonight. A cheeky drink, a naughty wink. Better loosen up, alright. Stand back and put your shades on, 'cause I'm about to shine. Blind light will thrill you, 'cause there's no starlight like mine. Ooh, ooh, sparkle and shine. Planets gather round. Sparkle and shine. Let's all make a dazzling sound. Here's something you won't believe. It's the first time ever Christmas Eve. I'm just gonna pray that you can tell apart the line for the bow there and the shading above it, because it works for these bits, so I think it's fine. Usually I would never have these colors overlapping like this and merging together and making it hard to tell apart what's what, but I think in this it kind of adds to the effect in an odd way. Kind of adds to the softness. Like we can get away with it for aesthetic purposes here. I am having a little issue though where the tail is shaded like that, and that's going to be entirely impossible to tell apart. Guess I'll do that. Okay. No, I'll do it like that so the tail's in front. Okay. What do I want to shade this white with? I might do it with this light pink, because she shaded it in light pink in these as well. So that should probably work, I think. Let's find out. Oh, I just realized I drew these two bows different. I didn't draw the big loop at the top on this side. These parts are meant to be different, but I need this on both sides if I want it to look like the same bow. Otherwise it looks like it's tied super unevenly. Makes it really confusing to figure out the texture. Ooh, I don't like the way I drew it there. Hang on. There's actually a recurring bit in one of my Discord servers. We announce the time in military and remove the colon and make a snarky comment about the year we're in. So example 154, the Antoine Wall is complete. Antoine Wall is complete. It's looking pretty snazzy. Should I throw a rock at it? That's so funny. I love that actually. That's a great bit. That's really silly. I gotta steal this for like an OC or something. Imagining it. Beam, 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 beam. That line is too sharp. There's nothing else that's sharp in here, so I don't like it. Oh no. I'm being infected by the time. Gonna turn into a weird transatlantic accent. There's nothing else that's sharp here, so I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Oh, no, I don't like that at all. I do not like that bumpy line I did. I'm gonna redo that again. I mean, I guess it's fine like this, but it bugs me when there isn't the same, like, loop on both sides. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, let's try again! Ha 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 ha! Again! Ha 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 ha! Again! Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think I need to get rid of the highlight on the tail here. It just looks really confusing because you can't tell it apart from the bow. Like that is fine. Miss Pino is so incredibly good at me. Thank you. I love you too. I gotta sleep soon because we'll stream at 4 AM. Good night, Sassy. Oyasumi. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have fun with Willy time tomorrow. Bye bye, Sassy. And we're gonna put a shadow in here. And then here. Wait, no. I did that wrong. There should be a shadow here. Something along those lines. That, oh no, that, it looks freaky. There's too much detail going on. That is not good. I think I need to get rid of some of these lines, to be honest. There might be a little too many of them, because it means once I add any shadows here, it looks like really sharp and intense compared to the rest of the art. As much as I like these lines I did, and I like drawing bows this way, it's kind of got a bit too much going on. So it doesn't serve the overall image very well. It makes the bow look really dramatic. Scary bow. Yeah, there's too much going on here. Okay. We can fiddle with this though. I'm gonna make this shadow a little bit smaller. I want less shadow over here. This should have less. And we put less here. Less here. This is like almost okay. I think it'd help if I changed like the line color here maybe, but I don't want to because I didn't do that anywhere else. So I honestly think I'm just gonna need to like get rid of half of these. Or at least make them less angular. Yeah, that's a bit better. Because I like doing the angular part the way that I usually do it with bows, right? I like adding these parts where they're a little angular like this because it shows like the stiff fabric there after it's been like folded and pulled taut. But everything here is so soft that if I do these many super detailed and sharp lines, then it just looks really odd next to everything else. It stands out way too much. Looks like harsh compared to all the other stuff around it. And what's most important is whatever serves the overall image. That looks more natural with the rest of the stuff. Okay. Good night, Brit. Good night, Sassy. Oh, yes, Winnie. I still need to figure out a way to say, like, hi if it's nighttime. Because obviously, like, you don't really say good night to people, like, to say hi in the night anyway. You say that to say, like, you know, bye, go bed, go sleep. But, like, I love saying, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, but I feel like I need like a night version, you know? But I don't have one, especially not one that has Emmy in it or has Moo in it. Do I want a shadow down here? I didn't think I wanted one there because I thought it would be too much, but I think I kind of do. Because it kind of... Oh, I can't decide. I can't decide whether you should live or die. Like, if I put too much shadow here, I think it gives it a weird depth that I don't want, but also without the shadow here. It doesn't have enough. Like, maybe something... like this, but I want these shadows overall to be kind of simple because this is not where I want all your attention to go. Like, I think that depth looks good for showing that this is like, you know, the underside of the image over here, and then you're looking up at this bit, but it's like there's nothing else is shaded that intensely, and it's such minimal shading on everything else. I mean, good evening or come. That's really silly, actually. Instead of meaning good evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Kalbanwa. I can even say Kalbanwa. That's so silly. Good evening. It's like almost kind of icky sounding, but I think that's like silly. I kind of fuck with it. I'll try it out in our next stream and see if we like it or not. Good evening. That's so goofy. Okay, wait, let me add this pink to other places. And then I'm gonna add more white or like more of this, of an even lighter pink or purple or something to give this like a highlight that contrasts with the shade. But I can't do that yet until there's shadow on these parts. Let's do this. Either for real and so for what? The good beef thing? You need some good beef? Yeah, me too. I'm really hungry. But I think we're having pizza tonight, so yum 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 yum. Win win win, yummy in my tum. Okay, and I want to get, I think I might use this blue color or something slightly lighter than it as an extra shading for white. Because in general, if I'm shading something that's pure white, then I use a mix of warm and cold colors to shade in order to, it gives it more, it makes it look white. If you use one color, then it will look like it's just like tinted that way. But when you have multiple, especially if it's like warm and cold colors contrasting, you can actually give the impression that it is overall white that's just like bouncing off all of the other shades. It balances it out basically without you having to just use gray, because shading white and pure gray will make the rest of your stuff look muddy if the rest of your stuff is really colorful. The issue with what I'm doing right now though is it might make the white stand out too much, to be honest, but I can't do the same highlighting and shading trick that I did on the other things on the white, because I'm using pure white, so there isn't anything lighter than it. And I would change it, but I really like the way that the pure white looks so far, even though I pretty much never do that for objects. I think it looks really nice at the moment, so I want to keep it that way. So I've got to see what I can do to make this work and not just throw off the balance. Oh, my headphone just died. No, oh wait, maybe it's just telling me that it's gonna die soon. That's probably what it is. So how do people choose good color palettes? Honestly, like, practice makes perfect. I think you mentioned earlier that you had to like research and look things up for color palettes or something, but that's not a bad thing. I think like, you know, like, it takes time. My color palettes did not used to be this good. They definitely didn't. So it's not a magic trick. You kind of just got to let yourself experiment more and you'll get there over time. Which obviously is easier said than done. That's kind of a nothing burger just to say try and then you'll get better. But it really is true. Like, a lot of, I think I used to use very normal colors, despite wanting to have a colorful art style and being known for like wearing all colorful things and everything like that. My color palettes themselves on my own were, hang on, sorry, I'm not liking this blue. I like it on its own, but I think it makes these stand out way too much against everything else, because nothing else is two shading colors. I think I'm gonna have to change it to purple. Or change the whole shading color to on the white to be blue instead of pink, maybe. But everything else is shaded in pink. Yeah, no, that's worse. Sorry, I got entirely distracted. I will get back to explaining my point in just a second. I've got to figure out how to fix this issue that's bugging me first. I mean, this is partially my fault for making these parts pure white, because that also is what's giving it so much contrast. Let me try swapping this out for purple. Then it might stand out a bit less. Let me see. This shade of purple is like barely different at all from the blue, but it's different enough to me. So let me see if it works. Yeah, that's a bit more balanced. Okay, that's good. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Hi, hello Lily. Desperate and good tasting colors. Yeah, it takes practice. My colors used to be honestly pretty normal, even though I wanted to be a colorful artist, and I'm honestly still learning, like actively all the time nowadays, to make my art more colorful. Because it's like right now, that's one of my big focuses with art, is that I want to practice with getting more colorful and more silly and more colors, and making it tastier. But like I used to use very normal colors despite wanting to be silly with my art, because I didn't bother experimenting with it. And then I tried to just sometimes do like art studies or tests where I literally just fucked around with colors. Like I'd open a canvas and make the entire backdrop like hot pink or something, and then blob other colors all at random to draw something and see what things I thought looked good with that, rather than starting with white and adding something and making it normal and then adding them on, just to mess around with it. And that helped me practice a lot with what I said about relative colors. Like if you're starting from the entire base of your image being like in this fucking shade of red or something, and you want to make it look like a person, you're gonna have to fiddle with colors near it, like oranges and pinks and everything, to see which one can make it look most like there's a skin color there, stuff like that. Fiddle around and like experiment like that. And also, as with most things in art, when you want to develop your style or try like, you know, new styles, including color palettes, look at other artists that you like and steal what they do. But rather than stealing it, what you want to do is looking at artists that you like. Sorry, my headphone is beeping in my ear that it's dying, so I need to switch it off for the other one real quick. There we go. To look at other artists that you like, gather all the stuff of theirs that you look at and you're like, yeah, I want that. I want color palettes like that. I want lines like that. I want these things like that. You gather all the stuff that you like of theirs to like have it as like a visual library in your brain, and then try and mimic what they do, especially if you can see their process of doing it. Try and recreate their stuff. Sometimes is helpful, or recreating the like what they did in theirs. For example, if you wanted to learn how to make color palette like this, what you could do is, in your own time, by the way, like don't trace shit and everything, but you could look at this image and go to yourself and try to recreate how I drew this or whatever, and look at it and look at like the colors that I use and like note for yourself what's going on. Okay, you'd be like, oh, okay, so there's this pink color for the highlights, and that's actually only halfway down, and then this hair color is really desaturated and it's only just a little more purple, and then for the shading here, oh, that's kind of actually blue actually, and it's like desaturated. You want to look at something you like and that you want and try it yourself so you can break down what it is they did. Because if you actually, you know, like took this image apart, then you'd be able to see for yourself what relationship the colors have with each other. And then after that, you go and you make your own image and try to use those skills that you took from that on something of your own. So you'd be like, okay, Emmy had these colors like this and had this desaturated purple and this pink and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to make something that's blue, but I'm going to use colors in the same way. I'm going to like, you know, limit it to like 3 colors for the shading. And I'm going to use just like a lighter, warmer blue for the highlight, and then like a darker, colder purple one and desaturated, blah, blah, blah. You want to, copy first so you understand what they did, and then try and recreate what they did on your own. Then from that, you get to figure out what you want to keep from it, what you want to change differently about how you do it. It's a really good way to learn style, things like that. Also, should I use food as my reference for color? Yes, I was about to say something like that. That one of the things I suggest to a lot of people is that you can get color palette references from things that aren't just color palettes and aren't just like characters, including when you're doing character design. Like, for example, I have some OCs of mine where, I wanted, a palette for the characters, and honestly it works for a character like this, palette for the characters that's all pastel and soft. And what I thought about with them is I wanted it to look like the palette you get in like a pretty sunrise, like a pastel colored sunrise in the morning, like let me get an image. I wanted like lots of peaches and purple colors, but if I don't know how to make those work together, I go look at how they work on other things like this. I could look at an image like this and use this as inspiration for a color palette for an OC. Not even just eyedropping it directly, although you can do that. But you can look at the way that it's like, okay, there's like a peachy tone here, and then there's like a really like warm but dark like red pink over here. There's like, this is like more like blue than purple. This is like a really desaturated purple. It's gorgeous, thank you. Or I've done that before for other designs and stuff. Like if I want like a neon character design, I might go look at like actual pictures of just like an arcade or something like that, or like graffiti. Maybe you can look at food even. You just like, you can get color palettes from anything. It doesn't have to be a direct picture of just like, you know, selected colors from like a palette from Google, or directly what it is you're drawing. You don't have to get color palettes for characters off of other characters. You can look at objects and things and how those colors work in other contexts. And that will help you a lot actually, in how those colors like work together and stuff. Like food is a really good example, honestly. Save anything that gives you pretty colors and aesthetics for the things you want and use those as inspiration. Drawing inspiration from more abstract things than just what it is you're drawing will help you a lot with expanding how your brain works and understands these things. And especially if it's like real life things, like looking at nature, then that helps tons because you can see how those colors work in real life and places where they naturally work together rather than just where you've artificially made them work. If that makes any sense. Like, like actually, no, for example, the other day I was making a mood board for a design of Neri, right? Because Neri's being redesigned at the moment. He's getting a little upgrade to his automaton self. I'm helping him with that. And on his mood board, there is stuff like, you know, other characters who are candles and other like OG fashion and things and like outfits in his favorite image colors and stuff like that and other blonde characters and stuff. But I also have things like random ass objects that inspire me. There's like some like fucking teacups that I think are pretty that have Neri like patterns and colors and everything on them because those fit the vibe. So maybe those will give me inspiration for how to do like shapes and stuff that I like in these ways and how those things work together to look pretty IRL. Yeah. So that's my suggestion. Also, yeah, Addy's a moderator. That's why his name's Boone. For the question of how to do a live, like on YouTube and stuff. Wait, hang on. Make a live wasn't like us, and you help that way. I could do a live. Didn't even verify numbers. Yeah, okay. So it depends on what you're on. Like in regards to literally how to, like, you know, be able to do it on your app. It depends on what app you're on. If you're referring specifically YouTube, they are right. There is requirements for it. You can actually find that in YouTube Studio. Like, you know, where you go to change like the settings and everything for your channel and look at like your channel like analytics and everything. If you go into YouTube Studio and go press create and then press go live, it will tell you what the requirements are. You do have to like verify yourself and I think also have like a certain follower account or something like that, or kind of have a certain age to your account. I don't recall exactly what the restrictions are, but they have someone there just to make sure that like people don't make 10 million accounts and immediately stream all of them all and do some like scam, you know? So check those out because I don't remember them exactly. After that, if what you're asking is like the technical part of how do I stream like this, then I use OBS. Literally just those 3 letters, OBS, for recording everything and for streaming all together. It's very simple. I would recommend looking up YouTube tutorials for what you want to do with there. There's a billion of them for OBS. It's what pretty much everyone uses for most streaming on YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. I use OBS and in there I like tell OBS to record MS Paint and I tell it to, you know, like record the app that has me on it and other stuff like that. And they're just, yeah, they're just like that. If you look up OBS tutorials, then that's honestly the gist of that part. Because that literally all just comes down to OBS. But yeah, I hope this helped with your 2 questions. If you ever want more questions about streaming and how to do it and set things up, you're free to ask me. And I also recommend asking me in like Discord and comments and stuff where I can take the time to reply longer. Yeah. Okay, I am almost done with this. My headphones fucking died though, so I can't hear the music anymore. I think it's playing out of my speaker now, but I don't want that. There we go. Okay, I'm almost done with this, and that's good because I really need to pee. And I also am really hungry. Okay. I don't think I want this little part of the eye to be entirely white. I think I want it to be like purple or something. But then I probably will add another white after. Yeah, I think that's a little nicer. Or maybe I could do darker to make it clear this is like a black. No, I liked it with the light color. But I think I want to add another pastel after because I do like the way that the white looked. It made it look very shiny and pretty. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I need a way tinier brush for this. Cool. And what am I going to do background-wise? I think I've gotten everything of her, right? We've got her... Oh, I need to shade this moon quickly. I forgot to do that. That needs shading. It doesn't have any yet. I want to leave this pretty shiny, even though it's in the dark though, because it is like a magical like orb that functions as a heart, is what SmolGirlrifle said. Okay. It's got all the claws. We've got that. We've got her tail. Oh, I need to shade the under part of the tail of the bow here. I didn't shade those ribbon bits. Go Crystal. Nah, not yet, not yet, not yet. I'm grinding. I'm doing that thing again where I'm right at the very end. I need to like pee and eat and stuff, but because I'm right at the very end, it's like it'd be a waste to go do a BRB now because I'm almost done. I don't want to transition out of the task and then back in. I can do this. I can do this. I got this. I'm locked in. I'm goated. Okay, I think that is everything for her. And then all I need to do now is decide if I want to do any background stuff. Yeah, I've got everything, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, shrink this down to the right size of 850 pixels. 4950. I don't like this singular pixel here. That needs to go. I don't like that singular little white stray pixel area. There we go. Okay. There you cow, not a great. Yeah, for a cow, I'm suspiciously goated. I love saying that, dude. I say that to so many people. Pretty much every pony that I know that is some kind of animal, or also to myself, the amount of times I say, for a cow, I'm suspiciously goated all the fucking time. I kind of want to add a shine to her hair to match her eyes. Like a little blobby dotty one like this. Like this kind of thing. Because I made like the eye and cheeks so sparkly, and it is intentional that those kind of stand out. But I kind of want to make this match a little bit with it. I think that's pretty cute. I want to move that though. More to the side. Like more up here. I think it's a bit too high. Almost got it. A bit more centered. I'm gonna take the pink color as well. I might change that part to the pink. I don't like this part being pink. No, wrong color, wrong color, wrong color. It needs to be that. And then I want to get rid of the way that it joins up. I think it's better as a separate blob. I think I like that. More wiggle here is needed. Guys, do we like that? Do we like that little shine? I'm kind of unsure about it. But I think it's a nice touch to match with like the eyes and stuff more. Is this color lighter or is it that the hair color? That is the hair color. I wanted a different color over here. I feel like I need one here to balance out the angle that the shine is at. But I guess doing this would be fine. Yeah, I think I like that. Yay! Yay! We like it! Yippee! 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 Oh, the jacket here is missing the shine. It doesn't have any shine to it. I'm gonna take the part I did for the cable knit here and put that on there. It not having any shine means it doesn't look like it has the same texture as everything else, so it needs to be a little more shiny. There we go. That is much better. And it matches all the other parts. Cool. Bitter and gum. Yeah. This looks so yummy. I'm very happy with that specifically. Like, it looks tasty, you know? Looks like it's edible. Looks like it's made of like sugar, like icing sugar. So that's so extra British after everything being so American today. Icing sugar. I think I'll probably make the background like a pale pink or something like this. But I need it to be paler than the rest, and I think I'll make it like a purplish pink. Just tie everything together. But it's also quite nice when it's white because of all those parts that I have that are actually like flat white. So maybe I should just add like hearts and shit like that. Like the pure white bits, like the bow, stand out more when the background is pink, but that's also kind of a bad thing because then it makes it clearer that I use just white for those. So I feel like it needs to be... Maybe I'll do the thing where I do my little outline thing. Like this. Makes her look kind of like a sticker. I did this on the last com as well, but I think it's a really fun trick. Need to fiddle with the shape for those parts. I don't want it to be like as jagged and detailed as it was in the other one. I want it to all be rounded out and smooth and a lot bigger. I like watching people do comms. Yeah! I like watching people do as well. Like, sometimes I end my art stream and then go watch my own Oshis do an art stream. I especially like watching them while I'm drawing. Finish the drawing of you. Oh, the drawing of me? Oh my gosh! Yippee! Because I think that's what you mean. If you do, then yippee! If you want to share with me anywhere, I'd love to see it. I love to see all the art people make of me, and I love seeing you guys' art in general. You can tag me on any social media that I'm on, like on Instagram or YouTube or Twitter or anything. But I also have a hashtag for it. You can find those like listed in all my schedule descriptions. But for art, it is specifically, oh, I drew over her. Hashtag #RT. That makes it easier for other people to see your art as well. Oh, that's cut off on the screen. There you go. Yippee! Thank you for the stream, Emma. You're my Kamiyoshi. Thank you for being here. It's so crazy being called people's Kamiyoshi. I still haven't wrapped my head around it. Like, a few of you guys have said that so far, but it's still like, whoa. I like see it and I'm like, oh, and then I sit and then process it for like a few hours later and I'm like, oh my gosh, whoa, no way, little me. But thank you for being here. I should thank you guys for the stream because it wouldn't be a stream if I didn't have you guys to chat to. I kind of like fused chat and yap there really weirdly for a sec. I said fucking chap to chiap too. But yeah, and I've missed you guys. I've missed streaming so bad. Oh my god, I'm so glad that I get to stream again. Oh, I've missed it so much. Maybe this should be I kind of feel like this should be the other way around. I feel a little bit like, this is not how it's going to stay. It's not going to stay with this purple background. But I feel kind of like it should be the pink in here. I think I'm going to hit this once I've done it. And then the white out here. I feel like that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah, I kind of like that better. And I might even outline this with purple. Like a very pale purple. Like, that is too pale. It looks just like it's the... Actually, no, you know, I like it. I like that it gives a tiny bit of depth. Once again, she kind of looks like a sticker, and I like that. I think one of the reasons I find it fun doing little effects like this on MS Paint is like when I'm on CSP, a lot of this stuff is really easy to just automate. But it's kind of fun to try out doing it like manually like this. It's fun to make yourself do it. And it's not like it's, you know, bad that it's automated on CSP. It's just like fun to fiddle around and do it differently. Because if I was doing this on CSP, I could have done this same effect by just like selecting it, everything, and then just like, you know, selection from layer, expand selection, fill in this color, and then do that again. Gonna make that a little bit darker, I think, because I want you to be able to see it a tiny bit more. Not quite that dark. Somewhere in between. We could be free. Free. We can't fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past till it's weightless. Oh. I think that's pretty cute. That's cute. That's cute. Y'all think that's cute? I would be here every second of every day if I could. Well, I appreciate every second that you are here anyway. And nature behooves me. You keep going with the cow puns today. You're on a fucking roll. Hell yeah. Okay, let me put my name on like a heart over here. I'm gonna write my name like this. That is too big. Key. I'm gonna move that a little bit. I think it needs to go more to the right. I kind of want to redo the curve of it, but I cannot be bothered. And then we're just gonna put a cute little heart. Yay! Oh, this came out so cute. This is so cutesy. And we finished it in a kind of normal amount of time, I think. I didn't do the thing where I ended up having to split it into 2 streams and get mad at myself. Let's go! And I didn't change styles halfway through. Let's go! Unprecedented. Except not unprecedented, just rare lately. I think maybe I should put the purple outline on this heart too. No, I don't think I should. I think there should be a heart up there. Okay, I think that's good. Y'all think we're done? I think we're done. I think we're done and dusted. I need to get my room done and dusted. I've needed to dust my room so bad lately. It is so fucking dusty because I haven't in ages and I was like away for a while and I really need to dust on my fingers, but I'm being really lazy about it. I bought like a whole set of like makeup brushes specifically that I could dust it with, like new dusters and everything just to do this, and I still haven't done it. I don't want to. Can some gachi just like, if I just like put the little duster like on the end of your tail, can you just like wiggle it around and dust everything? Yeah, there we go. Yippee! Putty, 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 putty. Did you guys like it? You guys like it? You think we did good? You think SmolGirlrifle will like it? I hope they will. I mean, they came by earlier and liked it, so hopefully it stays that way. Let me check if there's any point right in it. There is. It's posted on YouTube. Yay! I'll check it out. I'll check it out as soon as I end the stream. I'll go check my notes after. It's so cute. Yay! Okay, let me save the file. Raggy, small girl. There we go. There's the name. SmolGirlrifle 2 _ vision. Yeah, you know, I'm really happy with how this came out. It's so cute and fluffy and soft. Looks like it's made out of candy floss and icing sugar and dreams and whipped cream. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, and I've missed you so much. Oh my gosh, it is so good to be streaming again. I will also be live tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow, and we're gonna play A Date with Death again. It was the first game I ever played on my channel back in January last year. And we did a special challenge where every time I get flustered and hit my desk and taipan and stuff, then I have to do a punishment decided by chat. So I hope you guys will be there, because I need you guys to decide my punishments and to be there to watch them when they're embarrassing, because otherwise, oh my god, I'm just embarrassing myself for nobody. But yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow at the same usual time, 1 p.m. GMT on Monday, because now A Date with Death has English voice acting in it, and I'm very excited for it and very terrified for how much I'm gonna crash out over it. Yeah, we're gonna test my Riz and test how much I can survive his when he's voiced now. But yeah, other than that, if your day's about to end, then oyasumi, and if it's just getting started, have a very lucky day. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye Serena. Bye Vidinarges. Bye Uno. Bye William F. and said Rodent Corpse. Bye, Llama. Bye, everybody. Bye bye. Bye, everybody. Bye, Lily. Bye bye. Bye bye. I said it longer than you.